Okay, good afternoon again. Thank you for coming back. I would like to tell you that Stavros Zedakis was the vice prefecturer for gastronomy, was unable to make it because of illness. He has a flu, so he wasn't able to come. He sends his apologies, but I have some great news. Tassos finally managed to make it through Heraklion, and after the last bicycle cleared the way, so he's here with us. Tasso, I invite you to the microphone. So my job has finished, now it's Tassos.
Good afternoon. I had to change from my biking outfit, so give me a couple of minutes. I'm waiting for something to load. It took me 15 minutes to go where I needed to go, but an hour and 15 to cut through the traffic, so I apologize. And I missed all the fun. All right, I'm gonna try. So thanks for coming to this first International Symposium, Gastronomy and Culture. I'm gonna introduce our keynote speaker, and I'm told that there's no break after the keynote, because you had your break already. I didn't say that, somebody else did. I'm not gonna mention who it is. So after the keynote, we're gonna have the first table, which I think I'm moderating. I was trying to get out of it, but it didn't work out. So without further ado, I'm gonna introduce Dr. Carlo Lavecchia, who received his medical degree from the University of Milan and a Master of Science degree in clinical medicine. And he's recognized worldwide as a leading authority in cancer etiology and epidemiology. Presently, he is a professor of epidemiology and biostatistics at the School of Medicine at the University of Milan. And he's most renowned, he's one of the most renowned and productive epidemiologists in the field, with over 2,400 almost peer-reviewed publications in the field. Supervised a lot of theses that have come through his university. He is a temporary advisor at the World Health Organization in Geneva, and a registered journalist in Milan. I could go on and on and on, but I will sort of focus on his main interest is cancer epidemiology and the risk related to diet, tobacco, hormone use, and occupational or environmental exposure to toxic substances. And when we approached Carlo to speak, we gave him the theme of our symposium and how to tie his work with what I'm sure you're going to enjoy his presentation and tie it to this land, to the island of Crete. So without further ado, Carlo.
Well, thank you, Tasso. Thank you to all the authorities, and thanks also to Antonio, who contributed to my invitation here. I will try to do in the next half an hour or so is to summarize our network on studies on diet and cancer, essentially, but also on vascular disease, with the focus on Mediterranean diet. Ansel Keys, as all you know, is the American nutritionist who had the first concept of the Mediterranean diet, and they had this concept in Crete, this figure on the right is a figure of Crete where he spent some time after the war and noticed that despite a very high content of fat in the Cretan diet, myocardial infarction, which at that time was extremely common in North America, was very rare in Crete. He spent the last 2 or 3 decades of his life in Italy, in Pioppi, in Cilento, south of Naples. This is his house during a visit we did, his studio, and also if you visit his house, there is a structure which is the evolution of a Mediterranean pyramid, which, to my knowledge, was conceived in the early 90s, probably in 93, and was developed hereafter in several ways to update our knowledge. But the key concept of a Mediterranean diet is essentially a diet which is favorable not only on vascular disease but also on several other diseases, including cancer, and is rich in vegetables and plant foods, includes a consumption of different cereals in various areas of the Mediterranean, but the only element, the only key food which is common to all the areas of the Mediterranean is olive oil, because you know pasta is consumed in Italy, legumes in Greece, rice in Spain, but olive oil is consumed across all the Mediterranean area, including Northern Africa. The intake of red meat is low, it's not absent, and there is some moderate consumption of alcohol in the form of wine. So it is essentially a vegetarian diet with a modest addition, with a modest contribution of meat and fish. So, fruit and vegetables. The key message which we found already in the 90s and has been repeated by us and by several other researchers is that a diet rich in fruit and vegetables can reduce your risk of most epithelial cancer. Of course, mainly those of the digestive tract. This one, sorry, to go back. Here we are. This one is the absence of association. Below unity is a reduction of risk, so 0.5 is 50% reduction of risk. A diet rich in vegetables, as you can see, is associated to a reduction of let's say 25 to 50% of most digestive tract neoplasm, but also to a reduction of laryngeal, of breast, gynecologic cancers, of urinary tract cancers, while no association was observed with non-epithelial cancer. Since the scheme of our studies was the same, we consider this absence of association as a further confirmation that there is something in the most common cancer, which are the epithelial one. 90% of human cancers are epithelial cancers. Fruits, it's, let's go here, 9. Subsequently, we developed a more sophisticated and validated food frequency questionnaire, and we repeated the research using that questionnaire, that data collection instrument, which allowed us to adjust for energy intake. And you see, we could confirm most of our results. Essentially, the protection of vegetable intake was very consistent and strong for digestive tract neoplasm, but also for hormone-related neoplasm. Some vegetables were of particular interest because they are common, they are frequently used, they are cheap. So onion intake, and they may have specific effects in terms of food composition, in terms of action, or anti-inflammatory action, anti-infectious action, and food composition. Onion is one of these, and you see how strong is the inverse relation. This again is no association, and frequent consumers of onions have a reduced risk of most neoplasms considered. And garlic in Italy is not consumed in high quantities. It's relatively frequently consumed, but in low quantities, but still is an indicator of low risk. And just last night, Antonia sent me a paper of hers indicating that here in Greece, consumption of onions and garlic is much higher. So most Greeks consumes onions and garlic, and a majority of them consume them with high frequency. So this is specific component or characteristic of a Greek diet. Fruit again. Fruit is essentially favorable on the upper digestive tract. You see oral cavity, esophagus, and stomach. The association is less strong for colorectal, but there is some association also for the urinary tract. And in general, you see most epithelial cancers, again, are inversely related to fruit consumption. So the more frequently you consume fruit, the lower your risk. And these are the new series of studies which essentially confirm our result with validated and more sophisticated instruments. So the repetition of results is important in epidemiology in terms of causal inference. Tomatoes, again, are very commonly used. It's a fruit, tomatoes. They are very commonly used. In fact, after cereals, for quantity, they are the major commercial agricultural item in the world, not for value, but for quantity. And you see this inverse relation between tomato intake and digestive tract cancer, again, very consistent. Citrus fruit, again, we had a strong association essentially for the upper digestive tract. We computed also the population attributable risk %, so the proportion of these neoplasms which could be avoided by increasing fruit and vegetable consumption, and you see it varies between 20 and more than 50%. So increasing fruit and vegetable consumption could avoid an important proportion of these neoplasms in the Italian population. You see, if you add alcohol and tobacco, so avoidance of tobacco and reduction of alcohol, you can explain almost all esophageal cancer and almost all oral and pharyngeal cancer. We made some inference on specific micronutrients, vitamin D and esophageal cancer. Again, you see some reduction in risk. The highest tercile is about 0.6, 0.7. And pancreatic cancer also. This is PANFOR is a global consortium of pancreatic cancers. And for pancreatic cancer, there was very little, in fact, in relation to vitamin D. Flavonoids, we were able, in fact, thanks to Dimitrios Trikopoulos and Antonia, about 15 years ago, in 2005, 2006, we were able to compute the flavonoids yield of our diet. And this is oral cancer and pharynx, and these are two of the 6 groups of flavonoids. And you see how strong is the inverse relation, and also of flavonoids with esophageal cancer. Proanthocyanidins are groups of flavonoids. And again, you see this inverse association with selected digestive tract neoplasm. Lycopene, again, this is a food component which appears to be inversely related. It was very, very popular in the early 2000s, in particular with reference to prostate cancer. The Americans may remember that on the pizza boxes at that time there was a sign, this food may protect you against prostate cancer. In fact, we saw some inverse association with for esophageal cancer, but this is not different from other food components like carotene, so there is nothing specific. The real problem is that when you try to pass from foods and diet composition to nutrients, micronutrients, and food components, the interaction between them is very difficult, and you cannot identify a single micronutrient or food component which gives you the protection of a favorable diet like the Mediterranean diet. Meat and fish, red meat has been associated to excess cancer risk, but also by the International Agency for Research on Cancer, and these are the results for our study. Again, apart from any single cancer size, the message is totally different from vegetables or fruits. So a frequent red meat consumption tends to be associated to excess risk of several cancer sizes, in particular to upper digestive tract and digestive tract size. If you go to processed meat and colorectal cancer, you see this association is of borderline significance for colon cancer. We must say that processed meat is not so frequently consumed in Italy as it is in Northern Europe or in North America. The average consumption is about 17-20 grams per day. So this may explain this modest association, and also the fact that you cannot identify, you see, the median consumption is about, if you go to the in various studies, between 15 and 20 grams per day. So it's a moderate consumption. And the message here that even foods which are considered unfavorable, if consumed in modest amount, are not associated to substantial excess risk. Again, fish, just the pattern. The pattern is, again, the opposite of the one we saw for meat. Fish consumption tends to be associated to reduce risk of several epithelial cancer, and particularly, as one can expect, the ones of the digestive tract. Fats. When we started this study several years ago, the idea was that saturated fats and saturated fats, but particularly saturated fats, were associated to excess risk of cancer, and particularly breast and colorectal. At the end of the story, we and also others found very little. But again, if you reason in terms of substitution of one fat with another, substitution of saturated fat with unsaturated and monounsaturated fats is favorable on your breast and colorectal cancer risk. This leads us to the reasoning of olive oil, which is rich in monounsaturated fats. We already mentioned that olive oil is the key component of Mediterranean diet in all countries, and we started studying our case control study of breast cancer, and we saw this modest but a 10% reduction in breast cancer risk is important, because we have very little means to reduce our breast cancer risk. Apart from overweight in postmenopausal women, there is very little one can do, probably reduction in alcohol consumption, but there is very little one can do to prevent such a common cancer. So a 10% reduction, which is different from the pattern we saw for seeds, oil, or butter, is important. There were other studies published, including one in Greece from the Trikopoulos group, and if you pull together all the relative risk, the highest consumption is associated with a consistent reduction in breast cancer risk. One was in Greece, one or two in Spain, and one was in France, apart from our studies. Colorectal cancer is quite similar. We have this reduction by 10 to 20% for the highest consumption of olive oil. But what was surprising is the upper digestive tract. Oral cavity, we had a relative risk of 0.4 for the highest consumption, esophagus 0.3, larynx 0.4. But again, if you compare frequent consumption of olive oil, relative risk of 0.4, and frequent consumption of butter, there is a 6-fold difference. Here there is a 7-fold difference, and such difference are difficult to explain by chance or bias. So there is probably something real here, which allows us to give the message that a high consumption of olive oil is protective on the risk of upper digestive tract cancers. Other studies were conducted in other Mediterranean countries with reduction between 22 and more than 70%. So apart from our study, the evidence is consistent. So our message was that olive oil is favorable for breast, colorectal and also ovarian cancer, but essentially the association is very strong and convincing for upper digestive and respiratory tract cancers. Again, we can speculate which aspect of olive oil is responsible of this favorable effect. We can discuss about antioxidant, vitamin E, we saw vitamin E before, polyphenols and other food components. But it is also possible that it's a composition of these favorable aspects of olive oil, or the fact that olive oil is a general indicator of a healthy Mediterranean diet. We will see later other indicators. Well, we start here a second part because from diet you can go, as we saw, to nutrients, micronutrients, and food components, but you can also put together complex dietary indexes. And one of these is the dietary inflammatory index. We use it, we applied it to several cancer of ours. This is a software, in fact, developed in North Carolina. You can buy and use it, which gives a measure of the inflammatory potential of your diet. This is cancer of the esophagus. So you see the highest this dietary index, the highest your risk of esophageal cancer. This is on liver cancer, and again, the relative risk is here with relative risk of the order of 2 for the highest level, 2.5, 2.3 fully adjusted. But we will concentrate today on the Mediterranean diet score, which was developed by Antonio Tricopoli in 1997. They published a paper on total mortality intercohort in the New England a few years later, and we applied the same score. This is just the score developed by the group of Dimitrios and Antonia. We can remember Dimitrios here. To our data. So these results do not represent data dredging, because these are not the best composition of diet in our data set, but it's the Greek Mediterranean score applied to our data. You see how consistent is the reduction for oral cancer. The score goes from 0 to 9, so this is the highest side of the score, the subject with the highest adherence to the Mediterranean diet, with relative risk between 0.4 and 0.25 for upper digestive cancers. So this is the list of foods. It's a very simple list of food which Antonia developed a few years ago, but it's a very valid indicators of a good diet. There are other indicators of Mediterranean diet which are less frequently used. There are these other two, but at the end of the story, they are very consistent and they are correlated. We try to apply all three of these, and you see the results are very similar. So the message is that an a priori defined nutritional pattern based on 9 items, which includes the key components of a Mediterranean diet, is favorably related to the risk of epithelial cancer, digestive tract cancer, and particularly to upper digestive tract neoplasm. But also gastric cancer. You see, gastric cancer is still common in Italy, and you see it is a reduction in risk with the highest score, Mediterranean score level, and also hepatocellular carcinoma. We had a good study on hepatocellular carcinoma with valid measure of hepatitis B and C serum markers, and even after allowance for hepatitis B and C, you had this relative risk of 0.5 for the highest level of Mediterranean score. We were able so to combine the Mediterranean diet with markers of hepatitis, and you see a relative risk of 75, so extremely high for subjects with markers of hepatitis B or C and low adherence to Mediterranean diet. So you can change your risk of liver cancer, which is still a common cancer and is a very serious, very neoplasm. Let's go back. Pancreatic cancer is again the same. I go through our neoplasm for the Mediterranean score to show how consistent it is. Again, the relative risk is 0.5. We had 2 studies on pancreatic cancer, and again, the results are very similar, confirming the possibility of a causal association. Nasopharyngeal carcinoma is a rare neoplasm, is not so common in Europe. It's common in East Asia, but again, diet, in particular Mediterranean diet, is favorable also on nasopharyngeal cancer. And also on hormone-related neoplasm, here you have Mediterranean diet and endometrial cancer, again, around 0.5. So it seems to reduce. Adherence to Mediterranean diet seems to reduce by about 50% the risk of most common cancers. This is interesting. This is a Swedish cohort study. We analyzed this study. We had a visitor who brought these studies, and we saw very little. Well, one point is that prostate cancer is one of the neoplasm more difficult to explain and less strongly associated also to diet. But in Sweden, there was no association with Mediterranean diet, and our explanation was that adherence of Mediterranean diet was infrequent in Sweden. So you have to study this score in population who used the diet. There was also a meta-analysis with several studies. There are 6 studies on colorectal cancer, and you get a very consistent finding. You see all the studies at the relative risk below unity. I will finish again with another indicator. Pizza is... We had a question on pizza, that's the story. And let's go back. Let's try to go back. Pizza. We had a question on pizza, and you see, if you adjust how frequently you use pizza, you had a reduced risk of several cancer sites. Of course, we are not drawing inference on pizza by itself or any specific component on pizza. Our inference was that pizza was another indicator of adherence to the Mediterranean diet, at least in Italy. We applied the score also to myocardial infarction. You see again this relative risk of 0.5 for the highest adherence. And also to diabetes. These in fact are the Greek cohort by Dimitrios and Antonia, and you see that high adherence to Mediterranean diet can reduce your incidence of diabetes, and this is important, independently from the glycemic load of your diet. So my conclusion is that a Mediterranean diet, so a diet rich in fruit and vegetables, with limited consumption of red meat, but also with a preference of whole grain carbohydrates, and essentially olive oil is favorable on the risk of most common cancers. The last point is body weight. Body weight and overweight and obesity, which are a dramatic epidemic in Northern Europe and in North America, are not increasing. This is overweight and obesity and plus obesity in Italian men and women between 2004 up to 2011, but we have the data until now. They are stable at the end of the story. We have about a third of men and a fourth of women who are overweight, and about 78% of the population who is obese, but among the obese you have to consider the psychiatric condition, so you cannot have zero obesity. And so we were able to avoid the substantial increase in overweight and obesity, which is strongly associated to postmenopausal breast cancer. You have a relative risk of 2.1. Again, is a major risk factor for breast and also for endometrial cancer with a relative risk of 8. So Mediterranean diet, this is in addition, the 2010 edition of the Mediterranean diet, because all these studies, which are complex, difficult to conduct and interpret, at the end of the story have been summarized. This is very efficacious in this pyramid, which gives to the general population simple indications on the frequency of consumption on various foods. So you have to eat frequently fruit and vegetables. You have to reduce your consumption of sweets, red meat, processed meat, and so on and so forth. So this can be summarized in this pyramid we saw also in the house and ulcer keys. The last point is the environmental implications. So a few years ago, we participated to this study, which included also the environmental and the sustainability aspect of Mediterranean diet. From an economical viewpoint, is not so easy, but at the end of the story, if you want to save the environment, you have to save the culture, you need to invest in maintaining the Mediterranean diet, which may have favorable impact also on other aspects like the tourism and so on and so forth. Antonia was the last author of this paper, and this was a message which included environment, economy, health. We discussed essentially health, and society and culture. Thank you again for your attention.
I think we have time for a few questions, if anybody has a question for Carla.
How can we promote the benefits of extra virgin olive oil with high phenolic properties to the retailers, so I can take the higher value that bring in the table? Thank you.
Well, thank you. I think that this data, not only our data, but also the one produced by the Lennikel Foundation, by Antonia, in his long activity. In fact, they probably discovered this. Should be brought to the attention of the population. From an epidemiological viewpoint, it is difficult to distinguish the type of olive oil, but even if you don't distinguish the type of olive oil, like we did, you have this message that olive oil is better than other seasoning fats. Probably the extra virgin olive oil is even better. It's difficult to study it in controlled way. There is some control study ongoing on patients who had breast or prostate cancer. So you look at second tumors or overall survival. This is a subset of the population. You cannot randomize your population. Sure, you have to get the information you can derive from epidemiological studies. But this message is important, and I still worry why olive oil is used only in the Mediterranean, because it's relatively cheap at the end of the story. It's probably more expensive than other seasoning, but it's on a family budget in Greece or in Italy is not is not a costly food. So why it is not, this cannot be extended to other areas of the world, apart from the production problems, because we don't have olive oil for all the population. But apart from that, I expect that the use of olive oil in the future will be extended to other populations. If the Chinese can produce olive oil, they can probably feed the world.
Thank you again.
I can speak loud.
Okay.
I think you mentioned at some point that Northern Europe is suffering from obesity compared to the Southern Europe. To what extent this difference is the same over time? Because recently we discussed a lot in food politics that obesity is also a problem in the Southern Europe, not because we don't have the ingredients, but from the way of life.
Well, if you look at this room, you see very few overweight and obese persons. And this is the same. You may say it's a selected population, but once a year, I used to go to the school of my children to give a lecture against smoking. I had 500 children in front of me. There was practically no overweight or obese children. This is Milan now. If you go in the United States and just look out of a window, you see obese people. If you go in Italy or in Greece, you see a few obese people, but most people is normal weight or slightly overweight. And so why it is? Partly is certainly is diet. So our diet attitudes, including the Mediterranean diet, is favorable. Probably partly is also cultural lifestyle. So Italian and French women and probably Greek women as well don't accept to be overweight, and also Italian men tend not to be overweight. So partly is culture. But the average BMI of Italian women is 22, 23. Is a textbook, essentially. I mean, it's...
Rick had one.
I have something on it to respond, unless you have a different one. So, can I respond to both of you regarding the increased obesity in Southern Europe?
You are absolutely correct. But I'll tell you something. Rafi
Just came last night.
and he said,
I don't know, this microphone.
it is bad to come outside of the airport and see a McDonald's ad. First thing you say when you come out.
Okay? That's one thing. The second thing, I'm kind of disagree with you. Yes, is United States, and McDonald's, of course, is very accountable for because of the refined and the sugars that they add, double-size it and everything, well, no. However, the same thing starts becoming in Greece. I have seen kids walking in Greece having 3 donuts in the one hand and 1 Coca-Cola in the other hand. So yes, it is. So what we need to do is we need to really intervene by the education on these instances. The other thing is, and I'll pass the microphone, can we go back to one of your conclusion slides, please? The one that you were talking about what we should be eating. Can you go back?
No, it's not. Well, they have to here we are.
We don't have control?
Yes.
Okay.
We to go
Just
to the end.
one of the last, on the conclusions you had.
They are 73, so
Right there. No, was that before? No, I think it was one of the last. No, before that. You had one conclusion of what we should be doing.
This one is probably conclusion.
Yes. So, I have a proposition to you. To honor the place we are, to to honor the history. I think this slide, it should be renamed as a Cretan way of life. Okay? And I want to congratulate the island of Crete for that, because that's what drives us in everything. Thank you.
Just one point. You know that fast food companies 10 years ago, 20 years ago, were 10 in Heraklion. Actually, there is only one, the McDonald's. So this changes.
Yeah.
Rick.
Professor, I know that every region in Italy thinks their food is. I know that every region in Italy thinks their food is the best, but there's a big dividing line gastronomically between northern Italy and southern Italy. And I wanted to ask you, so that when I choose Italian restaurants in the United States in the future, do you think the foods of southern Italy are more correlated with better health than the foods in northern Italy, or is there no difference? Put another way, if you were to do these studies between northern and southern Italian typical diets, would there be a difference?
These studies were run in 2 areas of northern Italy, so Milan and Pordenone, which is east, up to over Venice, and then, Genoa, which is still northern Italy, close to Rome, Latina, and Naples. So we had... what happened in Italy? The difference were substantial, let's say 50 years ago. Up to after the war, the diet in northern Italy had essentially no olive oil, it was butter and pork fat. Now the southern Italian diet has become much more common across all Italy. This is possibly due to migration from south to north, certainly due to the fact that it was a better diet, it was more tasteful, and to the availability of foods. And this is possible also outside Italy. I believe that the Mediterranean diet, given the availability of food, so the availability of olive oil, the availability of fruit and vegetables, just 35 years ago, if you went to Hungary or Poland, you could not find a single vegetable or fruit in the market. It was nothing. Now, if you go to Hungary and Poland, you can buy fruit and vegetables. And so we have a possibility of having a better diet. We know that the population accepts this, and I guess that most Italian restaurants in North America are oriented towards a Mediterranean diet style. You don't eat much Milanese pork cotolette or even risotto, which is a very nice and probably healthy food. You don't eat much risotto in Italian restaurants outside Italy. So it's the southern Italian diet, which has this characteristic, which has become widespread across the world.
Well, thank you for your questions, and thank you for your amazing presentation here to summarize or to set the tone for the rest of our tables or panels. I'll make a couple of...
I should have said the Cretan.
A couple of housekeeping announcements. If you have a question, please use the mic, because we have the interpreters. We're going to interpret in Greek for those who prefer that. The second one, probably, I'm sure everybody thanked the city of Heraklion for hosting this, and the team. I want to thank the scientific committee for putting together the schedule for the next day and a half. And we try to make these panels or these tables more integrative of different concepts around the themes that you see in your program. So it might sound paradoxical to see a physician sitting next to somebody who's not in the clinical field, but we did it on purpose to introduce different ideas related to the theme. And obviously I want to thank the organizing committee, and especially Aris and Dora. I don't know if she's here. Months and months of emails and calls to get this up and running. And obviously Despina from the municipality of Heraklion for helping us secure this venue and everything else. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to spend a lot of time introducing giving the short CVs of the participants in our first table. I'll call them up, and each, just to give you a heads up, each of the facilitators of the panels, we gave them freedom, well, with some limitations, to work with the members of their panels to come up with the way they wanted to present their table and panels. So they each met with their groups and decided how they're going to do it. So you might see a difference in how each of the tables are run, of the panels. Blame the moderators. No, just kidding. We'll start with the first one. This is the only one we have today, and we're going to try to keep it at the hour and a half because we're already past, I think, a little bit past time. So hopefully you have the schedule. So the first one, we're going to talk about the traditional and indigenous Cretan ingredients, herbs, spices, recipes, and culinary practices, food as medicine. Use of olive oil and other food among Cretans in past centuries to present. Because I think that one of the themes is that food is a bridge that connects thousands of years of history. So we have to bring forward to present what we've inherited, what we bring from thousands of years to currently, and how we look at those themes in the context of what we call now Mediterranean nutrition. So, and we're going to try through this first panel, this first table, to make those links. And you'll see the makeup of this table hopefully will deliver that. So I asked the presenters or the members of this panel to give a 10-minute introductory statement, comment. Some of them might use slides, some of them might not. And then I'll have some questions for the panel, and then we'll open it to the floor, or vice versa. I'm happy to pass the questions to the audience, and actually I prefer that. So I'll call them up, and then we'll get started. First, Artemis Morris from our neighborhood town of Milford, Connecticut, director of the Artemis Wellness Center. Maria Protopopas Marnelli, Emeritus Researcher, Research Center on Greek Philosophy, Academy of Athens. Ioannis Aslanidis, President of the Hellenic College of Ophthalmology, Clinical Director of the Emetropia Mediterranean Eye Institute. And Fanny Zabetakis, Interventional Cardiologist, Medical Director of Asclepios. So you can see here we have two different fields of medicine, one philosophy expert and a naturopathic physician who's involved in a lot of other sort of looking at a patient in a different sort of more integrated way. So we'll start with Artemis in the order that they appear in the schedule, and then once they complete their 10, each of our panel members completes their presentation, then we'll open the floor.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. I'm very honored to be here, especially since my family is from Crete. So my first introduction to the Cretan diet, the origin of the Mediterranean diet, was from especially my mom. So thank you to Tassos, Vasili, Aris, everyone who made this convention possible. And I'm very inspired by it. And I knew I was home when I went to the hotel, and I was there maybe about 9:25. And the person, instead of saying, okay, let's get you checked in, they said, oh, hold on, the restaurant closes in 5 minutes. Let's make sure you eat something first, and then we'll check you in. And that's when I knew I was absolutely in the birthplace of the Mediterranean diet, where food comes first. So some of the things I would like to share with you today are things that you might already know, or different ways to put some of this information into context. One thing I want to share with you is something that you know from the previous speaker, is where the origin of the Mediterranean diet is. By Dr. Ansel Keys' study, we know it came from Crete. That was the cohort that was studied. Then it led to many other research studies after that, randomized controlled trial from the Lionheart study, etc. The other piece that we see is so much of the rich research that's come out, especially from Crete, from locally, Dr. Trichopoulou, all the amazing research that's coming out about food. And then the other aspect we see is the ethnomedicine. So the ethnomedicine is the area where I am particularly interested. I did a research study in Crete, interviewing people to find out what did they actually eat? What did they do? What did the people that were around in the 1950s do? How many of you have relatives that were around during that time here in Crete? Okay, I want to talk to all of you. So you know what I'm talking about. You know what your yaya said. You know what your papu said. You know about the stamnagate, not because we read about it, but because it's something that you sought out in the mountains, that you had a friend or your relatives went and they made tsai for you, tsai tuvunu. And this is something that is ingrained culturally, but now we're at a very exciting time, because now we also have the scientific research that supports that this is not only the best way to eat for health and wellness, but as the previous lecturer said, this is also the best way to eat and live for sustainability. So one thing to consider, in my research, there was some things in particular that came out of my ethnographic research. So we know about the diet, we know about the fruits and the vegetables, the different things to do. What aspects were missing? Some of these aspects have been researched, and some we have a lot more work to do. Number one is the horta. So the horta, how many of you could tell me about a horta? What do we have? Elate. Let's speak up. We're Greek, kind of. We have to talk about things here. So we have vlita, right? Oh, radicchia. Perfect. We had that this afternoon. Radicchia, that's taraxacum. That's a dandelion species. So brassicas, perfect. Any other horta? Maratho, orea. Oh, we've got a lot of knowledge in the room. Vrubes. Oh, very Cretan. Συγγνώμη. Πες το πάλι.
Υπάρχει μια διαφοροποίηση μεταξύ των χόρτων που τρώνε τα ζώα, βρούβες είναι στην κρητική διάλεκτο και...
Volvus. Yeah, vrubes, volvus. This is all this is all traditional things that you know about.
Και υπάρχουν και κάποιες παρασιτικά κύκλους που γίνονται καλλιέργειες, είναι τα τυπικά χόρτα.
Ναι, τα τυπικά είναι πάρα πολλά χόρτα. Και αυτό είναι το θέμα. I mean, in Greek and English, the translator is going to get confused. But the beautiful thing is there are over 2,000 herbs and species in Crete. Over 220 are endemic to Crete. And this knowledge is not found in the United States so much. So when I went to a local farm and I said, oh, can I have your weeds that you're going to throw away? They were like, what are you talking about? And these weeds have health benefits. And that's the area that I'm particularly interested. So for example, vlita, that's amaranth species. Those are blood purifiers in herbal medicine. When we look at taraxacum, dandelion species, those are good for liver, gallbladder function. There are studies on that for diabetes. So some of this traditional knowledge we're unpacking in ways that can be very helpful, because what has happened over the past 200 years with conventional medicine is that we've had wonderful opportunities to have quick fixes, but we've also lost confidence and we've lost the traditional knowledge, and we're losing it with each generation. So let me ask you something about that. So we've got the wild greens, the horta. We've got herbs and spices, another major theme in Mediterranean nutrition. And how many of you know about herbs and spices from your yayades or papudes, from your grandmother, grandfather? And it doesn't have to be just from Crete. It could be from anywhere, because we're all, this information is traditional ethnomedicine. And then there's herbal medicine that's used particularly. This is the malotira, this is the thimari. These are the things that we use. Yes? Signomi? Sinapi. Oh, synapses. Yes, that is one of the wild plants, yes, that we can eat. Fascomilo. We've got a lot. See, look how much we know. So I have a quick question for you. We're going to do an informal poll here. So how many of you have understood and have been transmitted some type of traditional knowledge in, let's start with the wild plants, how to go out into the woods and forage for wild plants and use them as horta, either for, with olive oil, lemon juice, to put them in calzone or to fry them. How many of you have knowledge of being able to do that? Fantastic. How many of you have transmitted that knowledge to someone in the next generation? Bravo. Oh, this is a good group. So, Signomi? What's that? Yes, exactly. We have a biased group here. But so that is what we're talking about, because what we see is this traditional knowledge is being lost with each generation. So this is a very important and timely conversation. This is where this type of research is the key, sorry for the pun, is the key to bringing out the information that we need to prevent disease, because herbal medicine, nutrition, this is preventative medicine, which is actually extremely effective in terms of ways of health and wellness. And it is the best way to sustain the products that we count on in order to enjoy a delicious meal with our family. How many of you, I'm going to use the same example, know about herbal medicines, have been transmitted some type of information on herbal medicine from their parents, from someone? Great. And how many of you have transmitted that information to the next generation? Fantastic. Okay, so we definitely are a wonderfully biased group. I'm liking that a lot. So we'll hear a lot more about the origins of Mediterranean diet, but really if we look at what we're eating today as part of a traditional Cretan diet, it is using what is around in the land, in the sea. This is a natural diet. And this is also about how to prepare and utilize these. And this has been around since the Neolithic times. Herbal medicine, that's been around since the beginning of time. So over 300,000 years ago, and over 80% of the world population still uses herbal medicine as a primary form of medicine. So it's something that we can grow and have more confidence in. Another point I'd like to make is, how do we characterize this information? How do we kind of organize it in our mind? And I really like the way Pironi from Italy, he has a book called Eating and Healing, and he characterized this food medicine continuum into 3 different categories. Number 1 is basically plants used for food and medicine. Can anyone give me an example of a plant that you might use as food, but also as medicine? Signomi? Garlic, yes. Food and medicine, yes. Signomi? Mint, yes, definitely. Mint. Aloe vera? Sage, fascomilo, yes. You might see some cheese with a little bit of the herbs in it. It's food and medicine. So this is where some of the definitions, there's definitely a continuum. The next category is folk functional foods. And these are plants that are thought to be healthy, so you eat them because they're supposed to be healthy for you. Anyone have an example of that? So it's interesting because it's a similar plant you might see. So this might be something like the stamnagathi, which is an amazing plant traditionally used for lowering blood sugar, and unfortunately it's so good that we're losing it in terms of a lot of these species that we've seen. Dittany of Crete, we're kind of losing them because they're being endangered. But that might be an example. Garlic, onions, which we saw are essential for cancer protection. And then the third category is plants eaten for a specific medicinal property. What might that be? I'm thinking like the agriomarulo. There was one person who does anyone know what agriomarulo is? That's the wild lettuce. It actually was used for thousands of years as the poor man's opium. But it is one of the things that I saw through my interviews people were using for lowering blood sugar, and we definitely need more research on that. Or even díctamo, malotira. And these all have historical context as well. And now we also know one thing that I think is really incredible. Cinnamon, another good example. We seek it out to eat it for medicine. Ascolibri, oh, those are delicious, yeah. Oh, díctamo, look at this. We have the inspiration right here. Thank you, I like that one. Excellent. So one of the things that's also exciting with this revival of this ethnographic revival of food as medicine, we know the Mediterranean diet is good. And we know that these are the pieces that are missing, the wild plants, and that knowledge of wild plants, that is being lost. The herbal medicine and what is being used, and also how to preserve that herbal medicine. And the third one being the herbal and folk medicine, which is what it was so wonderful to hear about the preservation that's going on here in Heraklion. So that's all I have for now. I'm hoping to learn more from everyone, and I really appreciate the opportunity to learn and grow with you, and I'm so proud to be a Cretan. So thank you for having me today.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για αυτή την πρόσκληση και την Οργανωτική Επιτροπή, αλλά και την Scientific Committee for this invitation and to be here to attend this so important seminar and symposium. My field of expertise is ancient philosophy. So the connection with the symposium theme is an opportunity to remember the beginnings of the Mediterranean diet and to appreciate its importance. My topic is the olive tree and fruit in ancient philosophical texts. The Mediterranean diet is not a strict diet, but one could classify it more as an eating style that helps humans to maintain health and increase life expectancy. The menu of this eating habit consists of fruits and vegetables, whole grains, beans, and seeds, with a few nuts and an emphasis on virgin olive oil and olive fruit. This diet has been rediscovered in the last 50 years, although Greeks, among a few other Mediterranean populations, were accustomed to this kind of nutrition from the beginnings of their appearance, very probably without even realizing it. Going back to the reading of ancient texts, especially those of Greek mythology, ancient literature, and history of philosophy, I will attempt to show the existing evidence of this method of choosing the right food and how much this nutrition model not only influences the individual's life, but also contributes to and depicts the life among citizens. Within the different kinds of fruits or seeds, the first and foremost is the olive fruit. His reputation goes back to mythology and constitutes the symbol of peace and well-being of the ancient Greeks, since it takes the leading position due to its nutritive qualities. Theophrastus, Aristotle's pupil, in his treatise Enquiry into Plants, investigates olive oil cultivation along with wine and fig trees. The Roman agronomist Columella called the olive tree the queen of plants. The olive fruit and olive oil deeply influenced the Greek rituals and life. Moreover, along with its various nutritive qualities, the olive tree had different uses for everyone. Its wood was used for producing statues of the god, while the leaves of the olive tree tree were used for ballots, medicine, and phyllic matrices. Pausanias mentioned Heracles as the importer of the olive plant from the legendary Hyperborean countries in order to use its leaves in the wreath awarded in Olympic victors. But the Athenian legend wants Athena to offer to the city of Athens her beloved wild tree as a symbol of prosperity, peace, and harmony among its citizens and between Athens and its neighboring cities. This is the reason the city had taken the name of the goddess, and the Athenians worshipped Athena for her generous gesture to them. As the legend goes, it is because of the high protection to the city of Athens by the goddess that the olive tree, which Athena had planted near the Erechtheion, the oldest tree of the world according to Herodotus, is said to have sprung up again a day after the destruction of the temple by the Persians in 480 BC. Instead, the olive tree coexists with the Greek literature because from the Homeric poems it constitutes an everlasting topic that interconnects the lives of both gods and humans. In this context, the poet of the Homeric hymn to Demeter personifies the olive tree because its uninterrupted presence in human life confuses the reasoning which at the end attributes to it human properties. Therefore, in the poem cited above, although Persephone is screaming because of her abduction by Hades, nobody can hear her voice, not even the rich olive trees in fine fruits. Demeter is running towards the sound of her daughter's voice, but in vain. Finally, exhausted by the running and sorrow, the goddess sat at the shade under the thick growth of an olive tree that had grown by itself near a spring. In fact, the olive tree grows spontaneously everywhere thanks to the wind that carries its pollen of its flowers onto a rocky ground. This is one of the reasons that its rich fruit, so valuable for the strengthening of the organism, became the basic seasoning with which Athenians attempted to liven up their rather poor daily diet of bread. Everything cited above serves as evidence for the olive fruit merit, as well as all kinds of seeds given as divine gifts of the cultivated Attica's landscape. So, in the hymn to Demeter, the goddess refuses to drink the red wine offered to her by Metaneira, ordering her to mix some barley and water with delicate pennyroyal and to give her the potion to drink. Demeter chooses to drink the simple seeds mixture of which she is the giver. In Sophocles' tragedy, Oedipus at Colonus, the chorus says, "And there is a thing such it is not heard of an Asian ground, nor as ever yet born in the great Dorian isle of Pelops, a plan unconquered, self-renewing, causing terror to destroying enemies. It greatly flourishes in this land, the grey-leafed oil, nurturer of children. Youth cannot harm it by his ravages and his hand, nor can any who lives with old age. For the sleepless eye of Zeus Moreus watches over it, a grey-eyed Athena. Hence, it is easy to assume that the olive tree is also protected by the king of the gods, since in his quality of Moreus' use, he gives the olive tree a sacred existence. It is indeed true that in general Greeks at the war did not cut down one another's olive tree, recognizing how long they took to come to maturity. We learn from Lycia's speech on the olive stump that whoever thought of cutting out even an olive stump was accused of being guilty by the Aeropagus, since an olive tree could spring up again only from a stump. The decision of the court of banishment to death for such a cause must be considered in the context of impiety. Both the city and the citizens are interconnected with the cultivated landscape of Attica, since the lands outside its frontiers constitute the conflict area among the neighboring cities. The new Athenian citizen, fully inscribed when becoming hoplite in the territory of the city, which coincides with the cultivated space, as proved by the oath taken by the Thebes at the moment they promoted to the condition of hoplites. Apart from the mythology and divine protection that justify the worship of the citizens towards the gods, a careful reading of the ancient philosophical texts also offers the reader rich material on the presence of the olive tree and its fruit in the Athenian context. There are many stories about Diogenes of Sinope and his confrontation with Alexander the Great, as well as with many citizens and philosophers in Athens. Among its preferences seem to have been the counterparts with Plato. Legendary or not, it is a common secret that the Athenian popular tradition liked to bring these two men into confrontation. One of the common subjects of contradiction between the two philosophers was the simple meals Plato used to take, not only in his everyday meals, but also when invited to attend dinners. Diogenes Laertius, in his Lives of Philosophers, reports an anecdote between Diogenes of Sinope and Plato himself. Diogenes, observing Plato one day at a costly banquet taking only olives to eat, told him, "How it is you, the philosopher, who sail to Sicily for the sake of these dishes now when they are before you do not enjoy them?" "Nay, by the gods," Diogenes replied Plato, "there also for the most part I lived upon olives and such alike." "Why then," said Diogenes, "did you need to go to Syracuse? Was it that Attica at that time did not grow olives?" From the above dialogue, we must not only assume that Plato liked simple meals as was customary in the city of Athens, but it is also worth seeing that it focuses on the information about the abundance of olive trees in the landscape of Attica. Xenophon, in Memorabilia 294, informs us that a wealthy landowner like Crito, Socrates' friend, got from his lands crops of corn, olives, wine, and wool. In the second book of Plato's Republic, Socrates describes the first city model, the first utopia, in which the citizens live an harmonious and simple life, divided as they are into different groups of employees: builders, farmers, weavers, shoemakers, and healers. They all live cooperating with each other. They eat seeds, olives, and figs, and other fruits, all gifts of the earth, and the nutrition made by a very simple way of cooking. They make use of animals, but uniquely for work of the land. They do not eat meat, and because of their healthy meals, they have no need for doctors, but only for healers in case of a work accident. The city constitutes an ecological prototype, since every human being lives a natural life distant from governance, armies, and fear of war. This kind of city promotes an easy life built in self-sufficiency. But let us hear Socrates himself arguing about the city. "I forgot that they," he says, "the inhabitants of the city, will also have relishes, salt, of course, and olives, and cheese, and onions, and greens, the sort of things they boil in the country, they will boil up together. But for dessert, we will serve them figs, and chickpeas, and beans, And they will toast milled berries and acorns before the fire, washing them down with moderate potations, and so, living in peace and health, they will probably die in old age and hand on a like life to their offspring. Socrates characterizes simple feeding a healthy food, as well as Xenophon Memorabilia says, Socrates equals Attic good feeding to a synonym of eating at all. This kind of simple feeding is defended a short time later also by the Cynics, both as healthy and as a renunciation to useless culinary luxury. Diogenes of Sinope liked feeding on olives for breakfast, thinking that even a nice baked cake was not worthwhile, since the feeling of hunger is satisfied with the simple gifts of the earth. The Cynic Crates, his pupil, on the other hand, loved to eat lentils, and it was lentils that caused the interruption of the relationship between the Stoic Zeno and his master Crates. The consumption of the simple products of the earth ensures health and an easy life, distant from the vain search of complicated foods, which very often are causes of diseases and conflicts between poor and rich citizens. It is evident, then, that simple food confirms political and ethical positive results and suggests a practical solution to civil discord. During the Hellenistic era, the simple food became the main issue for a happy life, promoting self-sufficiency both to the city and the citizens. The city is content as well with its own production, since it rejects luxuries. In such a manner, the desire for few products coming from the neighboring cities is absent, and consequently there is no need for war. Distant from the fear of war and the conquest of new goods, people enjoy the goods that their own land gives them without even knowing being cultivating. Olives, figs, thyme, seeds, and garlic. In this context of simple food, the Cynics, Crates par excellence, find enjoyment and pleasure. Coming to the end of this talk, I would like to sum up the previous information. The everlasting existence of the olive tree, fruit, and olive oil go along with the centuries, intertwined as they are with the history of cities and people. Olive fruit is a rich feeding article, ensuring strength and health. Combined with the abundant appearance everywhere in Greece, from Crete to Macedonia, it makes Greeks attribute a sacred essence to it. In this vein, the olive branch as a prize became the goal for the athlete during the athletic competitions in ancient Greece. The intensity of vigor and competition and the attempt to win the prize is an antidote to death, a hymn to human life, combined with the anxiety for the potential loss of nature to regenerate and fertilize the natural world. Hence, the competition and the prize had a twofold meaning. On the one hand, olive wreaths in Olympia and in Athens were the means by which nature channeled its lifeblood to the victor and his attempts. On the other hand, it was the athlete who was worshipping his strength and youth as an offering to nature itself. Nevertheless, the evidence of the olive tree in literature, history, and philosophical texts denotes the existing links between religion, moral beliefs, and judicial rules. Finally, it confirms how the simple diet and the olive par excellence acts as a factor in the self-sufficiency of the city and as a determinant of relations between citizens and cities. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank very much my childhood idol, Aris Kefalogiannis. We grew up together in Crete. Then he left to go to Athens, where he became a star in water polo, and he has been always my childhood idol, along with my other good friend who is in the audience, Pantelis Sapounakis. He's the owner of 7 hotels on Crete, and he's one of the aficionados of Cretan diet in his own hotels, and I have to give credit to him. I think classic medicine messed up over the last 70 years as far as nutrition concerned. If somebody told me during my university time that I was about to give a lecture on nutrition or on Greek diet, everybody would have laughed at that time. And then, because we were talking about McDonald's and Wendy's and fast food, that's not the real problem. The problem is when Procter & Gamble gives or a kind of donates money to the American Heart Association in order to have guidelines based on research funded by third parties which are commercial. So over the last 70 years, I think we did not do very much as far as classical medicine concerned. I believe we have never been taught in the university. I've been in many different countries. I studied in Canada, in America, and United Kingdom. Not even in their curriculums I've ever seen any kind of nutrition curriculum in the medical students up till early 2000. Okay, and this is the story about Mediterranean diet. And because I have to pay tribute to my home country and to Greece, and to Crete, of course, θα το πω στα ελληνικά. Όλα ξεκινάνε το 1946, όταν ο μεγάλος Νίκος Καζαντζάκης, σαν ανώτερος υπάλληλος του Υπουργείου, έρχεται στην Κρήτη για να καταγράψει τις θηριωδίες των Γερμανών και της γερμανικής κατοχής. Υπάρχουν μάλιστα ορισμένα τεύχη τα οποία μπορείτε να τα βρείτε. Είναι μερικά τεύχη τα οποία είναι εξαφανισμένα για κάποιους λόγους, αλλά μπορείτε να τα βρείτε ακόμα, και τα οποία δίνουν τη δεινή θέση των Κρητών μετά από πλήρη καταστροφή. Όπως ξέρετε, αμήνθηκε πάρα πολύ η Κρήτη, για αυτούς που είναι κριτική, αμήνθηκε και κατεστράφει ολοσχερός. Αλλά τότε μιλούσαμε για αυτό τον κριτικό, αυτό που λέμε σήμερα τον τηλεκανή. Δηλαδή, βλέπετε είναι λιπόσαρκος, είναι λεπτός, μιλούσαμε για αυτόν. Δεν υπάρχει καμία σχέση. Αυτός ο κριτικός δεν υπάρχει σήμερα. Λοιπόν, πώς έγινε η δίαιτα? Επειδή ο Καζαντζάκης περιέγραψε την όλη κατάσταση με τρομακτικά λόγια και φυσικά και με πολύ γλαφυρό τρόπο, το Rockefeller Institute από τη Νέα Υόρκη στέλνει ανθρώπους για να δουν τις κακές συνθήκες που ζούσαν οι Κρητικοί. Και ξαφνικά βλέπουν ένα διαμάντι. Ότι για αυτό που παρήγαγε η Κρήτη και για αυτά τα resources που είχε η Κρήτη, οι Κρητικοί ζούσαν πολύ καλά. Και φυσικά θα πρέπει να δώσουμε tribute στο ζεύγος Τριχοπούλου, που ουσιαστικά ολοκληρώνει το 2003 αυτό τον κύκλο και κάνει την κρητική δίαιτα την επιτομή της μεσογειακής δίαιτας. Όταν μιλάμε για μεσογειακή δίαιτα, μιλάμε για περίπου 20 διαφορετικές δίαιτες, που παίζει ρόλο η θρησκεία, παίζει ρόλο η γεωγραφία, παίζει ρόλο αν θέλετε, τις ιδιαιτερότητες της κάθε περιοχής. Αλλά ουσιαστικά αρχίζει με τον Καζαντζάκη και τελειώνει με τους Τριχόπουλους, κατά με. Ενώ είμαι οφθαλμίατρος, λοιπόν, θέλω να σας πω, although I'm an eye doctor, I never see straight in the eyes of my patients. I do not see eyes. I let the patient to enter my room, and I let him walk for 3-4 days, and I see what kind of elephant I have in the room. And the most common elephant in the room, as far as nutrition, as far as Cretan diet, as far as Mediterranean diet concerned, is this one. Is the single most expensive case study in the Western and US American history, as well as the most great expenditure in every year in the yearly budget of US and Europe health budget. This is the metabolic syndrome. It's a typical man with, you see, high blood pressure, high blood glucose, high lipid profile, a large waist size, and low HDL levels. This is, if you have 3 of those things, then you qualify for metabolic syndrome. If I see this patient, I know I have a chronic problem here. I know I have, number one, I have hypoxia. I know I have chronic inflammation, and all the rest, which I might see or might not see. It's a question of time when the rest will come. Of course, adherence to the Mediterranean type is associated with multiple health benefits. There's no doubt about it. Everybody keeps saying that, and I'm not going to be talking about this because everybody talks about diet. However, this is not only diet and nutrition and nutrients. It's also the recipient. It's also the human being who takes that. And this is what we have to pay attention very much, is what we carry in our gastroenteric system. We call what is called microbiome, is a number of microorganisms that we host over the last 4 million years, 4 million years, and this is called microbiome. Also, we have a particular flora in our mouth, in our bronchi, as well as in all genitalia, as well as in all other parts of our body. And then, around us, there is a nebula of other microorganisms. This is what we are. This is the human being, and around us is microorganism, inside us are microorganism. And it's the interaction between these microorganisms and whatever nutrition we put into our body that makes, at the end, to be healthy or not healthy. Also, apart from nutrition, very important is what we eat, of course, but the most important is when we eat. In National Health Institute, there have been sacrificed hundreds of guinea pigs to find out at what time of the day is the optimal day to have your last dinner. And because I come from a very long Cretan family, I know that my ancestors, they were having a fasting time. They were not eating the common nutritional error. Small meals, very frequent meals. Absolutely no. You have to have a fasting time where the body rests and process. So what we eat is less important sometimes than when we eat, or equally important. And then I put the 4 C's, which is sleep, smoke, sun, sedentary life. This is called the exposome. This is what surrounds us and conditions our life. If we sit down or we work out, if we smoke or we don't smoke, if we get exposure to the sun or not, and then how we sleep. Sleep is the most or even more important to nutrition, or equally important to nutrition. And then I go a little bit to the eye, just to let you know that the eye is a small camera. It's a very sophisticated camera. The front part of the eye is like a camera, which is the lens, which you say cornea, pupil, and the back part of the eye is the macula. The macula is the center of, this is the optic nerve, what you see in the left, and you see the on the right, you see the macula. Macula is the, you hear very often, I have macular problems, I have macula. It's not that I have macula, I have macular degeneration. You have aging damage to the very center of the eye. And what does that mean? That you lose your central vision. You do not see. If I open my hands and stand in front of you, you cannot see my face, but you can see my hands. This is a kind of a very incapacitating disease. There are 750 million nowadays, as we're speaking, with debilitating disease nowadays globally, and the total cost is approximately $350 billion on these patients. So it's a major health problem worldwide. And of course, we expect to have more and more because as the life expectancy increases, we expect to have more and more macular degeneration, and therefore we have to have more and more means to tackle that. And what is tackling is slowing the disease process, which, apart from aging, has a genetic background as well as the environmental factors, especially what I said to you before, apart from the diet as well as the exposome, all the surrounding environment. And this is how it looks. You see all these white things, these yellow things, they accumulate. This is the so-called dry macular degeneration. This is still innocuous. You can see, okay. Then this is more confluent here. You have much more problem. And then you start having hemorrhage in the center of the eyesight, and therefore you have a very sick eye and a very unhappy, almost suicidal patients many times. So no known therapies slow progression from early to intermediate. But we know now, and there's a lot of research on that we have progression from the intermediate to late, having different supplements as well as Cretan diet. Cretan diet now is a very globally accepted methodology to tackle this disease based on extra virgin oil. Extra virgin oil is not only for macular degeneration. Because of the antioxidant capacity, it's very good for cataract prevention as well as it's a very good lubricant. I remind you that lubrication, dry eyes, in other words, it's one of the most, another incapacitating disease. As we grow older, we get very dry and we have very debilitating situation with our eyes. Honey as well is a very important part of the Cretan diet because of the anti-inflammatory substances, very good anti-cataract as well as macular degeneration. All the leafy vegetables and the fruits that everybody before me very elegantly said. And this is dairy products. This is what our ancestors used to have, not shelved, not very much milk, mainly cheese and yogurt from their own production, and of course a lot of nuts and herbs. And the reason being is this is the dietary nitrate from the leafy green vegetable has been associated with less risk of progression. And what we now know is the RH2 and RH1. This is the age-related eye disease study, which practically gives recommendation what supplements you should get in age macular degeneration. Practically, if you see, it's vitamin C, E, beta-carotene, lutein, zeaxanthin, zinc, and copper. So this is the nutrition that we give as a tablet to oral patients, but at the same time, supplement is not enough. We have to change the dietary habits as well as the approach of the whole patient. I have a number of studies from America as well as from Europe, which of course they somehow potentiate and corroborate the fact that yes, this is the diet, this is the way to go. I put a little bit of fish intake because this is very important compared to low intake of red meat. But at the end of the day, I keep insisting, we have to take care of ourselves, and we have to be in a good relation with our gut microbiome. We have to have all this population of microorganisms inside us, which acts as an organ, as an extra organ, and around us in equilibrium. And that's why we do all this kind of nutrition, and that's why we're talking about this diet. I don't think I have to add anymore. Thank you very much.
Θα ήθελα επίσης εγώ να σας ευχαριστήσω και να συγχαρώ τον Άρη τον Κεφαλογιάννη. Δεν τον γνώριζα πριν, τον γνώρισα τώρα μέσω του φίλου μου του Γιάννη του Ναζδανίδη. που μου είπε για αυτή την διοργάνωση. Χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ που έχει γίνει αυτό το πράγμα. Εγώ θα μιλήσω όλα στα ελληνικά. Τα έχω γράψει στα αγγλικά, αλλά επειδή δεν θα το κάνω σαν τον Γιάννη, επειδή δεν μιλάει τόσο πολύ καλά, πιστεύω ότι οι υπόλοιποι θα καταλάβουν και θα τα διαβάσουν. Η κριτική διατροφή, ουσιαστικά εγώ πέρασα τα περισσότερα χρόνια μου στη Γαλλία, στο Στρασβούργο, όχι μόνο στο Στρασβούργο, αλλά και στην Νίκαια, σπουδάζοντας καρδιολογία και επεμβατική καρδιολογία. Δούλεψα εκεί, ήμουνα επίκουρος καθηγητής μέχρι το 3-4 και μετά επέστρεψα εδώ. Όταν λοιπόν ήταν να επιστρέψω στην Ελλάδα, όλοι οι φίλοι μου γιατροί με ρωτούσαν, μα γιατί πας εκεί πέρα? Εκεί δεν έχει κανένας καρδιολογικά προβλήματα. Για ποιο λόγο? Γιατί στη Γαλλία τουλάχιστον και σε όλο το υπόλοιπο εξωτερικό, η κριτική διατροφή είναι τρομερά γνωστή. Όλα αυτά τα χρόνια, και τουλάχιστον μέχρι που να γυρίσω εγώ πριν από 15 χρόνια στην Κρήτη, δεν μιλούσαν για μεσογειακή διατροφή. Μιλούσαν για κρητική διατροφή. Η κρητική διατροφή ήταν αυτή που άρχισε όλη αυτή την ιστορία και μετά ακολούθησαν, γιατί ουσιαστικά δεν υπήρξε κανένας για να υπερασπιστεί την κρητική διατροφή, γιατί ούτε εμείς οι ίδιοι δεν το γνωρίζουμε. Και γι' αυτό το λόγο χαίρομαι ιδιαίτερα που διοργανώθηκε για πρώτη φορά αυτό το συμπόσιο, γιατί πιστεύω επιτέλους θα είναι ένα πρώτο βήμα για να αναδειχθεί αυτή η διατροφή που έχει πολλές ιδιαιτερότητες. Δεν είναι ακριβώς μόνο μεσογειακή, όπως είπε η αγαπητή Άρτεμις. Έχει πάρα πολλά χορταρικά, άγνωστα χορταρικά για όλους τους υπόλοιπους μεσογειακούς λαούς. Δεν έχω ζήσει τόσο πολύ στην Ιταλία, αλλά έχω ζήσει πάρα πολλά χρόνια στη Νότια Γαλλία, έχω ζήσει αρκετά και στην Ισπανία κτλ. Δεν υπάρχει όλος αυτός ο πλούτος από χορταρικά. Εδώ πέρα καθημερινά η κάθε μαμά, γιαγιά κτλ. Παίρνει την τζαντούλα της, πάει στο δρόμο, μαζεύει χορταράκια που ξέρει ακριβώς ποια εποχή θα βγουν, ποια θα είναι, πού θα είναι, ποια θα είναι καλά κτλ. Τα φέρνει στο σπίτι, τα σερβίρει με λάδι και με λεμόνι, που είναι απίστευτα αντιοξυδοτικά και τα δύο, παρθένα. Ένα άλλο, ας πούμε, πολύ σημαντικό, είναι, εμείς λέμε, ας πούμε, μιλάνε παντού για τους ξηρούς καρπούς. Ναι, ποιοι ξηροί καρποί? Όχι όλοι οι ξηροί καρποί. Έτσι. Ο βασιλιάς των ξηρών καρπών είναι το αμύγδαλο. Εδώ πώς καταλαβαίνουμε την άνοιξη στην Κρήτη? Με τις αμυγδαλιές. Όλα τα σπίτια στην Κρήτη είχαν αμύγδαλα. Όταν πήγαινε σε ένα σπίτι, σε κερνούσαν αμύγδαλα. Σε κερνούσαν λίγο μέλι και καρύδια. Αμύγδαλα, καρύδια είναι τα βασικά αντιοξυδοτικά από όλα αυτά τα ξηρούς καρπούς. Οπότε, τέλος πάντων, για να μην μακρηγορούμε, γιατί είσαστε ήδη κουρασμένοι, ορισμένα πράγματα μάλλον δεν τα γνωρίζουμε ούτε εμείς οι ίδιοι. Και εμείς, όπως ο Γιάννης, είχαμε κάποια, τώρα που μεγαλώνουμε, μικραίνουμε μάλλον, είχαμε κάποιους προβληματισμούς σύμφωνα με το anti-aging. Οπότε άρχισαμε να φιλοσοφούμε λίγο. Είχε ένα αγαπητό φίλο που είχε γράψει ένα εξαιρετικό βιβλίο. Εγώ διάβασα κάτι άλλο. Είχα τον ελεύθερο χρόνο μου, ας πούμε, στον κορονοϊό. Έκανα και ένα μεταπτυχιακό στο anti-aging. Οπότε είδαμε διάφορα πράγματα, όπως τα μικροβιώματα, όπως τη διατροφή και διάφορα τέτοια, τον ύπνο, όλα αυτά, τα οποία τα συναντάμε όμως στην καθημερινότητα της κριτικής, τουλάχιστον παλιότερης ζωής. Σίγουρα, γιατί πολλές φορές είχαν αναρωτηθεί αν και κατά πόσον η κριτική διατροφή είναι κάτι που υπάρχει ακόμα και σήμερα ή είναι κάτι που έχει εξαφανιστεί και ότι ήταν μονάχα ένα ουσιαστικά τυχαίο σύμβαμα που αφορούσε τους Δελικανίδες. Δεν είναι ακριβώς έτσι. Αυτός ο τρόπος υπάρχει ακόμα και σήμερα. Δεν είναι τόσο γνωστός πλέον σε αυτές τις πολιτείες που ζούμε εμείς και τα λοιπά με τον τρόπο που τρώμε, αλλά υπάρχουν ακόμα, όπως θα σας δείξω και λίγο αργότερα, παραδείγματα που ζουν με αυτόν τον τρόπο, ακολουθούν αυτόν τον τρόπο και θα είναι καλό να το αναδείξουμε αυτό και να το υποστηρίξουμε και να το κατά κάποιο τρόπο όχι προωθήσουμε όσο γινόταν περισσότερο. Λοιπόν, εγώ θα σας μιλήσω σε ένα πρώτο κομμάτι όσον αφορά την κριτική διατροφή και τον καρδιακοικονομικό κίνδυνο που με αφορά ιδιαίτερα πολύ. Η αρχή της όλης της ιστορίας έγινε από ένα αγαπητό κύριο, ο Άνσελ Κέινς, ο οποίος ουσιαστικά έκανε αυτή την, να μην τα λέμε πάρα πολύ, περισσότερο τα ξέρουν, τέλος πάντων έκανε μια μελέτη η οποία ήταν οι 7 χωρών και συνέκρινε την μακροβιότητα ή την θνησιμότητα μεταξύ των νότιων και βορείων λαών. Από αυτούς λοιπόν τους νότιους και βόρειους λαούς διαπίστωσε ότι ιδιαίτερα στο νότο και ιδιαίτερα στην Κρήτη, περισσότερο από οτιδήποτε άλλο μέρος, όχι τόσο πολύ, και στην Ιταλία σίγουρα υπάρχει, αλλά κυρίως στην Κρήτη, οι κάτοικοι είχαν το μεγαλύτερο προσδόκιμο. Το μεγαλύτερο προσδόκιμο λοιπόν θεωρήθηκε, επειδή είναι μεσογειακή και είχαν κάπως ανάλογα και στις υπόλοιπα μέρη, ότι οφείλεται στην Κρητική που ονομάστηκε μεσογειακή διατροφή. Αυτή λοιπόν η κρητική διατροφή είχε χαμηλότερα κορεσμένα λιπαρά. Αυτό ήταν το βασικό χαρακτηριστικό που κατέληξαν σε μια πρώτη μελέτη. Ακολούθησαν άλλες μελέτες, κυρίως και στην Ελλάδα από τον κύριο Καφάτο το 1991 και αργότερα από το Ρενό με την μελέτη της Λιόν, όπου ανέδειξαν ότι ουσιαστικά χρησιμοποιώντας την κρητική διατροφή είχαμε μία μείωση των συμβαμάτων, των καρδιαγγειακών συμβαμάτων μετά από ένα έμφραγμα, δηλαδή σε ένα πληθυσμό ανθρώπων που είχαν περάσει ένα έμφραγμα, η μείωση των συμβαμάτων ήταν 70%. 70% δεν πετυχαίνουμε με κανένα φάρμακο. Οι στατίνες, που είναι ένα βασικό φάρμακο που χρησιμοποιούμε τώρα για να χαμηλώσουμε τη χολυστερίνη και για την οποία έχει πάρθει και το βραβείο Νόμπελ, δηλαδή θα πρέπει να δώσουμε ένα ανάλογο για την κρητική διατροφή, δεν επιτυχάνει αυτά τα ποσοστά. Επιτυχάνει πολύ λιγότερα. Οπότε αντιλαμβανόμαστε πόσο σημαντικό είναι. Θα ήθελα να σας πω ήδη στον παρόδο ότι στα κέντρα αποκατάστασης που δεν υπάρχουν στην Ελλάδα ακόμα για καρδιοπαθείς, στο εξωτερικό, οποιοδήποτε περάσει ένα καρδιαγγειακό σύμβαμα, μόλις φύγει, μάλλον πριν να φύγει από το νοσοκομείο, του έχουν δώσει και ένα χαρτάκι, ένα ραντεβού, μια νοσηλεία, συνεχίζεται η νοσηλεία του για να πάει σε ένα κέντρο αποκατάστασης, όπου στο κέντρο αποκατάστασης θα μείνει 1 με 2 εβδομάδες συνήθως για να μάθει πώς να κινείται, να αθλείται και πώς να διατρέφεται. Σε όλη τη Γαλλία, τα μαθήματα που κάνουν σε καθημερινή και εβδομαδιαία βάση και τη διατροφή που τηρούν είναι η κρητική διατροφή. Κάνουν μαθήματα κρητικής μαγειρικής σε όλα τα κέντρα αποκατάστασης στη Γαλλία. Και φαντάζομαι και στις υπόλοιπες χώρες βορειοευρωπαϊκές που την έχουν ονομάσει σιγά-σιγά μεσογειακή. Οι Γάλλοι ακόμα την ονομάζουν κρητική διατροφή, γιατί ξέρουν ότι και αυτοί έχουν μεσογειακή διατροφή, αλλά δεν είναι η ίδια. Έτσι, άμα πας να φας κασουλέ στη Νότια Γαλλία, θα κάνεις και 1 εβδομάδα να χωνέψεις. Την πρώτη φορά 1 εβδομάδα έκανα. Και άμα φας κουσκούς από την άλλη μεριά, φοβερό, ναι, αλλά έχει 7 κιλά λιπαρά μέσα. Ξέρω πιο πολύ λίπος παρά οτιδήποτε άλλο. Οπότε, να συνεχίσουμε έτσι. Λοιπόν, και ποιο ήταν το ωραίο της υπόθεσης, ότι διαπίστωσαν λοιπόν σε αυτές τις μελέτες ότι δεν ήταν τόσο ότι μειώνεται μονάχα, δεν μειώνεται τόσο πολύ τα κακά λιπαρά και αυξάνονται τα καλά λιπαρά, τα LDL, τα HDL που γνωρίζουμε, αλλά ουσιαστικά αυξάνονται κάποιες άλλες ουσίες και κάποια αντιοξυδωτικές ουσίες που ουσιαστικά βοηθάνε στην αύξηση της μακροβιότητας των καλών αποτελεσμάτων. Έχουμε φτάσει και στις μέρες μας, όπου το 2017 έχουν δημοσιευτεί άλλες μελέτες που δείχνουν πάλι το ίδιο πράγμα, αλλά όχι μόνο. Τώρα το γυρίσαμε από την κριτική, από το καρδιομεταβολικό σύνδρομο και έχουμε φτάσει σε οφθαλμολογικά προβλήματα, έχουμε φτάσει στον καρκίνο, έχουμε φτάσει στη μείωση του διαβήτη, στη μείωση της παχυσαρκίας και σε ένα γενικό πρόβλημα που ονομάζουμε μεταβολικό σύνδρομο κτλ. Τώρα, ποια είναι αυτά τα χαρακτηριστικά? Ένα από τα χαρακτηριστικά, για να το πούμε, είναι ότι δεν τρώμε πολύ κρέας. Το κρέας πρέπει να είναι, το κόκκινο ειδικά, 2 φορές την εβδομάδα. Τα κοτοπουλερικά, έτσι, 1 φορά. Το ψάρι, ξέρουμε ότι όλοι οι κριτικοί δεν τρώνε ψάρι. Έτσι, δεν τρώνε συνέχεια ψάρι. Πού και πού τρώνε, και μικρά ψάρια. Δεν τρώνε μεγάλα ψάρια που πάμε εμείς να διαλέξουμε μόνο τα μεγάλα. Επίσης, τρώνε όμως καθημερινά, έχουν στη διατροφή τους χορταρικά, έχουν σαλάτα. Ξέρετε ότι εγώ μέχρι πριν από λίγο καιρό νόμιζα ότι τα αγκούρια ήταν εντελώς. Εντάξει, είναι δροσερά κτλ. Αλλά τα αγκούρια έχουν αυτή τη φυσετίνη, που είναι ένα κατεξοχήν anti-aging συστατικό. Έτσι. Μην ξεχάσουμε τις ντομάτες, να μην ξεχάσουμε που είναι καθημερινά στη διατροφή μας. Καθημερινά στη διατροφή μας έχουμε τη σαλάτα. Ήθελα να σας πω ότι πριν να έρθω λοιπόν εγώ στην Ελλάδα, φανταζόμουν ότι από την Ελλάδα θα πρέπει να την κάνουμε brand name. Το είχα πει στον Αρναουτάκη, το είχα κατέβει στις εκλογές. Θα πρέπει να το κάνουμε ένα βιολογικό πάρκο εδώ πέρα και να εξάγουμε μόνο τα προϊόντα τα κρητικά. Φανταζόμουν λοιπόν κάτι αεροπλάνα να πετάνε και να γράφουν Crete and diet, ξέρω, ανά τον κόσμο, ας πούμε. Δυστυχώς δεν το κατάλαβα, εύκολο να το καταφέρει ο Άρης. Λοιπόν, οπότε, τέλος πάντων, για να μην μακρηγορούμε, όλα αυτά λοιπόν η κριτική διατροφή μας δίνει. Και τώρα τελευταία, επειδή όντως εδώ και 2 χρόνια ένα από τα βασικά προβλήματα και προβληματισμοί της παγκόσμιας κοινότητας, της ιατρικής κοινότητας, είναι το well aging. Έτσι, πώς θα γεράσουμε καλύτερα. Για ποιο λόγο μας ενδιαφέρει το να γεράσουμε καλύτερα? Δεν είναι μόνο για να έχουμε υγιείς κατοίκους, αλλά για να έχουμε και λίγο ανθρώπους που έχουν λιγότερο κόστος. Γιατί ένας άρρωστος άνθρωπος, δυστυχώς, θα κοστίσει πάρα πολύ στο σύστημα υγείας. Αν όμως είναι υγιής, τότε θα έχει πολύ θετικότερο αποτέλεσμα στην υγεία κλπ. Οπότε, ένα από τα βασικά χαρακτηριστικά σε αυτή τη διατροφή, μάλλον στον τρόπο, γιατί δεν είναι πλέον μόνο η διατροφή, όπως είπε ο Γιάννης, είναι ένας τρόπος ζωής. Ο τρόπος ζωής έχει μια διατροφή, έχει το περιβάλλον, πρέπει να έχει μια κοινωνική δραστηριότητα πολύ σημαντική, που έχουν εδώ πέρα, έχει ο τόπος μας και τα χωριά μας. Πρέπει να έχει ένα καλό τρόπο να κοιμάται καλά. Πρέπει να έχει συνήθως και ένα μικρό υψόμετρο. Πρέπει να έχει μια κινητικότητα. Όλα αυτά ο τόπος μας σε πάρα πολλά σημεία το συνδυάζει. Και πριν από λίγο καιρό, και σε ένα άλλο που βοηθάει πάρα πολύ και ειδικά τους άντρες, είναι το erectile dysfunction, πάρα πολύ. Λοιπόν, έχουν γίνει κάποιες μελέτες και έχουν αναδείξει κάποιες περιοχές που πιθανόν να μην το γνωρίζουμε πάρα πολύ καλά, που είναι η blue zone. Στις blue zone, λοιπόν, η Κρήτη δεν βρέθηκε μέσα, βρέθηκε η Ικαρία όμως, από την Ελλάδα. Βρέθηκε η Σικελία, στην Ιταλία, κάποιο μέρος στην Αμερική, κοντά στην Καλιφόρνια, στην Ιαπωνία κλπ. Αυτές οι blue zone είναι κάτι πάρα πολύ πολύτιμο για τις περιοχές που υπάρχει, γιατί ουσιαστικά είναι ένας τρόπος να έλξεις ανθρώπους. Γιατί σήμερα πλέον αναζητούμε ένα τέτοιο τρόπο. Η Κρήτη είναι ένας τέτοιος τόπος, δεν τον έχουμε αναδείξει. Πρόσφατα εμείς είχαμε συμμετέχει σε ένα κονσόρτιμο εδώ πέρα στην περιφέρεια, όπου εμείς αναλάβαμε ως Ασκληπιός και τα λοιπά το κομμάτι το ιατρικό. Επειδή όντως αυτό που μας ενδιέφερε πολύ τώρα τελευταία ήταν και το aging και πώς μπορούμε να προτείνουμε πράγματα ως εναλλακτικά για τουρισμό, ιατρικό τουρισμό κτλ. Κάναμε μια μικρή έρευνα, πάρα πολύ απλή. Η μικρή έρευνα είχε να κάνει με βλέποντας τα στατιστικά τις τελευταίες στατιστικά το 2011. Σε αυτά, γιατί τα 2020 που ξανά δεν τα είχαμε. Σε αυτά λοιπόν τα στατιστικά είδαμε ότι ορισμένα σημεία στην Κρήτη είχαν πολύ καλύτερα ποσοστά μακροβιότητας από ό,τι έχει η Ικαρία. Κατά μία μονάδα. Δηλαδή η Ικαρία είναι στο 7,8 και εμείς είμαστε στο 8,7 στο Λασίθι, στο οροπέδιο του Λασιθίου. Και αυτό είμαστε σε μια διαδικασία και θα θέλαμε να δουλέψουμε μαζί, ούτως ώστε να το αναδείξουμε. Σίγουρα υπάρχουν κάποια κριτήρια. Αυτό το πράγμα υπάρχει λοιπόν, είναι στην καθημερινότητά μας, υπάρχουν τέτοιοι τρόποι ζωής και αυτό μπορεί να αποτελέσει ένα πολύτιμο εργαλείο για να δείξουμε και την κριτική διατροφή και τον τρόπο ζωής στην Κρήτη. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Και εύχομαι ό,τι καλύτερο για αυτές τις...
Thank you for a very inspiring first table panel. I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to first open it to the floor and see any first reactions, comments, because clearly you've seen we've gone from sort of philosophy and abstracts and readings from some old publications that, by the way, a couple of them we used in our last April at YALE. We did a revival of the ancient Greek cuisine, and we extracted some of the same things you mentioned about lentils and olive oil and used that in how you build a menu using ingredients, but also bringing the history and the the antiquity into that. So the students were exposed to some of the things you mentioned. But we've gone fast forward thousands of years in modern technology and medicine and natural medicine. So hopefully you can see how we're trying to link sort of the food and the way of life from antiquity to current. So I'll pause there for questions from the floor, and then I'll pose my questions later. And when you, όταν ρωτάτε, απλώς αν είχετε συγκεκριμένη ερώτηση σε κάποιον συγκεκριμένο ή γενική. Okay. Okay.
Αφού ευχαριστήσω για τις ομιλίες, θα ήθελα να κάνω μια ερώτηση γενική για τους ομιλούντες. Είμαι εκπαιδευτικός σε ΕΠΑΛ και διδάσκω διατροφή. Οπότε όλα αυτά που άκουσα είναι πάρα πολύ όμορφα. Αυτό που θα ήταν να ρωτήσω, η προσπάθειά μας είναι να εμπνεύσουμε τα νέα παιδιά να ακολουθήσουν την κριτική διατροφή, που το έχουμε και σαν μάθημα. Στην τεχνολογία τροφίμων, στο β' τάξη ΕΠΑΛ, στο τομέα γεωπονικής. Προσπαθούμε λοιπόν να τα εμπνεύσουμε, γιατί όλα προέρχονται από χωριά. Οπότε ο τρόπος της διατροφής τους είναι κρέας. Δεν γνωρίζουν τίποτα άλλο, δεν θέλουν να γνωρίζουν κάτι άλλο. Και αν έχετε... Λάθος. Για την νεολαία μιλάω. Και την εμπειρία που έχω στους μαθητές μου στην τάξη μου. Η εμπειρία στην τάξη μου μιλάω.
Εγώ θα συμφωνήσω με την κυρία. Νομίζω έτσι είναι. Αυτή είναι, οι νέες γενιές τρώνε πάρα πολύ κρέας.
Μόνο κρέας. Και μάλιστα αν η ερώτηση σε εξετάσεις προφορικά ή σε τεστ, τι περιέχει η κρητική σαλάτα, δεν γνωρίζουν και μάλιστα λέω ή δεν το δίδαξα καλά ή δεν το τρώνε. Και απλά αφού δεν το τρώνε, δεν το γνωρίζουν. Καταλαβαίνετε τι συμπέρασμα. Λοιπόν, μία πρόταση για να μην σας μακρηγορώ, ευχαριστώ πολύ. Αν έτσι, πώς θα εμπνεύσουμε τα νέα παιδιά και ως έρευνα, να τα εμπνεύσουμε, να λειτουργήσουμε και ως κάτι άλλο που δεν μπορώ να σκεφτώ αυτή τη στιγμή. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Νομίζω, γιατί εγώ έχω δίδυμα, 11 χρονών στο σπίτι και από μικρά μάθανε να βγουν έξω, τι είναι αυτό το φαγητό. Πρέπει να αγγίξουν, πρέπει να μυρίσουν, πρέπει να βγουν έξω, να ξέρουν από πού έρχεται το ψωμί, από πού έρχεται, τι να τρώνε και αυτά. Και είναι κάτι άλλο που είναι πολύ ενδιαφέρον με αυτό που είπαμε και η καρδιακή, είναι η γλιστρίδα. Ξέρετε τι είναι η γλιστρίδα? Ναι. Που έχει, I'm going to do English and Greek here. Sorry. It has the highest level of vegan omega-3 fatty acids, glycerida, purslane. Και είναι κάτι που παντού το έχουμε. In the United States, it was such a problem that they actually imported a fly to try to eradicate it, and they couldn't do it because it's just such a wild herb. But that's one example of, you know, for kids, they need to experience it because they're on their phones so much. So my best advice, and my kids, you know, pretty good so far, but I would love to see more community gardens. I would love to see more community gardens associated with schools. And there is, in the United States, there are a number of places that are food deserts that are trying to incorporate that as well. So I think just get them out in nature and let them taste, let them try, let them smell.
Σίγουρα, όντως τρώνε και εγώ πιστεύω κρέας. Έχουν μάθει δυστυχώς, άμα δείτε, το κρέας είναι πολύ φθηνότερο από οτιδήποτε άλλο. Δεν είναι όμως μονάχα το κρέας. Είναι και οι υδατάνθρακες. Οι υδατάνθρακες είναι φοβερό πρόβλημα επίσης στη ζωή. Είναι ένα πρόβλημα μεγάλο, εξίσου μεγάλο. Ο άνθρωπος δεν ήταν συνηθισμένος να τρώει τόσους υδατάνθρακες. Τώρα έχουμε παντού υδατάνθρακες. Επειδή έχουμε κι εμείς μικρά, ένας ωραίος τρόπος ίσως, εκτός από το να τους τα πούμε, να τους το ξαναπούμε, το να βάζουμε πρώτο πιάτο τα λαχανικά, πριν να εμφανίσουμε οτιδήποτε άλλο. Αυτό είναι ένας ωραίος τρόπος να χάσουμε και βάρος, να ξέρετε. Τρώγοντας πρώτα τα λαχανικά και μετά το κυρίω γεύμα. Οπότε μπορούμε να κάνουμε το ίδιο και στα παιδιά, αλλά μην τους εμφανίσουμε όμως τις πατάτες τηγανιτές, ούτε το κρέας. Επίσης, Ένας άλλος τρόπος είναι στο δεκατιανό τους. Βάλε μερικά καρότα, μπρόκολα, άψητα. Με λίγο λεμόνι και λίγο αλάτι, θα τα φάνε σίγουρα.
Εγώ θέλω να πω εδώ κάτι πολύ σοβαρό, όπου νομίζω η κυρία Άρτεμις είπε με τη γλιστρίδα. Και νομίζω το αναφέρατε και προηγουμένως κι εσείς πώς θα κάνετε γεύματα κρητικά. Γιατί εκεί ήταν εκείνη η σοφία της κρητικής δίαιτας. Δεν είναι μόνο ότι έχουμε πολύ καλά υλικά, είναι και ο συνδυασμός και η ισορροπία. Δηλαδή, πήγαινε σε μια γιορτή που τρώγανε, ας πούμε, κάθε Κυριακή. Τρώγανε κατσικάκι με πολύ ψηλά λιπαρά. Τρώγανε άφθονη γλιστρίδα, τρώγανε άφθονα χορταρικά. Αυτά παίζουν ρόλο αντιοξειδωτικά, πριβιωτικά, προβιωτικά. Επομένως, έχεις μια ισορροπία στην δίαιτα. Επομένως, το ένα πράγμα θέλω να πω είναι το ισορροπημένο γεύμα και αυτή είναι η σοφία της κρητικής δίαιτας. Και το δεύτερο είναι, και θέλω να επιμείνω εδώ πέρα, είναι πολύ σπουδαίο για το ακροατήριο που μας ακούει, δεν είναι τι τρώμε, είναι πότε το τρώμε. Και σας παροτρύνω, οι παλιότερες γενιές κάνανε νηστείες 40 μέρες. Οι μουσουλμάνοι κάνουν αυτό που κάνουν. Δηλαδή, η νηστεία σε πολλές θρησκείες είναι κομμάτι υγείας. Εμείς το έχουμε ξεχάσει αυτό. Και επίσης, αυτό που θέλω να προτείνω είναι intermittent diet. Είναι πάρα πολύ σοβαρή intermittent diet. Θα παίξει σοβαρό ρόλο και θα νομίζω είναι το επόμενο κομμάτι που θα πρέπει να μελιέσουμε κάποτε.
Και για το κρέας, το άλλο είναι όταν οι παλιοί τρώγανε κρέας, τι κρέας τρώγανε? Δεν ήταν hamburgers from the fast food joint. Ήταν τα κουνελάκια που είχαν, τι τρώγανε τα κουνελάκια? Χόρτα. Τι τρώγανε, all of the animals. It's not what meat you eat, it's what your animals eat. So we need to also look at, because there are studies in the United States, grass-fed meat is very popular. Thank you. So it's what are they eating? So if they're eating wild grass, their actually omega-3 fatty acid content is very similar to that of poultry. So how do we get the grass-fed animals? How do we create a sustainable agriculture in regards to animal products too?
Okay.
Vasilis.
Very quick. Something that I want to go back to childhood obesity. First of all, congratulations. I mean, was one after the other the best talks today, and I mean, I really enjoy every single bit of that. Regarding the intermittent diet, you are absolutely correct. Meat, increased meat consumption, absolutely correct. However, another thing that we need to know about childhood obesity is environmental factors, including stress, poverty, which is health inequities, and also something very important. How many of you have heard the word perfluorinated alkyl compounds, PFAS, the forever chemicals? We have shown studies, and my own lab actually is working in collaboration with, you all know Lida Hadjis from here. She's at the University of USC, and I'll be with her next week. We have shown, and we have, actually, I shouldn't relieve all this data, that the PFAS, that they can be found in your blood. If I measure your blood today, I will get PFAS in every single one of us. And the PFAS alter the metabolic, and they result to metabolic syndrome you were talking about. So it's not only the diet, it's also those environmental factors. And of course, you can say, well, when in Crete, there is no pollution here. Well, every single food packaging that you're taking, your McDonald's, your burgers, everything which is, the non-stick, this is PFAS. You put your food in there, it's going to be transferred. So we have to take into account multiple. So you talk about more meat consumption. Yes, and guess what? More meat consumptions mean more PFAS, especially when they're coming from Northern Europe and everything. Last year, I got a phone call from a Danish journalist. The entire village went to the hospital because they had high levels of PFAS ready to be, dead. And it came from the cows that they were eating. Red meat, again, had PFAS in there. So, and it's, this especially, we call them forever chemicals. They are known to change your metabolic status, and they can change your insulin release and insulin, the type 2 and eventually type 1 diabetes. So we have to always take into account these factors in addition to a healthy diet.
So I have a comment rather than a question, maybe a naive comment, but I will proceed in Greek, if it's not a problem for you. Ωραία. Προφανώς. Μιλάμε από την αρχή της ημέρας σήμερα του συνεδρίου. Καταρχάς, εκπληκτικές οι παρουσιάσεις σας. Ζηλεύω, είμαι ακαδημαϊκός. Θα ήθελα να έχω λίγο από το ταλέντο σας έτσι, στον τρόπο με τον οποίο μιλήσατε σήμερα. Όλοι σας. Όλοι σας. Πραγματικά ήταν εκπληκτικό. Από ποιον αρχίσω και ποιον να τελειώσω. Είναι φοβερό. Η Άρτεμις έκανε παρουσίαση χωρίς καν να βλέπουμε. Αυτό είναι... Τέλος πάντων. Μιλάμε για κρητική διατροφή, για μεσογειακή διατροφή. Και έχουμε στο μυαλό μας πράγματα που συνέβαιναν πριν από πολλές δεκαετίες. Εγώ θα σας δώσω μια άλλη διάσταση. Τον τρόπο καλλιέργειας των τροφίμων που σήμερα θα πρέπει να καταναλώσουμε για να προσεγγίσουμε την διατροφή αυτή που ονομάζουμε κρητική ή μεσογειακή διατροφή. Η εντατική γεωργία εισάγει στην τροφική αλυσίδα pesticides, παρασιτοκτόνα, εντομοκτόνα, μικητοκτόνα, τα οποία είναι σε πολύ υψηλές δόσεις σε κάποια τρόφιμα. Θα πρέπει λοιπόν να κατευθύνουμε την έρευνά μας ξανά στο να δούμε αν η κρητική διατροφή σήμερα, με τον τρόπο που παράγονται αυτά τα τρόφιμα, έχει το ίδιο effect με αυτό που είχε, αυτό που μας παρουσίασε πάρα πολύ ωραία ο κεντρικός ομιλητής σήμερα πριν από 20, 25 ή 30 χρόνια. Δεν ξέρουμε αν το effect είναι το ίδιο. Δεν το γνωρίζουμε. Αυτό. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Πολύ σπουδαία παρατήρηση από ένα πολύ σπουδαίο ακροατή. Ευχαριστούμε. Αυτό που έχω να πω είναι μετά από τα pesticides που έρχονται από τις φυτικές καλλιέργειες, γιατί πρέπει να μπει ένα τέτοιο, διότι πρέπει να φύγει από την Ιεράπετρα πράσινη ντομάτα και στο Μόναχο να είναι κόκκινη. Από την Ιεράπετρα λοιπόν πρέπει να φύγει πράσινη ντομάτα και σε 3 μέρες που θα φτάσει στο Μόναχο πρέπει να είναι κόκκινη και ελκυστική για να την πάρει ο Γερμανός. Αυτό εισάγει παρασιτογόνα. Το κόκκινο κρέας που μας είπε εισάγει αντιβιωτικά και ορμόνες. Επομένως, εδώ έχουμε ένα φαύλο κύκλο τεράστιο. Το θέμα είναι αυτό που είπε ο κύριος Ζαμπετάης, ο οποίος ήταν αντιπεριφερειάρχης, αλλά δυστυχώς όταν είσαι, πώς να το πούμε, είσαι πατρίδες, δεν εισακούγεσαι. Αυτό πρέπει να γίνει. Θα πρέπει να κάνουμε μια άιζο καλλιέργειες, οι οποίες να είναι πρωτότυπες και πρότυπες καλλιέργειες, σαν τεχνοβλαστός. Και αυτό να εξάγεται σαν unit σε όλο τον κόσμο. Αυτό έχουμε εμείς εδώ. Εμείς δεν έχουμε βαριές βιομηχανίες. Δεν θέλω να γίνουμε τουρισμός και να γίνουμε γκαρσόνι όλου του κόσμου. Έχουμε πνευματικό κομμάτι, έχουμε ηθικό κομμάτι, έχουμε παράδοση. Αυτά τα ξεχνάνε οι πολιτικοί μας και δυστυχώς αυτοί που είναι ιδιώτες επαγγελματίες ξέρουν ότι πρέπει να παλέψουν με ένα αόρατο γίγαντα, το κράτος. Γιατί αν υπήρχε λίγο φιλότιμο, αυτό πρέπει να γίνει. Αυτό που σαν την περιφέρεια, ο κύριος Ζαπετάης το είχε τέτοιο. Τεχνοβλαστή πρότυπης καλλιέργειας. Και αυτό να γίνει άιζο καταγραφή και αυτό να εξαχθεί. Και αυτό να πάει στην Αμερική, στην Ιαπωνία, στη Γερμανία. Το σπουδαίο που δεν ξέρω και νομίζω πρέπει να γίνει είδηση. Εγώ θα το βγάλω σαν είδηση αυτό. Blue Zone η Κρήτη. Γιατί τέτοιο. Υπάρχει λόγος γιατί δεν υπάρχει Blue Zone η Κρήτη. Έτσι. Υπάρχει πολιτική λόγη γιατί δεν μπορούν να συνδέσουν ορισμένα πράγματα, ορισμένοι με ορισμένα. Ας μην πούμε τώρα σε συνωμοσιολογίες, αλλά θέλω να πω εδώ πέρα. Εδώ έχουμε ένα διαμάντι, το είπα και το Άρη. Ο Άρης, ίσως δεν ξέρετε, έχει 180 συμμετοχές, έχει 4 Ολυμπιακά μετάλλια, 4 Ολυμπιακές παρουσίες, είναι ένας πολύ σοβαρός δικηγόρος, είναι μια πολύ σοβαρή προσωπικότητα και επειδή συμμετέχει αυτός, συμμετέχουμε όλοι μας και μακάρι να είναι χρειαζόμαστε ένα μπροστάρι να σιγοντάρουμε όλοι μαζί, γιατί αυτό πρέπει να είναι. Εμείς μπορούμε αυτό το διαμάντι πραγματικά να το εκτοξεύσουμε. Ευχαριστώ.
First of all, thank you, Artemis, for saying that eating rabbit, eating meat, we are all vegetarians. If they are eating plants, rather than fermented things. Second, I agree with both of you and congratulations for all the presentations. Third, of course we are eating more and more meat even in Crete. And there are areas in Crete which are healthier than others. So perhaps it's not a conspiracy theory why Crete as a whole is not considered the blue area. There are areas like the Oropedio, which are blue areas, and we have to promote them. There are areas which are higher in, let's say, degenerative diseases, including cancer. So Crete is a very big island, and we have to promote specific regions. Talking about the cultural elements in Crete, in 2000, there was an idea which has been promoted from Rethymnon to the region to change the cultural model of the whole island and make Crete, as it is a big island, it has a very good primary production, to consider the whole Crete as a biological island, biological food, biological cultures.
Biological green.
It has not been promoted, unfortunately. And a final point, we're eating much more meat than in the 50s, of course. But how we're eating it in Crete? Always with greens, with other ingredients. Antikristo is another kind of story, but we eat salad with it, or onion especially. And we have had the benefits of onion in the central presentation today. So this is which saves us, let's say. We're eating olive oil, we continue to have a huge consumption of olive oil in Crete, 2 or 3 times higher than every other part of Greece. We're eating greens, we continue to eat greens, and the youths are initiated in this type of diet. 20 years ago, we didn't have all these fine restaurants promoting Cretan cuisine. Now there is a competition among them. So there is a progress. And I'm rather optimistic about the young generation on this island. Of course, we have obesity more than in the 50s. Of course, we have another way of living. We're living in big cities rather than in small villages. But I'm rather optimistic as I can see a promotion and the flourishment of the Greek cuisine in both in the villages and in the cities. Thank you.
Rafi. Then we'll take 3 more questions because it's almost 7:30. I'm sure you want to go home.
Thank you very much for your presentations. And the gentleman that just talked, and thank you for your optimistic and very positive view about the future. It just occurs to me that the lady back there, she asked a question, and her question was centered around that she teaches nutrition in her high school, and she's puzzled that why her students are not getting the messages and they're consuming more meat. And no matter what kind of information she's providing for her students, they're actually persuaded in a different direction, okay? And she was asking, what is the problem, okay? Well, Roth Center at Yale, when Roth Center was at Yale University 15 years ago, they did a research, actually. And through their research, they found out that on an annual basis, the amount of money that is spent in advertisement of fast food restaurants, processed food manufacturers that you see in the supermarket is in excess of $100 billion among all various countries, okay? So in reality, she's competing with $100 billion. You know, she's competing with all those other forces that is part of a food system that is based on processing food. The reason we're eating more animal-based protein, because we have found a very effective agriculture that produces enough produce for us, okay? But what are we gonna do with the rest of the land? We need to grow something else on it, and so we grow something that then the animals can eat, okay? And so now you have major production of the animal-based protein that is gonna need to go into the marketplace, and that then becomes somebody else's problem. So it's a food system that comes one after another. So the problem is, yes, she's going to be competing with that food system. And unless there are more of these sorts of conversation between academia, okay, and research with growers and manufacturers and operators, people that ultimately feed other people in the food system, and policymakers. Some politicians also need to be part of the conversation. And as long as we don't collaborate in coming with common sense solution for the future, she's going to continue having these problems. Her problems are not going to go away. And actually, the latest research from Italy and some of these Mediterranean countries, Spain, Portugal, it shows that childhood obesity is on the growth. Italy was 25%, 26%. Something they never had to be worried about. Portugal now shows childhood obesity. When you come to this city, I took pictures of it. Your welcome posters in the airport is McDonald's. McDonald's welcomes you to Heraklion. Yeah, I'll show you the picture.
Yeah. No, that's a good point, Rafi, and
very interesting point. I would like to point out one more thing. About processed foods. Processed foods, επεξεργασμένα φαγητά, creates an addiction to you. Gets you addicted. Και γι' αυτό τα παιδιά μας εξαρτώνται από αυτά. Πρώτον. Δεύτερον, κάποιοι θα θυμόστε στη δεκαετία του 70-80 έγινε μια απόπειρα από την Coca-Cola να ελαττώσει τη ζάχαρη, τα φωσφορικά και το αλάτι. Για μερικούς μήνες η μετοχή έπεφτε κατακόρυφα. Τα πήραν όλα πίσω. Εδώ μιλάμε για industry, multi-billion industry που έχει μετοχές και πρέπει να... Γι' αυτό δεν θέλω να μπω σε θεωρίες συνωμοσίας. Θέλω όμως τα παιδιά μας να αρχίσουν να μαθαίνουν. Εμείς τελειώσαμε γιατροί και δεν είχαμε ιδέα. Εγώ πήγα στην Αμερική και ούτε οι Αμερικάνοι ξέρανε. Και ούτε οι Αμερικάνοι τρώγανε σωστά. Επομένως, εμείς όταν οι γιατροί, εμείς δεν τρώμε σωστά, τι θα πούμε στους άλλους.
Σωστά.
I'll be very quick. There are factors in obesity that go beyond dietary, what you're eating, and those factors are the microbiome. There have been studies showing that if your microbiome, you literally can take the microbiome of one rat and that is obese and put it in a skinny rat, and that rat will gain weight, and vice versa. There's multiple studies on that. Artificial sweeteners also do the same thing and increase glycemic index. And the other thing is obesity is tied into fat-soluble toxins that are endocrine disruptors that affect fertility, et cetera. So we're all saying the same thing. And I just want to shout out to the policymakers that are keeping the toxins and the GMOs out of your system. They're in my system in the US, but shout out to everyone, policymakers, keeping our system clean. Thank you.
All right, I see 3 hands. Those are going to be the last 3 questions. All right.
Hi, thank you. Just to introduce an important question, we have talked a lot about the olive tree and the benefits of the diet, the Mediterranean diet and the Crete diet. But what about the role of the terroir, of the soils in all this? what about the chelation of the microorganisms of the source rock? Can we think that as for the wine, and then I will quote, for example, the Romanée-Conti, there will exist noble soils of olive trees, and how to identify them, list them, and protect them? It's the question, because we talk a lot about how we can do something with olive oil and olive trees to ameliorate the health, but the origin of the olive tree is the soil, and the soil will be important in the process of production of olive oil, of fruits and vegetables.
Who wants to take that?
What about Panos? I think Panos can answer that question.
Anybody here before I pass it on?
Panos.
Okay. Huh?
You are absolutely right. I'm a microbiologist and I study the root microbiome, and we have studied several olive oil trees from around Crete, and we have identified that the best quality of soil actually affects a lot the quality of the product. So you're absolutely right. We have somehow take care of that soil and try to investigate and find out what is the right microbiome that we could use in order to have a very high quality product.
Yes, in the wine, for example, because I'm born in Champagne, the soils is very, very important, and they have a lot of time and a lot of people to protect the soils, and to protect protecting the soils, protect the wine, and protect the culture of this region. And I think it's a question we can work for the future symposiums.
Actually, this discussion could go long, because the wine is a different story. The olive oil is another story. So, but I don't.
Let's take another question and then we'll come back.
We can discuss later if you want.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Back there, and then Sevi, and then we're done. Oh, maybe, okay. We'll take one more. That's it.
Θέλω να σας καλωσορίσουμε στην Κρήτη. Είμαι πρόεδρος του Συνδέσμου Ποιητών Κρήτης, ελαιολάδου. Θα σας πω ένα παράδειγμα στη σπίτι μου. Όταν πρωτοπαντρευτήκα τη γυναίκα μου, μια μέρα βλέπω και φέρνει ένα δίλιτρο σπορέλ. Και μου λέει, του λέω, τι είναι αυτό? Μα αυτό λένε ότι τηγανίζουν καλύτερα, ότι είναι η μαμά σου, η γιαγιά σου, η γιαγιά μας, πώς μαγείρευε? Και το είστε στο δροσί, του λέω, δεν θα ξαναμπεί εδώ. Πώς λοιπόν θα αντιμετωπίσουμε αυτά τα θέματα της παραπληροφόρησης, της διαφήμισης? Επίσης, έχετε ακούσει για το Nutri-Score που έχει τελευταία στην Ευρώπη με την επισήμανση των τροφίμων, που κατατάσσει την Coca-Cola Α και το ελαιόλαδο με κόκκινα γράμματα για να μπορέσουν οι καταναλωτές να πάρουν περισσότερα πράγματα από τις πολυεθνικές? Πώς θα τα αντιμετωπίσουμε αυτά? Και επίσης θέλω να δω την επιστημονική κοινότητα να κάνει θόρυβο, να κάνει φασαρία εκεί που πρέπει για αυτά τα θέματα. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Για να τα απαντήσουμε κατευθείαν. Πού να κάνουμε θόρυβο? Για πείτε μας, θα κάνουμε, αλλά πού? Ποιους? Πείτε μου. χαμογελάσουμε τώρα, γιατί θα χαμογελάμε πολλές ώρες.
Έξισες μεγάλη πληγή, γιατί υπάρχουν άτομα εδώ μέσα που δουλεύουμε για το... και καλά κάνεις. Αυτό που ήθελα να πω ότι γίνεται από εδώ και 2 χρόνια και η Αντωνία και με τον Μανώλη εδώ πέρα, τον Καρπαδάκη, τουλάχιστον από τη δική μας πλευρά και συνεργασία με άλλα ακαδημαϊκά κέντρα και διάφορους για το Nutri-Score. Έχουμε μία μικρή παράταση τώρα μέχρι να πάρθει η απόφαση, αλλά υπάρχει αυτή η προσπάθεια και το σπρώχνουμε. Όσο μπορούμε και εμείς από ακαδημαϊκό, γιατί θέλουμε και εμείς μια συμπαράσταση από πολιτικές αποφάσεις, δεν είμαστε μόνοι μας. Αλλά υπάρχει αυτό. Και καλά έκανες και το έθιξες. Η τελευταία εσύ.
Now you touched something very important because I'm a political scientist. So I'm going to talk about policy because it was very interesting to listen to all of you, but I was wondering because one of you mentioned the policy in France. What happens if someone is sick, how they follow up on this. This is actually happening in Denmark, where I come from. We have a follow-up. And I would like to link the policy importance and the role of academia, collaboration of academia with producers, consumers, businesses, and politicians in order to develop policies, because policies cannot come from the top, from a minister who has been there for 1 year and knows nothing about food. And how we can inspire our students. We cannot inspire our students. We need policies. We need policies that start from the kindergarten. That's actually what happens in Denmark now, where we consume a lot of meat, where 2 days a week, in any public sector, you are not allowed to eat meat, a meat producer country. Children are not allowed to bring sugar even in their birthday parties at schools, and it has to be very early. It also, this is in connection with what Artemis said, it has to be empirical knowledge. The schools have to collaborate with the municipalities and also with the growers and have visits and touch and learn where food is produced, how it is produced, and why it is important to eat the way you eat. So we can have a lot of knowledge from medicine, from natural sciences, from biology, but if we don't use this knowledge to create policies, nothing will happen.
And this is about that. This is one of the most important things, but I want to address your comment. No, it's okay.
The comment is about governments and everything. So the Denmark case is one thing that we can go on local governments. We can go to municipalities. We can go to the states.
In America, you mean? In America?
No, here.
Here.
I'm talking about here. And then you can implement this kind of policies at school.
Have you ever been?
Huh?
Have you ever been?
In Greece?
Yeah.
I know. No, it's been 30 years that
Because I would like to answer to this beautiful lady, which is very, very wise. I guess that's why Shakespeare was elected to live in Denmark. Okay? But this is Denmark.
Well,
it's Greece. How long have you been away from Greece? That's why.
Yeah, that's... Anyway, the other thing I want to tell you about the other oils, you know, it's very important as well. Last year, or was about a year and a half ago, American Heart Association published the recommendations, and there was no single word for olive oil. It was plant oils. All right?
This is from Procter & Gamble. I said it before.
Huh?
I mean, it is...
It did change? Yeah, because... Yes, because we complained quite a bit about that, and there was no wording.
No, me. No. I would like to tell you about a study that we have still not published, approved by the ethical committee of local health authorities in Lecce, which is just in front of the island of Kerkyra in southern Apulia, in the frame of a PhD. We introduced a new kind of methodology in order to address the issue of healthy nutrition with pupils of 8 years old. So the point is that families are maybe moving far from Mediterranean diet, so they are no more able to keep these kind of traditional healthy foods in the loop of their family. So little children are moving far from Mediterranean diet. Young generation in Mediterranean countries are moving far from Mediterranean diet. So what our guests were telling, it is really true. We need to address the issue of education on healthy nutrition early at school, but also by introducing new kind of pedagogical methodologies. For example, we have made this experience with narrative pedagogy. So we did not expose the pupils and the students to traditional lessons. Let's say we had a kind of control arm which was exposed to traditional lesson, but in the experimental arm with the narrative pedagogies by introducing laboratorial activities, drawings, and narrative histories with the characters drawn to deal with pupils and to promote healthy nutritional habits based on Mediterranean diet. We found that on the KidMed test, the Mediterranean diet, the adherence to Mediterranean diet scored better than the exposition to traditional lessons. So it is also a question to find new ways and methodologies to educate these young generations that are moving far from Mediterranean diet because their families are moving far from Mediterranean diets. But we have to address this issue, maybe with local governments, local authorities, and find a collaboration with university, not only with medical experts, but also with experts in pedagogy that can find innovative way to introduce this kind of elements to young children. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, one last question. I'm going to wrap it up.
Καλησπέρα σας. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για τις πολύ ενδιαφέρουσες εισηγήσεις. Είναι χαρά η διοργάνωση αυτή. Θέλω πολύ σύντομα να μοιραστώ μαζί σας 2-3 πράγματα που πιστεύω ότι ίσως έχουν κάποιο ενδιαφέρον. Πρώτον, είμαι δημοσιογράφος, ασχολούμαι με ζητήματα διατροφής και πριν από 1 χρόνο αποφάσισα να αλλάξω εγώ ίδια συνειδητά την ζωή μου και τον τρόπο διατροφής, αφαιρώντας 3 πράγματα. Ζάχαρη, λευκό αλεύρι και βούτυρο. Και επίσης, εφαρμόζοντας αυτό που είπε ο κύριος Ασλανίδης, την διαλυματική νηστεία, δηλαδή σταμάτησα να τρώγω μετά τις 6 το απόγευμα. Παράλληλα, πολλά βότανα, φρούτα, λαχανικά. Μέσα λοιπόν σε 1 χρόνο έχασα 25 κιλά και η υγεία βελτιώθηκε πάρα πολύ και με ορατά αποτελέσματα. Θέλω να πω ότι μόνο με αυτά τα 3 πράγματα και χωρίς να πεινάσω και χωρίς να στερηθώ απολύτως τίποτα. Την ίδια στιγμή θέλω να πω ότι προέρχομαι από ένα μέρος, στις Αρχάνες, όπου έχουν ένα βουνό γεμάτο βότανα και μυρωδικά, κάποια από αυτά ενδυμικά, μοναδικά στον κόσμο, και είναι αυτά ακριβώς τα στοιχεία που θα πρέπει να πιάσουμε, να αναδείξουμε, να ενδυναμώσουμε και να περάσουμε στην κοινωνία ως τρόπο ζωής. Τέλος, θέλω να πω ότι θεωρώ ότι η διατροφή, αν θέλουμε να έχουμε πραγματικά αποτελέσματα και πραγματικά να παρέμβουμε στην κοινωνία ώστε να δούμε αλλαγές, δεν πρέπει να μιλάμε για πολιτικές αποφάσεις. Η πραγματική απόφαση είναι κάθε φορά που αναγνωρίζουμε ή όχι κάτι στη φύση, αν είναι βρώσιμο. Ξεκινά από την ίδια τη γνώση του κάθε ενός από εμάς. Ξεκινά από την κάθε απόφαση την ώρα που βρισκόμαστε στο σούπερ μάρκετ. Τι αγοράζουμε και τι όχι. Ξεκινάει από τη στιγμή που ανοίγουμε το ψυγείο μας και αποφασίζουμε τι θα φάμε και πώς θα το φάμε. Και ένα μεγάλο θέμα που δεν έχουμε ακούσει τίποτα γι' αυτό και που συζητιέται πάρα πολύ στα διαβητολογικά συνέδρια είναι το AGEs, το Advanced Glycemic End Products, δηλαδή πώς μαγειρεύεται το κάθε φαγητό ώστε να έχει ή όχι μια επιρροή στην διατροφή μας. Θέλω λοιπόν να πω ότι Πρέπει να βρούμε τρόπους να ενώσουμε τα κομμάτια του παζλ από τη γη, στην αγροτική παραγωγή, στη μεταφορά των τροφίμων, στη διαχείριση, στην επιλογή, στο μαγείρεμα, στην κατανάλωση και εν τέλει σε αυτό που λέμε κουλτούρα και αισθητική της διατροφής μας. Ευχαριστώ.
Μπράβο.
Καλησπέρα. Ευχαριστούμε για τις καταπληκτικές παρουσιάσεις και γενικά για τα σχόλια των συμμετεχόντων. Εγώ θέλω να κάνω δύο σχόλια, δύο προβληματισμούς να βάλω. Μιλάμε για κρητική, μεσογειακή, ελληνική διατροφή και το ελαιόλαδο, το οποίο είναι το βασικό συστατικό της. Δυστυχώς στην Ελλάδα τις τελευταίες 2 δεκαετίες βλέπουμε μια πτώση στην κατανάλωση του ελαιολάδου, στην κατακεφαλή κατανάλωση του ελαιολάδου. Ίσως είμαστε η μοναδική χώρα με τόσο μεγάλη πτώση στην Ευρώπη. Και κάτι πρέπει να κάνουμε γι' αυτό. Το δεύτερο που θέλω να θίξω είναι πάνω στο σχόλιο του Γιώργου σχετικά με το Nutri-Score. Όπως κάναμε Τάσο και στη Ρώμη, πιστεύω ότι κάτι πρέπει να παράξει αυτό το συμπόσιο πάνω σε αυτό, γιατί αφενός έχουμε την λήψη απόφασης μέσα σε αυτή τη χρονιά. Δυστυχώς είμαστε σε μια περίοδο προεκλογική, οπότε σαν κράτος δεν μπορούμε να κάνουμε πολλά πράγματα. Αφετέρου, το ελαιόλαδο δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση να πάει στο Α, ούτε και με την τελευταία τροποποίηση που έγινε πριν από λίγες εβδομάδες έχει ληφθεί τέτοια απόφαση. Και σίγουρα τιμωρείται και το μέλι ως μονοσυστατικό προϊόν. Οπότε τα μονοσυστατικά προϊόντα πρέπει να προστατευθούν από αυτό, γιατί εμείς σήμερα γνωρίζουμε τι είναι το ελαιόλαδο, τι είναι το μέλι, τι είναι όλα αυτά τα προϊόντα. Μετά από 2 γενιές, εάν καθιερωθεί ένα σύστημα το οποίο θα τα τιμωρεί εντός εισαγωγικών λόγω κακής κατηγοριοποίησης ή λανθασμένης, θα λέγα καλύτερα, αυτό θα είναι μία αναστρέψιμο. Ευχαριστώ.
Thank you. Okay. Σύντομα.
Του Δικτύου Συλλόγου Μεσαράς. Από το 8 κάνουμε προσπάθειες ως δίκτυο συλλόγων. Είμαστε πολιτιστική σύλλογος Μεσαράς και πάμε κάθε καλοκαίρι από χωριό σε χωριό και οργανώνουμε για στεγνωσίες παραδοσιακών φαγητών με τις ηλικιωμένες γυναίκες. Έχει διαδοθεί αρκετά, έρχονται αρκετοί τουρίστες και μάλιστα έχουμε κάνει και 2 διεθνείς συνέδρια με την ICAF, την International Community Anthropologic Food. Τώρα οργανώνουμε ένα ενδιαφέρον συνέδριο για το Ασκληπείο του Λέντα που θα είναι υγεία και διατροφή. Και θα κοιτάξω με αρωματικά φυτά, βότανα, να είναι η διατροφή αυτή. Είναι με την Ιατρική Σχολή του Πανεπιστημίου Κρήτης και το Δίκτυο Συλλόγων. Και έχει ενταχθεί στο ΕΣΠΑ. Αυτό ήθελα να σας ενημερώσω.
Thank you. So I think we're going to close this session. It's been a long day for everybody. I'm going to share the realism that was expressed here by everybody, especially coming from a country where a lot of the things you're saying are very relevant. And Rafi there and our colleagues at YALE are struggling how to promote these things in a place where you have a very individualistic approach to health to begin with. How to introduce food that's good for you is another story. But I want to close with the optimism that was shared here. And I think by coincidence, the organizing committee here has members from a group called Disruptors. And I want to call everybody here in sort of to start thinking, because I've heard a lot of good ideas. One of the main reasons of having these events is to come up with ideas. What can we do? What can we take back? What can we help here in building this sort of framework of how do we move forward? So mingle, talk to each other, come up with ideas, reach out to any of us. Because from an academic standpoint, there's no suggestion that is wrong. We want to explore different ways of thinking about this. So with that, I'll invite you back tomorrow. Okay? Okay. Okay.
Δεν θέλω να ξεχνάμε. Δεν θέλω να ξεχνάμε, γιατί έχουμε κοντή μνήμη στην Ελλάδα, είμαστε ανιστόρητοι και αμνήμονες, ότι πριν 5-6 χρόνια βρίσκαμε ανθρώπους στην Αθήνα που ψάχναν τα σκουπίδια να φάμε. Το ότι μιλάμε για nutrition τώρα είναι it's a luxury. Γιατί εδώ οι φίλοι μας που έρχονται από την Αμερική, από τα άλλα μέρη, νομίζουν ότι είμαστε μια χώρα, ας πούμε, at the upper part of the echelon. We are not. Αυτό που θέλω να πω εδώ πέρα, ότι αυτή η χώρα είναι προδομένη από πολλές μεριές. Αυτή η χώρα μπορεί να βασίζεται μόνο στην ιδιωτική πρωτοβουλία και επαφίομαι σε αυτή την ομάδα ότι και θα βοηθήσουμε όλοι εμείς που είμαστε ιδιώτες και μπορούμε και ο κύριος Ζαπετάκης και εγώ και πιθανώς θα πιάσουν και άλλους ανθρώπους, αλλά μόνο από τον ιδιωτικό τομέα μπορούν να ξεκινήσουν οι αλλαγές, όσο και αν δεν το θέλει ο πολλής κόσμος ή όποιος νομίζει ότι είναι πολύ αρτιός και ερωτικός να πιστεύει ότι το κράτος θα φέρει τις αλλαγές. Αυτός ο τόπος πεινούσε πριν 5 με 6 χρόνια, όπως πεινούσε το 1942 στην κατοχή. Και είναι κρίμα που το λέω, αλλά πρέπει να το αναφέρω.
Εγώ νομίζω ότι και οι δημαρχίες και η νομαρχία μπορούν να συμβάλλουν σε αυτό που λέτε.
Θα συμβάλλουν μόνο αν έχουν δευτερογενές κέρδος. Σας το λέω ξεκάθαρα και ομά. Επειδή εγώ είμαι ιδιώτης και έχω πολλά μάσες, παλεύω το δημόσιο πολλά χρόνια και είμαι bodybuilder, έχω γίνει bodybuilder. Μόνο αν έχουν εμφανές δευτερογενές κέρδος. Μην βασίζεσαι σε Έλληνες πολιτικούς. Τέλος.
You know, if I might add, sorry, this is why we need to bring back the Mediterranean, the Cretan diet more than ever. This diet was post-World War II. We all had relatives that died in that war.
Okay, so
yeah.
We could go on for hours, clearly, but I have to, yeah. Now, so I will exercise my authority as a moderator. I think it's time to close this. Keep those thoughts and conversation going, but I'm going to reflect on the last comment that was made here. When we started on this about 6 years ago at Yale, the idea of this institute we're embarking on is exactly what you said, and somebody else mentioned it. We need everybody at the table, with the limitations that you mentioned on the political side. We invited people from policy. We invited people from academia. We invited producers. We invited industry. We invited everybody involved in that. And I have to share this. We invited people from both Greece and to come to our first event in Italy. And the first question I was getting was, who else is going to be there? And I said, well, I don't know. We invited a lot of people. If you want your voice to be heard, you have to join us. At the beginning, people were very pushy and said, no, we're not coming because so-and-so is there. I don't want to hear them. Okay. Well, a couple of weeks later, they all ended up coming. And that's what we want to try to build with this sort of momentum that we built 5 years ago. So thank you again for all your very insightful information. I have a lot of questions. Hopefully I get to ask some of them. But for you in the audience, if you have any questions, again, feel free to ask them after we're done. Come back tomorrow, come refreshed with new ideas and new thoughts, and reach out to anybody here. And thank you for staying this long. And it's a good start to the symposium. So thank you very much. So our next, before we have our last two tables of the day, we're going to have a really fascinating food story, storytelling by Isabella Zambetaki. How far would you go for real food? So sit back, enjoy the next event before our next panels.
Ευχαριστώ. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Isabella Zapetaki, and I am a food and travel writer who enjoys unique experiences a little too much. This means that when I travel, I usually go looking for trouble. And things got pretty bad when I traveled Crete inland to write a book called Handcrafted Crete. I spent the night in a cave to witness the honey harvest inside the Samaria Gorge. I jumped on a fishing boat at 5 a.m. before dawn one morning to join a group of men who collect sea salt from the rocks of Gramvousa. I drove above cloud level to Mount Psiloriti's highest plateau to enjoy an open fire meal of stolen lamb. I wanted to have a taste of everything that is authentic and did not have clear limits as to how far I was willing to go. One of my biggest daydreams as I was planning my expedition was to participate in the nighttime cheesemaking up in the White Mountains. I had seen a documentary about Yannis Papasifakis, a shepherd who spends the spring and summer months up there in full isolation in a place it takes 3 hours hiking to get to. He milks his sheep and goats on his own, and he dedicates his nights to making graviera cheese. There's nothing around, just barren rock, and the only thing you can see is the sea at a great distance. In my mind, that place was a distillery of essence, and I was really longing to visit. At the same time, I was not sure that I was actually willing to go that far. So my Cretan expedition began on a warm July night when I took the boat from Piraeus and arrived in Iraklio early next morning. Then I drove to Sises, a village that is nothing of a tourist destination, but there's one thing that's very special about it. And if you judge by the picture, you might say there's something weird going on, but the actual purpose of this tool is to help collect labdanum off the Cistus creticus bush. Cistus creticus, also known as wild rock rose, is a medicinal herb that secretes this very fragrant resin called labdanum. I find it smell so enticing that my pockets are oftentimes full of it. And millennia before me, ancient Minoans were aware of its value, so they sold it to Egyptians who used it for mummifications. And then later on in history, it was used as a base in French perfume making and as a pharmaceutical substance. What is very unique about labdanum is the way in which it is collected. So it takes a very, very warm July day with very dry weather, and this implement made of quince wood and long plastic straps that the village men used to whip the bushes. The resin then sticks off the bush and onto the straps, and the village ladies gather every night and use another makeshift tool to scrape the labdanum and form small balls that they then sell at a high price. This looks like very hard work, but if you ask the village men, they will tell you that they do not feel the strain, and they attribute that to the essence that is released in the air as they whip. They also say that none of those who collect labdanum ever get sick throughout the year. And back in the old days, a little bit of labdanum diluted in warm olive oil was used as a cure to treat both skin complaints and colds. During the years of the pandemic, the tea that you can make out of cistus leaves became a very popular way of strengthening the immune system. And if you combine it with two more local herbs of Crete, malotira and dictamos, then that is one of the best tisanes you can have for your health. And it's interesting that right here we do have some dictamos that you can take a look at afterwards if you want. Apart from its nice smell and the health benefits, I would say that what is very special about Cistus creticus is that it is a constant reminder of how there are humble treasures to be found, even in the aridest of landscapes. And speaking of arid landscapes, Yannis the shepherd remains on my mind, and by now I have decided that I will try to give him a visit. So I managed to find his phone number through friends of friends, and I give him a call. And over a very bad connection, he tells me that I'm welcome to visit his mitato, his stone hut, but that it is going to be very hard for me to find my way up on that 3-hour hike in the mountains. So he recommends calling back a few days later and giving him the time to see if somebody from the nearby village can accompany me. So very excited, I leave Sises and I drive to Melidοχώρη to visit a carob plantation. Carob is common in several regions around the Mediterranean and even beyond. But what is special about the Cretan variety is that it is ancient, and its unique characteristics were recently traced down by a world-first DNA analysis for carob. Rather than quoting scientific data, I'd like to describe it in the words of common people and in the words of Kostas Karadžis, who is a Cretan expert in carob. So, according to him, carob is the chocolate of the poor. It has a similar color. The pod, one could say, does somehow resemble the shape of a chocolate bar. It is sweet. But other than that, I think the differences are greater than the similarities because carob is actually very good for your health. It contains a number of nutrients that helped Cretans survive during World War II when, under German occupation, they did not have access to many kinds of food. It's very rich in calcium, 3 times the amount that milk does. And it has this peculiar juiciness to it. There's something like honey flowing inside those pods. And that is Kostas' specialty because he has those cauldrons in which he lets the pods soak for a couple of days. And then he heats the water up. As the water evaporates, carob syrup forms in the pot. During my visit, we had the opportunity to try both carob syrup and also some carob rusks and a strong alcoholic drink that Kostas makes with his carob. So I told him that his carob is definitely better than chocolate, and then he did not pass on the opportunity to brag about his trees that he loves so much. He stressed how they do not require any watering or any other kind of care, basically. They protect the soil from erosion, and to some scientists, they are the answer to climate change. And they also protect from wildfires. I felt such enthusiasm for his trees that I paid him a second visit in September, which is the month of carob picking in Crete. And Kostas used this stick that you can see in the picture to slightly hit the branches very carefully, not to damage the flowers. And the pods would fall on a net he had laid on the ground, with his dog supervising the entire process. I would pick the remaining pods from the branches of the tree, and I don't know if you have ever harvested a tree, but to me it is one of the most gratifying experiences that a human being can have. Right after harvesting, which was over 100 kilos in less than an hour, we sat underneath a carob tree, ran our fingers through the harvest, and had a taste of some of the pods. There's few things that can compare to trying a product right underneath the tree that gave it. And speaking of harvests, I'd like to tell you that things are not as easy when it comes to olives. I'd like to share the story of a man who threatened his parents he would chop down and burn the acres of olive trees they passed on to him. And these were not just any olive trees. These were Tsunadi, an ancient variety, giants. Before coming to Crete to do that research, I did not know that there are different varieties to olive trees and olive oil, and that each one has a different taste, a different aroma. It matches different kinds of food. Tsunadi, on the other hand, is a type of olive that was not traditionally used to make olive oil. So when Eftichis Androulakis, whom you see in the picture, said that he would give it a try, he was treated like the village madman. And that's a great irony because he actually managed to produce the first high phenolic olive oil to be globally certified as a food supplement and is sold by doctor's prescription in countries like Belgium and France. At the same time, his olive oil is served in Michelin-starred restaurants in Northern Europe. And what makes it even more special is that it's very, very hard to produce and collect the olives, since the trees have this height of 15 to 17 meters. I visited one of his olive groves in Agriles, and I followed Eftichis on his morning walk. We walked among those giants. Their branches were so big and spread out that they would block the sun, and their veins, their roots, they popped like veins on a flesh of rock. I really wondered how they managed to find the nutrients necessary to sustain them. Eftichis believes in traditional farming practices, so he avoids everything from chemical fertilizers to even pruning. And he becomes very fussy when it's time to pick his olives. He and his men climb up the trees with electric whipper wands that do not produce any fumes, and then they literally race to the olive mill because he only tolerates a maximum of 5 hours from the harvest of the olive to the extraction of the olive oil. He calls his olive mill his playground because he has developed a number of patents that allow him to produce the desired quality of olive oil. He acknowledges that out in the field, it's nature who sets the rules of the game. But it's in his olive mill that he as a producer has a say. Research conducted in Belgium found that his high phenolic extra virgin olive oil is not only good for heart and digestive diseases, but also it's highly beneficial to the nervous system and for conditions that range from autism to Alzheimer's disease. As we continued our walk on those steep, rocky hills where his olive trees grow, I realized that it's a very demanding, a very wild kingdom that he's taken over of. But as a consumer, I'm very glad he did. And I start my everyday the way old Cretans did, that is with a spoonful of olive oil before I have anything else to eat or drink. Eftichis, who cannot sit still for a minute, is currently experimenting with a different type of olive tree, chondrolia, which is an ancient variety that was not typically used to make olive oil, but he is betting that he's going to make something special, and I'm pretty sure that he will manage. Are we okay with sound? Can you hear me? Yes, okay. So after this olive oil safari, I think they're coming to the rescue. Yes, no? Okay, I'll continue. After this olive oil safari, I decided it's time to give Yannis the final call. And I'm very excited to call, but there's no answer on the other end. And then I try again a couple of days later, but this time there's no signal either, and I am assuming that he's up in the mountains. I discuss the issue with some friends, and they say if you can't find him, then you can probably try the Cafenio, the local coffee shop. And Cafenia in Crete are major intelligence hubs where you can find information about anything and anybody it is you're looking for. So I give the Cafenio a call, but they say that they haven't seen Yannis in days. And then they sense the disappointment in my voice, so they ask what it is I'm looking for. And I'll tell them that I'm writing this book about Crete. I want to mention everything that is authentic and genuine. There's no way I can leave Graviera cheese out. And then there's this, multitude of voices talking on top of each other. And a sudden silence, And then they say, if you can't find Yannis, why not try Sifis? So they offered to bring me in contact with another well-respected cheesemaker on the other side of the White Mountains. And even though I had my mind set on Yannis, and this was a daydream for months, I do believe in taking things as they come and going with the flow. So early next morning, right after dawn, I meet up with Sifis outside Askifu village in Sfana. Sifis is an austere-looking man of very few words, so we just exchange a handshake and we get on his pickup truck to go visit the place where he keeps his livestock. As we drive that dirt road up the mountains, there's not a lot of conversation going on, but I do have all the time in the world to enjoy the Cretan pickup truck, which I want to make a special reference to, because it is something in between a vehicle and a helicopter, and many times it feels as if you're hovering above the ground in the mountains. And if you look in the back, you will see a multitude of tools and utensils that the owner of the pickup truck uses in the 100 different things he does all day. After about 45 minutes driving, Sifis stops the car, jumps off, and removes a metal fence, and I realize that we have reached the place where he keeps his livestock. The sheep and goats come jumping in excitement, their bells are chiming, and Sifis heads straight to the pen, gives them their food, and begins to milk them at the same time. He calls on his assistant to light the fire underneath this beautiful copper cauldron he has inherited from his grandfather, and they begin pouring the milk in and heating it up. That is when I discover the first secret to good cheese making, which is minimizing the time from milking to actually making the cheese. The second secret that I discover is that it takes many, many hours and a great deal of patience to complete this process. Sifis kept stirring and stirring the milk for hours with his big wooden spoon, and then as it thickened, he would cut the curd with a cheese harp and continue mixing. At some point, this became tiring for me as there was no action going on, but it also gave me time to realize that many of the handcrafted gems I had discovered for my book are very charming for us consumers, but they are really demanding on the people who actually make them. And then, looking around Sifis Mitato, I saw what you see, an old table, 2 chairs, a very plain bed, a shepherd's crook, a beautiful loom-woven tote bag, the bare necessities. And I felt admiration for Sifis and for people who know how to get by with the bare minimum. At some point, Sifis stopped stirring the milk, and he called on me to show me his kumos. Like you, I had no idea what a kumos is, and even when I had it right in front of me, I couldn't see it. A kumos is the place where shepherds typically cure their graviera cheese, and Sifis made his with rocks from the mountain. So we walked inside this alpine safe, and it became very cold and very dark. But gradually I could see the dozens of heads of graviera that were slowly maturing around us. Sifis picked one, and we walked back into the sunshine towards a very beautiful wooden table that he has also made with his hands. And he set the graviera very solemnly on the table underneath that tree that looks like a place that has hosted several meaningful meetings of people. He poured some of his house wine into our glasses, and he toasted Eviva. Just one word, but he managed to put meaning into it. And there was meaning even in the silences in our conversation. Naturally, there was a very long silence after the first bite of cheese because it was the best cheese I have ever tasted. It was slightly sweet, it was slightly spicy, very, very rich in aromas of herbs because it was created with springtime milk, and that's when the animals feed almost exclusively on wild greens and herbs, and the milk is at its best. So for lack of words, I just looked at Sifis and raised my brows. And he didn't say anything either, but his eyes smiled. And even though he was austere, you could understand that he's warm-hearted. So we continued to honor the product of his work in small bites and small sips, taking in the sounds, the sights, the smells of the environment that it was created in. Eventually, it was Sifis who broke the silence. And what he said is, life is hard, but we manage. Thank God for my hands. Blessed be my hands. His words touched me so much that it hurt. Up to that point, I realized I was not aware of the real reason that had brought me to Crete. I thought it was about handcrafted things, but it really was about the life philosophy that is silently hiding underneath. And that is something very subtle, but very meaningful. Sifis would never say it out loud, he would not brag about it. You have to come close. You have to sit still in order to see it. You have to wait through the hours of cheese making. So I realized that the distillery of essence I was looking for all along was right there. And it was not a matter of how far I was willing to go. It was a matter of standing still and appreciating. So, summing things up, I would say that real good food is an onion that has many layers. It is food that is healthy, tasty, seasonal, regional, regenerative. But more than anything else, it is food that conveys a life attitude of wisdom and respect. And for that, I thank Sifis, Eftichis, and Kostas because they showed without telling. And of course, I thank you for being here and listening.
I'm glad this, in my opinion, sets the stage for the next couple of panels. And just to paraphrase something I've been hearing a lot, shake the hand of the person who prepares your food. This exemplifies that. So can I get a GPS for Sifis? GPS location for? So our next panel is moderated by Rafi Taherian, our own Associate Vice President of Hospitality at Yale University, and he will introduce the table panel participants.
Good afternoon. I want to ask you to just give one more applause for Isabella. What a great job. And I'd like to make a note to Tassos and Vasily and to myself, never come after Isabella. You know. Please come join me on the stage. We're missing one person. What happened with Manos? Manos.
Manos is here.
Oh. Hi, Kostas. Anyway. So I have the privilege of bringing to you one of the most amazing panel. And we're going to be doing this a little bit different from everything you have seen so far with other panels. Because here, instead of giving presentations, we're going to engage the panel into a conversation. And what I've noticed actually in the last 2 days, that this has been very effective as you all have been engaging whoever that is on the stage in a very, very active way. And I wish and I hope that you're going to continue to do the same thing today. So before we start, I want to thank the organizing committee. They've done a great job bringing such an amazing group of the scientists, activists, operators, and politicians actually on this stage to tell you the story of the Mediterranean diet and Mediterranean Cretan food and culture. And so we are going to be approaching this from a little bit different perspective. Everybody on this panel, basically, they're operators. There are people that they have background in science, they are physicians, but there are also people that they're in advocacy movement, that they're trying to create changes. So let me start by saying something about myself first. My name is Rafi Tahirian. I'm the Associate Vice President for YALE Hospitality. And we operate 32 operations at Yale University. It's comprised of residential colleges. We have 14 of those. And then we have a whole bunch of other operations that encompasses restaurants, convenience stores, cafes, catering, very large-scale food production facility with a bakery, with the commissary, and many different things. We do about 16,000 meals a day. We basically feed a city. You know, Yale University is not one of the largest universities, but it's a large operation. And our focus at Yale is not to just provide food for our students. We take the food service operation as a way to introduce food literacy to our students. We recognize that our students ultimately are going to be with us for 4 years. So we have 4 years of so many opportunities to influence them, to create that experiential food dynamic that they have with other students in the dining halls and in other operations as a way to introduce inclusivity of food culture and as a way to introduce literacy related to food systems, how the food actually comes to that area, how it's connected to philosophy, history, and backgrounds. We bring a lot of thought leaders, chefs. We bring people that have written books, authors. And most of the time, we create an opportunity for our students to learn from their life experience. We would definitely bring Isabella to Yale to tell that story to our students because that was so meaningful, it was so memorable. So we have engaged, we have introduced Mediterranean diet as a platform for our engineering of our menus and recipes for over 15 years. We initially reached out to Joyce Goldstein, one of the most renowned author of Mediterranean food culture in America. She has written many, many books in the subject. And we asked Joyce to help us navigate through how best introduce and how best put recipes of Mediterranean food culture into our way of producing food for our students. And soon after Joyce, we engaged Diana Kochias, you know, a very, very famous Greek chef in America, Phil, and so many other chefs that they come from this particular area, from Greece, from Italy, from all different areas of the Mediterranean, as a way to celebrate their cuisine and the culture of the food. So it is important that to know that the students, they're not in university just researching academic, be it, who knows, physics, chemistry, biology, and whatever other things that they're studying there. They are there also to create social relationship and a network of the community that is going to stay with them throughout their life. And every opportunity that we get to influence that kind of relationship, we need to cherish it. And I invite you as the manufacturers or growers or producers of food, wherever you are, whichever country you are, think about the students in universities, the students in the school, as a way to influence the food for the future. So now, I'm going to take away from, because I can talk about Yale University for the next 2 hours, but that's not what I'm asked to do. I'm going to introduce my panel, that I'm very, very lucky to have met them and have been having conversation with them over the last 2-3 weeks. It's been an honor for me to actually get to know them and learn about their thoughts and their perspective. And I tell you that each one of them has a very different perspective. The more I know about them, the more I know about their diversity of the thought. And you're gonna hear that today. I'm going to start with Fedon, okay, and I'm going to probably mispronounce, well, no, your last name is easy. Fedon Lindberg, and it's my pleasure to introduce him, is a renowned specialist in internal medicine and an advocate for the Mediterranean diet. Dr. Lindberg has spent decades studying the effects of food on our health and has written over 20 books on the topic. His focus on natural, unprocessed food has helped thousands of people's lives being healthier, and his work has been translated into 14 languages and published in 20 different countries. Dr. Lindberg is here today, and he's going to be sharing his thoughts and the role of the food in preventing and treating chronic disease, and we're eager to hear his perspective. But more importantly, Fedon has a very interesting perspective in terms of how Mediterranean food culture travels from south to north and how it influences large society through this travel and through this engagement. And there are other very, very interesting things that we're going to hear from Fedon. Then we have Mr. Rick Smilo, and Rick is the chairman and the CEO of the Institute of Culinary Education. With over 27 years of experience at ICE, Rick has played a pivotal role in transforming it into a renowned institution for culinary education. From diploma program to recreational cooking courses, ICE offers a range of opportunities for anyone passionate about food. And in addition to his work at ICE, Rick is also a member of various boards and author of a book on culinary careers, in addition to being a top restaurateur. I learn, the more I know Rick, the more I learn about him, and the more fascinated by his background. In the spirit of the transparency, also Rick is very involved with Yale University. Thank you very much for giving us 2 of our alums. And Rick is also an advisor with the Yale Sustainable Food Project at Yale University. And thank you, Rick, for being here with us. Chef Manolis. Chef Mano studied philosophy. She has an amazing background at the University of the Rhythm and received his degree from the School of Philosophy. However, it was his training as a cook during his time in the army that led him to pursue a career in the culinary art. Manolis started his culinary career in the kitchen of the Cretan restaurant Mirasini and has since opened his own Cretan restaurant, Charoupi. He's also the chef and co-owner of the modern tavern 10 Tables in Thessaloniki, and with his unique take on, I am butchering it, huh? It's please shout it out, guilty. It's not for, in America we say it's Greek to me. And And he has received numerous awards and recognition from various organizations. In addition, he's a judge in national cooking competition and has his own cooking show on Greek state television. All right, welcome, Panos. Then we have another chef on our panel, Chef Bill Talapan. And Bill is a trailblazer in the culinary world, and who has made it his mission to promote sustainable practices and responsible sourcing, with a resume that includes stints at Gothenburg and Grill, Le Cirque, Le Bernardin. Chef Telepan has earned a reputation for his inventive cuisine and dedication to using local and seasonal ingredients. Awarded many stars from Michelin and New York Times, Bill also has been a vocal advocate for improving a school lunch program and promoting healthy eating habits through his work with the wellness in the school. Currently serving as a culinary director and executive chef at the Metz Bon Appetit, Chef Telepan is at the forefront of a movement to create innovative, globally influenced cuisine that is also mindful of its environmental impact. And last and not least, Mr. Konstantinos Triantafyllis. Close enough? Konstantino is the marketing and PR director of the Metaxa Hospitality Group. With a background in advertising, marketing, and business strategy, Konstantinos brings a unique perspective to the intersection of food and sustainability in the hospitality industry. In his current role, he has been instrumental in developing the customer experience and product enhancement at the properties of MHG, including the recent rebranding of the five-star inclusive Creta Maris Resort in Crete, and the launch of the brand new Santo Collection Resorts and Villas. Additionally, he's leading the charge in implementing the sustainability strategy of the group, with a focus on innovative initiatives such as sustainable suppliers and sustainable hotel farming. And so we look forward to hear from you, Konstantinos, regarding those areas. So again, I promised you that this is going to be a different panel than all the other panels' formation. And I want to ask actually from Fidan, from your side, if you can tell us a little bit about your experience. First of all, actually do something a little bit different from what we talked about. So for between yesterday and today, we have heard from many presenters regarding Mediterranean diet and its influence on the health and wellness. So what is your perspective of the last day and a half? All the various things that you have heard, and with your background as a physician, what do you like to share with the group?
Well, number one, maybe that healthy food is not healthy until you've eaten it. And I think that it's not that important what is the ideal, which we don't really know also in nutrition, which is also different. There are a lot of differences with what people need, but it's actually to have a mindful diet, meaning nutrition in the word of diet, and a lifestyle that promotes health and well-being, and also that is pleasurable, because we do things, ultimately we humans don't like to do things we don't like. So, and the good thing about the Mediterranean diet, of the 50s and 60s, by the way, because it's not what people eat today, in Crete or in Greece, I think it's the social aspect, the cultural aspect, the minimally processed food, the variety of the foods that were consumed, and the fact that you have this sociable, pleasurable setting around meals. So I think that I don't know whether it's possible to actually copy exactly the Cretan or the Mediterranean lifestyle or diet But one can certainly learn from it, starting from Greeks themselves as well. I'm Greek by birth, and then I moved to Norway when I was 23. So I think that all these attributes are important, and ultimately they promote health as a holistic approach rather as a reductionistic kind of approach. So maybe the take-home message is that it's not just the food.
Thank you. That was great input. You know, last night we were talking about sometimes there are some statements that are so simple but so profound. So picking up on what Fedon said, Bill, it's so interesting. He said, food is not healthy unless it's eaten. And so you remember being involved in the school food programs. In the New York City, there was, during the Obama's administration, there was actually a huge effort to get the school children to adapt to a new way of the eating. And some of that did not go well. The children did not eat some of the food. So being involved now for the last 2 days in here, do you think there's an opportunity that we can reintroduce healthy food to the school and to the children in a way that they can actually eat it and adopt a new way of the eating?
Yeah, I mean, I think probably the most important thing is try not to force it down their throats. You know, I think, and if anyone has children, if you try to tell them to do something, their first reaction is going to like fight you. But I think one of the things that we've been working on for many years, even before the Obamas took over, it's more about with children, you have to sort of engage them in a way that's sort of either fun or educational. So one of the things is when we present menus to the schools, we do tastings with the kids. And we have little cups of food that we're going to present to them. We have vegetables. I remember one time I was doing a root vegetable tasting. So I had kohlrabi and rutabaga and celery root. And you know, you could talk about how, the kohlrabi with its leaves looks like an alien, floating out of space, and all the knobby things about celery root. But once you sit there and you talk to them about it and you give them the opportunity to taste things, that's what it becomes. I think I remember like my daughter just with Brussels sprouts. I mean, she was not interested in Brussels sprouts, and I thought it would be kind of fun for her to eat them because they're delicious and I love them. But it took like 15 times for her to eventually like it. And it also took a cute boy who ate them for her to like it. So I think, that for what we're, I think first of all, let me say, I've been here 24 hours and I've been really endeared with the Cretan way, and thank you for having me here. So I will definitely try to travel back here again. But I think what I see with the Mediterranean diet and what we've talked about in our conversations is and I think what was mentioned before is and where you are in the world and what products you're going to use. And so what we like to try to do is engage with these local ingredients, cooking them in a simple way, in the right techniques, with with good ingredients. And I think it starts with real food. And I think that's what we really need to, we're trying to, actually one of our slogans or hashtags with wellness in the schools is feed kids real food. And I think, starting with real food, that's the first step to get them to eat healthy and feeding them that.
Well, Rick, you own 2 culinary schools. You teach culinary. Your people, your organization. What is your perspective about Mediterranean diet, and what's the perspective in the United States? Among your students or people that you're interacting with, what are you hearing? Where the interest is?
Well, first of all, I want to clarify. I'm not the one who teaches them, and that's good for the students. My background is, believe it or not as a chef, not as an educator, but more as a marketing person, an entrepreneur. And so a lot of, and my answers and talk today will sort of reflect that background. Certainly not medicine or science. In fact, I'm so happy my wife is here today, and she was up until recently an orthodontist, so she knows a lot about science and medicine. And she has a line, she says, Rick knows so little about science and medicine that he thinks the difference between mitosis and meiosis is mispronunciation. All right, so on the Mediterranean diet, I sort of have some bad news and good news. In a macro and marketing sense, I think of the Mediterranean diet as healthy eating and healthy lifestyle. I think in the United States, the Mediterranean diet has sort of peaked in awareness, and that's because it's been around a long time. It's widely accepted as a good idea. And so while I say it's peaked, and we can talk about what it would take to get it on the upswing, there's lots of things that are taking that space instead of Mediterranean diet. So terms like plant-based eating, farmers markets, artisan bread, eating foods in bowls. Those are all, if you did a Google search, if you were to look at the Google, queries on all those terms versus Mediterranean diet would be way down the list. And so while I think there's lots of healthy trends in America which actually reflect an understanding of the Mediterranean diet and the values and the ethos, we're not calling it the Mediterranean diet. And as far as the challenge of the Mediterranean diet becoming more popular, and one thing you need to keep in mind, and it's come up a few times, but really not so much because there's a lot of homogeneity in the room here, and that's the cultural appropriateness of the foods and the dishes of the Mediterranean diet. America, there's obviously, the Latino population is growing, the Asian population is growing, there's the black population, and their foodways and their culture, they all, within their culture, there are probably elements of the Mediterranean diet, but to try to market that to them now in the traditional Mediterranean foodways ways would be difficult. And the last thing I would say about the Mediterranean diet is, where I recognize and respect and that Crete is the epicenter of it, and certainly, you ask about takeaways that I've gotten the last day and a half, the pride that exists in Crete and the heritage is quite clear. But here's the news. The winner of the Mediterranean diet in America is Italy. And it's not just pizza and spaghetti. Italian flavors, many of which are similar flavors in Crete and Greece, really ubiquitous. And, if you were to divide America into a lot of things, you could say a third, and a third. A third of the American population really knows what the Mediterranean diet is. A third of them, maybe not, and a third have no idea. You're talking about Italian cuisine, and if they were to make a list of ingredients you might find in there or dishes, it would be, there'd be a lot. So that's my answer.
Probably more Americans who visit Italy, but that's going to change after I start my megaphone.
Well, Rick just played into your hand and said about marketing. And he said it's going to be very difficult to market. Not very difficult, but he said it's going to be challenging. You have an uphill road in front of you in terms of marketing and informing people about the Crete culture, Greek culture, about their cuisine and the way you approach the food. How do you do that? What's your strategy?
Well, actually, this is very interesting, what you said about Italy, and challenging, I would say, for us in Greece as well. So, what we do, we try to connect hospitality services with sustainable food production and sustainable food offering. And this is something that we build and we work through building coherent knowledge in our group and discussing about how we should understand sustainability and regeneration, because we have to go beyond sustainability, to go beyond organic, and start talking about regenerative practices. Because sustainability is slowing down the degradation, but regeneration is a new way of doing business, making holidays, and living. So first factor is the philosophy that we have. Second factor that contributes to that is the Cretan hospitality and the Cretan way of approaching the food and the food production. I will tell you a short story. When our founder, Nikolaos Metaxas, was constructing the hotel, he had in mind, he had a dream to make a miniature village of Crete in the premises. So he asked from his wife, Miss Theano, to plant every herb and every flower that a typical girl planted in their Cretan home, to plant them in the gardens of the hotels, in the gardens of the rooms. And I think this shows us how genuine is that. And the third factor that we have to take into consideration is the fact that gastronomy is one of the main pillars to brand, to position a brand. As you know, as you said, Italy, but other Mediterranean countries like Spain have gastronomy in their product offering in a very high level. We also see that long-haul travelers, like Brazilians, Canadians, Australians, they have the culinary experience in their mind when they travel. Even Europeans, according to a recent European Travel Commission research, when they travel for whatever reason, sun and beach reason, city break, culture, nature, outdoor, they always want to experience a culinary service in their place of visit. And that justifies, and I'm closing, and that justifies the fact that the culinary tourism reached a level of $1.1 trillion in 2019,
wow,
and is expected to reach $1.3 trillion by 2025. And that's important.
Wow, very impressive.
Yeah.
Well, Manos, now finally we got to you. I promise next time you'll be the first person. Manos, you're actually a person, you actually make this happen. You are a restaurateur. You have to make sure that you have amazing food that tells a story and it connects with your customers so they keep coming back and back and back. And so how difficult that is for you, and what is your perspective about what you have heard and what you've experienced in the last 2 days here?
Yeah. Okay, I'll have the chance to say my story later, which I think it's interesting in a way. I don't know how much of those money come to our culinary visitors and gastronomy visitors. Do you know?
Not exactly.
No, exactly. I am sure that it's very small, unfortunately. One of the things that makes me to feel unhappy, because I'm sorry, I have to choose if I want to be someone that says nice fairy tales or someone that keep his feet on reality. I have the idea that we need to work very hard in order to make things better about our gastronomy. And if we want to take a big part of that pie, and if we want in America to talk about Cretan gastronomy and not only about Italian, we need to believe in that, in our places. There are very serious and very nice works that people do, but the majority, in my opinion, is back. We have to give the message. We have to find some help, and the help must come from somewhere that is central, from the state, not only from people that they have hotels or businesses, in order to walk forward. What I do is something very small. It could be an example, because it's something that works, but it's really very small if you compare it with what is happening in the big touristic machine that we call the machine that gives money to our people to live. And I'll come back later about it.
No, you're in a good place now, because earlier today, Debbie, Rick's wife, actually, when she shared the story of this one person in America starting this approach regarding French fries in McDonald's, and through her assertiveness, she was able to actually create a movement. She was able to change a lot of big things. The fact that you have a small operation, you guys actually, the chefs from the star chefs, they have this power to influence a whole range of other parts of the food industry in a way that is absolutely incredible. So why don't you actually start telling your story? You know, I forgot to actually ask everyone to tell it. What if you start there, and how did you get there?
Yeah, I'll say my story. Do you want me to say it from here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was having in mind to speak actually in Greek, like the way that other Greeks did. So, if you don't mind, can I do that?
Go ahead.
But you need to wear your earphones in order to understand what I'm saying.
Where is an earphone? Everybody needs to get your earphones.
I don't need them. Okay. I'll speak in Greek. I can understand what I say.
You're good. I'm not good. I need to find myself an earphone.
So, λοιπόν, καταρχήν να σας ευχαριστήσω να έρθω εδώ πέρα, μήπως για να μην το κρατάω όλη την ώρα αυτό. Νιώθω λίγο τραγουδιστής. I prefer to do it from here.
Okay.
Thank you. So, thank you very much. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ που είμαι εδώ μαζί σας. Είναι τιμή για μένα. Έχω ακούσει και έχω μάθει αρκετά πράγματα που έχουν φοβερό ενδιαφέρον για μένα και στο κομμάτι, και όσον αφορά το κομμάτι της δουλειάς μου, αλλά και όσον αφορά γενικότερα την κουλτούρα και την κρητική διατροφή, αλλά και την μεσογειακή διατροφή γενικότερα. Έχω αλλάξει 3 φορές αυτά που θέλω να πω, γιατί κάθε φορά που τελειώνει μία συζήτηση εδώ πέρα, έχω την αίσθηση ότι πρέπει να πω κάτι διαφορετικό, γιατί γεμίζουν οι μπαταρίες με νέα πληροφορία και πρέπει να ανασυνταχτώ προκειμένου να μπορέσω να δώσω αυτό που πρέπει. Λοιπόν, να πω λοιπόν ότι στο μυαλό μου είναι να δώσω τη δική μου ιστορία. Γιατί, όχι γιατί θεωρώ ότι είναι κάποιο φοβερό παράδειγμα ή σπουδαίο παράδειγμα, αλλά γιατί είναι τέλος πάντων ένα παράδειγμα που θα βοηθήσει να κατανοήσετε καλύτερα και τι πραγματικά είναι η κρητική κουζίνα. Γιατί ακούσαμε πάρα πολλές πληροφορίες. Κάποιες είναι ρομαντικές, κάποιες έχουν μέσα φοβερές εξιδανικεύσεις και κάποιες από αυτές είναι όχι ολοκληρωμένες. Αυτό που θα σας περιγράψω τώρα δεν θεωρώ ότι είναι το ολοκληρωμένο, αλλά θεωρώ ότι είναι ίσως το πιο αληθινό. Λοιπόν, είναι η ιστορία της δικής μου ζωής, έτσι όπως εγώ έχω μεγαλώσει, έχω γεννηθεί και έχω τραφεί σε αυτό το νησί. Γεννήθηκα λοιπόν και μεγάλωσα στο βουλγάρο Κισάμου Χανίων. Είναι ένα μικρό χωριό στην Κίσαμο. Σπούδασα στο Ρέθυμνο. Έφυγα από την Κρήτη 28 χρονών, άρα επιτρέψτε μου επειδή έζησα όλα αυτά τα χρόνια στο νησί, να ξέρω αρκετά καλά τι γίνεται σε σχέση με το φαγητό που τρώμε και την κρητική κουζίνα και τη δίαιτα, τουλάχιστον όσον αφορά την περιοχή στην οποία εγώ μεγάλωσα. Γιατί θα πρέπει να κάνουμε ξεκάθαρο, για να αποφεύγουμε και γενικεύσεις, ότι η κρητική κουζίνα δεν είναι μία κουζίνα που είναι η ίδια σε όλο το νησί, γιατί το νησί είναι πολύ μεγάλο και σε κάθε μέρος του νησιού υπάρχουν διαφορετικές γαστρονομικές παραδόσεις, οι οποίες έχουν φοβερό ενδιαφέρον. Άρα, το να λέμε ότι η κουζίνα είναι μία και μοναδική και ενιαία, έχει μέσα ένα μικρό λάθος. Έχει όμως μία κοινή ταυτότητα αυτή η κουζίνα. Δηλαδή, υπάρχουν κοινά χαρακτηριστικά τα οποία συνδέουν αυτή την κουζίνα έτσι ώστε να αποκτήσει μια ενιαία ταυτότητα. Αλλά για όνομα του Θεού υπάρχουν και φοβερές διαφοροποιήσεις, τις οποίες αξίζει κανείς κάποια στιγμή να αναφέρει. Τώρα, θα πρέπει λοιπόν να πω ότι λίγοι ξέρουν τόσο καλά την κουζίνα του δικού μου χωριού και του δικού μου τόπου, αν εξαιρέσω τους μεγαλύτερους από μένα ανθρώπους, όσο εγώ. Δηλαδή, πρέπει να το πω ότι την ξέρω πολύ καλά. Γιατί μπαίνω τώρα σε όλες αυτές τις διευκρινήσεις, γιατί στο σπίτι μας, όλη μας η ζωή περιστρεφόταν στην πραγματικότητα γύρω από το φαγητό. Το πρωί, λοιπόν, έπρεπε να σηκωθώ νωρίς, πριν το σχολείο, μαζί με τη μάνα μου ή τη γιαγιά μου ή τον παππού μου και να πάμε να αρμέξουμε τις κατσίκες και τα πρόβατα. Στη συνέχεια, έπρεπε να οδηγήσουμε τα ζώα έξω από το στάβλο που βρισκόταν κάτω από το σπίτι μας και να τα μεταφέρουμε σε ένα χωράφι για να βοσκήσουν χόρτα. Στην επιστροφή, σταματούσαμε στο μποστάνι μας για να ποτίσουμε τα φυτά, μεταφέροντας αυτοσχέδια νερό με ένα αυλάκι μέσα στον κήπο από το ποτάμι και να διαλέξουμε τα κυπευτικά που ήταν έτοιμα για συγκομιδή. Έπρεπε επιστρέφοντας να ταΐσουμε τις κότες, τα κουνέλια και το γουρούνι μας. Και αυτά μεγάλωναν κάτω ή γύρω από το σπίτι μας, μέσα στα περιφραγμένα χωράφια που το περιστήχιζαν. Έτσι είναι ακόμα και τώρα. Έχουμε τις δικές μας κατσίκες, τις δικές μας κότες, τα δικά μας κουνέλια και γουρούνι. Για την τροφή τους χρησιμοποιούσαμε όλα τα αποφάγια μας, όπως λέμε, δηλαδή τα φλούδια, τις ρίζες των φυτών και των καρπών, καλαμπόκι που φυτεύαμε εμείς για να ταΐσουμε τα ζώα, σάπια φρούτα όπως μήλα, αχλάδια, βελανίδια, χαρούπια ήταν τα τρόφιμα που δίναμε στα ζώα και τα οποία συλλέγαμε εμείς από τη φύση. Μιλώ για τα χρόνια της παιδικής μου ηλικίας, είναι πίσω από 30 και χρόνια. Μιλώ για ένα χωριό της Κρήτης, έτσι. Στάρια, βίκος, ταΐ ήταν ακόμα κάποιες από τις τροφές που δίναμε στα ζώα και που είτε καλλιεργούσαμε εμείς είτε αγοράζαμε από παραγωγούς της περιοχής. Το λάδι μας το μαζεύαμε από τις δικές μας ελιές και ήταν μια πολύ δύσκολη δουλειά να μαζεύεις ελιές με τα χέρια. Δεν ήταν τόσο απλό και εύκολο. Το κρασί το φτιάχναμε από τα δικά μας τα φύλλα και τα δικά μας αμπέλια. Δύσκολη δουλειά να είσαι αμπελουργός. Με τα στράφυλλα, δηλαδή τα υπολείμματα αφού φτιάχναμε το κρασί, κάναμε τσικουδιά. Και αυτό που έμενε από τα στράφυλλα το ξεραίναμε στον ήλιο και το δίναμε στις κατσίκες για να το τρώνε. Ήταν και αυτό μια τροφή για τα ζώα. Στην πραγματικότητα δηλαδή δεν πετούσαμε τίποτα. Κάθε εποχή είχε διαφορετικά να μας δώσει και πάντα η εποχή μας όριζε τι θα καλλιεργήσουμε και τι θα φάμε. Δεν τρώγαμε για παράδειγμα ντομάτες και αγκούρια το χειμώνα, ούτε τρώγαμε σπανάκι και λάχανα στην καρδιά του καλοκαιριού. Τη σωστή εποχή μαζεύαμε άγρια, χόρτα και μυριστικά. Λίγοι τα ξέρουν τα χόρτα πια αυτά. Εγώ όμως τα ξέρω σχεδόν όλα. Γιατί αναγκάστηκα να πάω πάρα πολλές φορές μαζί με τη μάνα μου, τη γιαγιά μου ή τον παππού μου να μαζέψουμε χόρτα, να τα φέρουμε στο σπίτι για να μπορέσουμε να τα φάμε. Έτσι. Επομένως, ξέρω τους ταφιλινάκους, ξέρω τους αγουρνόποδες, ξέρω τα μελισσάκια, ξέρω τους αγογλώσσους, ξέρω τις κουτσουνάδες, ξέρω τις χειρομουρίδες, τις πετροφιλιές, τα λάπαθα, τα αγριομάραθα, τους ασκορδουλάκους, τις αυρονιές, τα αγριοσπάραγγα, τα αγριόπρασα και μπορεί να πω ακόμα δεν ξέρω πόσα. Μπορώ να συνεχίσω λοιπόν να μιλάω για πάρα πολύ όλα σε σχέση με τα χόρτα. Ξέρετε τώρα πόσες επικύψεις χρειάζεται να γίνουν για να γεμίσει κανείς ένα πιάτο βραστά χόρτα? Πόσες φορές δηλαδή πρέπει κανείς να σκύψει στη γη, να ξεριζώσει ή να κόψει κάτι για να το πάρει μετά να το βάλει στην τσάντα, να το μαγειρέψει και να το φάει? Μάλλον οι περισσότεροι από εσάς δεν το ξέρετε γιατί δεν τα έχετε μαζέψει. Δεν είναι όλο αυτό που περιγράφω μία κουζίνα ευκολίας ή μία διαδικασία ευκολίας. Αν θέλουμε να πούμε την αλήθεια για την κουζίνα μας, είναι μια κουζίνα δύσκολη, ταλαιπώριας και κούρασης. Μπορώ να συνεχίσω. Το σπίτι που μεγάλωσα, μέσα στο σπίτι μας δηλαδή, το ίδιο το σπίτι ήταν μια κουζίνα. Δηλαδή, μέσα είχε μια μεγάλη ξυλόσομπα, μια στόφα που είχε φούρνο δηλαδή, και έξω ένα πυρομάχι και ένα ξυλόφουρνο. Έχω δει λοιπόν σε αυτό το σπίτι πάρα πολλούς θανάτους στη ζωή μου. Και όχι θανάτους ανθρώπων μόνο. Το αίμα έχει πλημμυρίσει τα παιδικά μου μάτια. Το μαχαίρι έκοβε τους λαιμούς της κότας.
του κουνελιού, του κατσικιού, του περιστεριού. Σφάζαμε σταυρώνοντας στο λαιμό τα ζώα, εμείς οι ίδιοι που τα μεγαλώναμε, με φοβερή φροντίδα και αγάπη. Και αυτά τα βλέπαμε εμείς τα παιδιά. Γινόντουσαν μπροστά στα μάτια μας. Έτσι. Άρα μάθαμε να καταλαβαίνουμε τι σημαίνει να μεγαλώνεις ένα ζώο, να το ταΐζεις, να κουράζεσαι για να μαζέψεις τα υλικά που θέλει αυτό το ζώο για να φάει και κάποια στιγμή μέσα στο χρόνο να του στερήσεις τη ζωή για να μπορέσεις να το φας. Αυτό είναι ένα κομμάτι της κρητικής κουζίνας. Η βαρβαρότητα, να το ξέρετε. Λοιπόν, η μυρωδιά, ας πούμε, του σιδήρου από το αίμα είναι ακόμα εμένα μέσα στη μύτη μου. Όταν ήταν η εποχή των Χριστουγέννων που σφάζαμε τα γουρούνια, γινόταν αυτή η σφαγή την ίδια μέρα σε όλο το χωριό. Τι σήμαινε αυτό? Ότι άκουγες ουρλιαχτά από τη μία μεριά του χωριού μέχρι την άλλη, γιατί ο χήρος όταν σφάζεται ουρλιάζει και το αίμα πλημμύριζε ολόκληρο το χωριό στην πραγματικότητα, αφήνοντας μια μυρωδιά σιδήρου, μια μεταλλική μυρωδιά σε όλο το χωριό. I didn't hear you. Sorry, you want to tell me? Do you want to know the truth, or you want the story about Sifis that you can go once? We need to say the truth and describe the reality of that situation, that cuisine, that gastronomy. Okay? We cannot talk about it like it's something on a cloud, because it is not. It was not. It was hard, it was difficult, it was something that needed to be focused on every day in order to manage and to live. That's the reality.
This is why I said it would be hard in America for that to spread.
Okay, I can...
Let's do it short because then we're going to...
Yeah, I'm finishing. So, I can talk a lot about those things. I can tell you about how... now I have to speak in Greek, yeah. Λοιπόν, μπορώ να σας πω για το πώς κάναμε τυρί, για το πώς κάναμε μακαρόνια, ενώ χιλοπίτες, για το πώς κάναμε ξενόχοντρο και το αλέθαμε, για το πώς αποξηράναμε τα δικά μας μυρωδικά. Μπορώ να σας πω για όλη αυτή την τρομακτική διαδικασία παραγωγής τροφής που δεν είχε να πετάξει ούτε μισή σταλιά από τίποτα. Ήταν απίστευτο αυτό το πράγμα που συνέβαινε. Και μετά, σιγά-σιγά, αυτό το πράγμα, αυτό το κουραστικό πράγμα, αυτό το δύσκολο πράγμα, που όμως αυτό το δύσκολο πράγμα έδινε φοβερή χαρά με έναν περίεργο τρόπο, δηλαδή στο σπίτι μέσα χαμογελούσαμε, τρώγαμε μαζί πολύ σιγά και έπαιρνε πολύ χρόνο αυτό το φαγητό, όχι 15 γεύματα, δεν φεύγαμε νηστικοί από το σπίτι μας, κάτι έπρεπε να φάμε, τρώγαμε ένα ωραίο μεσημεριανό όλοι μαζί στο τραπέζι, ό,τι είχε μαγειρέψει η μάνα μου ή η γιαγιά μου έπρεπε να φαγωθεί. Ήταν υποχρεωτικό να φας το φαΐ σου. Δεν ήταν μια επιλογή αν θα φας. Έτσι. Δεν μπορούσες ποτέ να σκάσεις από το φαγητό, γιατί δεν υπήρχε τόσο πολύ φαγητό. Και μετά το βράδυ ή προς το βράδυ είχαμε άλλο ένα γεύμα. Αν τρώγαμε κάνα φρούτο, κάνα ξηρό καρπό, ενδιάμεσα το απόγευμα. Και πάντα κοιμόμασταν το μεσημέρι. Ήταν και αυτό υποχρεωτικό. Να κοιμηθούμε. Τέλος πάντων. Θα το τελειώσω αυτό, γιατί θέλω να το πω ότι είναι σημαντικό να καταλάβουμε την αλήθεια αυτού του πράγματος που πολλές φορές ακούγεται ως μια φοβερή εξειδανίκευση για μένα και το θεωρώ λίγο ενοχλητικό. Πώς πάμε τώρα από αυτό που επιστημονικά περιγράφεται ως κάτι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό, δηλαδή μία κουζίνα, μία διατροφή που είναι σπουδαία, πώς πάμε εκεί πέρα εάν χρειαστεί να υιοθετήσουμε όλο αυτό που έχω περιγράψει ως μια φοβερή ταλαιπώρια. Γιατί η πραγματικότητα είναι ότι είχε μέσα ταλαιπώρια. Όμως, η ίδια αυτή δουλειά, δηλαδή η άσκηση, η εργασία, η προσπάθεια να συλλέξεις τον καρπό, η επαφή με τη φύση, η επαφή με το περιβάλλον, η επαφή με τα αρώματα, ήταν θεραπευτικό ταυτόχρονα. Και ήταν και μία φοβερή άσκηση για το σώμα. Για το σώμα. Δουλεύαμε με το σώμα μας για να μπορέσουμε να φάμε. Σήμερα το φαΐ έρχεται στο τραπέζι και δεν δουλεύει κανείς γι' αυτό. Δουλεύεις με άλλον τρόπο, σε ένα γραφείο ίσως, για να σου έρθουν λεφτά για να αγοράσεις φαγητό. Αλλά όχι. Πώς λοιπόν θα γίνει αυτή η μετάβαση, πώς μπορούμε να εκμεταλλευτούμε εμείς τα θετικά αυτά που προέκυψαν από αυτό το παράδειγμα, έτσι ώστε να προχωρήσουμε. Δεν πρόκειται να γυρίσουμε σε αυτή την κουζίνα της φτώχειας. Είναι ψέμα. Δεν θα γίνει ποτέ. Δεν πρόκειται να ξαναγίνω ούτε ο παππούς μου, ούτε η γιαγιά μου, ούτε ο Μανώλης των παιδικών μου χρόνων. Να μην κοροϊδευόμαστε. Ίσως κάποιοι ρομαντικοί φτιάξουν τις δικές τους φάρμες, που είναι τέλειο, και να φτιάξουν τα δικά τους προϊόντα, που είναι υπέροχο, και να προχωρήσουμε με αυτόν τον τρόπο. Όμως το θέμα είναι να πάρουμε από εκεί τα προϊόντα, την κουλτούρα και έναν τρόπο με τον οποίο καταναλώνονταν. Αυτά είναι τα πιο εύκολα και θετικά που μπορούμε να κάνουμε. Και τα προϊόντα χρειάζεται να τα βάλουμε στα μαγαζιά μας. Εγώ θα σας πω ένα πολύ απλό παράδειγμα για το οποίο είμαι πολύ περήφανος. 2. Το ένα είναι ότι σε κάθε μου εστιατόριο χρειάζομαι 4 με 5 τόνους εξαιρετικό παρθένο ελαιόλαδο το χρόνο. Φανταστείτε ότι είναι 3 μαγαζιά, άρα μιλάμε για 15 τόνους. Και θα ήθελα να ρωτήσω πόσους τόνους θα πουλούσαμε μόνο στη χώρα μας εάν βάζαμε αυτή τη λιπαρή ουσία για να μαγειρέψουμε. Ένα το κρατούμενο. Και δεύτερον, όταν πας στην Αθήνα και ανοίξεις ένα μαγαζί γιατί σε ξέρει ο κόσμος, θα περιμένει από σένα να κάνεις μια κουζίνα που θα είναι πολύ πιο υψηλή, γαστρονομική και πάει λέγοντας. Εγώ λοιπόν στην Αθήνα έκανα ένα εστιατόριο που είναι πάρα πολύ μοντέρνο μαζί με κάποιους συνεταίρους, αλλά η κουζίνα που σερβίρω εκεί πέρα είναι πιο παραδοσιακή όσο δεν πάει. Τα προϊόντα είναι όλα ελληνικά, τα περισσότερα από αυτά είναι βιολογικά, τα κρέατα είναι ελληνικά. Τα κρέατα είναι ελληνικά, όσα μαγειρεύω, τα ψάρια είναι ελληνικά. Επομένως, προσπαθώ να δείξω στον κόσμο ότι αυτή η κουζίνα είναι και νόστιμη και έξυπνη και υγιεινή και απλή. Αλλά το δίνω ως παράδειγμα, το πληρώνω, το διαφημίζω και το προχωράω. Αυτά τα λίγα.
So, in the spirit of disclosure, okay? About a year ago at Yale University, we hosted an ancient Greek cuisine event. And we had Chef Philakis coming and giving a history of the food lessons also to our students. And guess what happened that night? We had a story of a lamb slaughtering for our students. And it was real. And almost every single student that ordered lamb for dinner, they canceled it. They're like, okay, I don't want to have lamb anymore. So that was great information. I mean, it was very improvised, by the way. I didn't know that. So great job. Thank you very much. But we like to get the conversation back in terms of what are the practical solutions. You know, what are the things that this particular panel can bring to you in terms of giving a little bit hope in terms of getting Mediterranean diet more democratized, more popular in every way? Ferdinand, you had a great story in terms of how travel influenced Norway's food culture. Can you share a little bit about that?
It's working? Yes.
Yeah.
I moved to Norway for a year, which became many years when I was 23, and I'd finished medical school, then I started my specialty training there. I come from a family of, on one hand, a very medical family, and also a very a foodie family as well, at the same time. So, and I have been very fortunate to be involved in cooking since I was 10 years old. So I moved to Norway from Greece for what was going to be 1 year. And at the time, Norway was not what Norway is today. So in a very short time, Norway has transitioned due to wealth, of course, and oil. But at the time when I went there, I do not kid you that there was one cafe or in cafeteria in Oslo, and the offer of food, especially plant-based food, so vegetables, and was minimal. So I don't think that apart from salt and pepper and maybe oregano for a pizza or whatever at that time, there was very little available of foods that we take for granted today. And this goes also, it's because Norway was a poor country at some point, and also the availability of different foods was low because they could not be produced in the weather of the country at that time. So since then, what gradually happened, of course, Norway became wealthier. Norwegians traveled and do travel a lot. They are actually, Crete is #1 summer destination for Norwegians. Then also gradually more and more immigrants came in. So there was an exchange both with Norwegians traveling abroad and then immigrants coming in from different countries, both from the Mediterranean and many from Asia as well. And that created the necessary, say, background for the development of what is the offering today. And when I moved, there was no feta cheese. There was actually olive oil was in 250 milliliters bottles next to margarines. So you couldn't find these. And that describes a bit also the actual, if you want to eat in a certain way, or these foods have to be available. And they became available gradually. And then, at least my story is also, I got very interested in nutrition at some point. Also in my family has a lot of diabetes. So, and got really involved in reading and studying that because I'm a medical doctor and not a nutritionist. And then, at some point, I understood quite a lot, and I saw also nutrition with different perspective, because I'm not a nutritionist. I'm a medical doctor. And then just a patient of mine said, you know, what you're telling me could help a lot of people. You should write a book about it. And I had never thought of the idea of writing a book. And then, yes, says maybe it's a good idea. And I wrote this book, which at the time presented the concept of the low glycemic Mediterranean diet as a concept of eating that could promote health and solve a lot of problems that also Norway has. Of course, that kind of like introduced also some aspects that were contrary to what was accepted and, you know, the truth and the culture of Norway. And I didn't know about that. So it created a huge debate in Norway, a lot of positive and negative things, but it led to a huge recognition. The book sold 170,000 copies in a country of 5 million, so it became in every family a discussion about it, which raised the awareness around it. And today, in the official Norwegian guidelines for nutrition, the Mediterranean diet pattern is the one that is recommended. Then later on, the new Nordic diet, actually based also on the principles of the Mediterranean diet, was developed. And now we have the situation where all these ingredients and foods are available year-round, because Norway doesn't have the seasonality that we have in Greece, because these foods were not available. So part of the year they produce something themselves, they do. Part of the year they will import it from different areas, some of them the southern hemisphere, some from the northern hemisphere. Availability is there year-round. And of course it has changed the culture of eating and the acceptance. Now, does it mean that suddenly all Norwegians follow the Mediterranean diet? No. Most Norwegians will answer that this is something positive. Still, and apart from all the guidelines and the recommendations, the 16 kilos of added fat in cooking is per capita in Norway, and 1 kilo is olive oil, and 3 is butter, and the rest is margarine. Which goes back to, and this has nothing to do now with availability or with the money that they can spend. Olive oil is much more expensive in Norway than it should be, and that's not because the Greeks or the Italians or whatever make most of the money, but in any case, which shows you a bit that knowing something doesn't necessarily, or the availability itself, doesn't necessarily translate into consumption. And I am a firm believer that a combination of framework, let's say policy, but I believe a lot in advertising. I think that's what can really move, because ads are created to address our emotions and not the intellect, because change is brought about by emotions, I believe.
Well, thank you. Rick, so, you know, I've been in different countries, Mediterranean countries, and the number one demand or ask is, how can we penetrate United States market? That's a big market. Americans, they have a lot of money. And how can we, you know, get some of these products that we think they're good for people, they're good for planet, they have all good stories, everything is good about them. How do these products, they find a way to get into US? So you work for Nabisco, so you know how the stuff works. What's the secret?
My answer over the last few weeks is it's very difficult and I had no good ideas. My answer now is it's very difficult and I have some ideas, which I'll share with you.
Oh, good.
And you can, you know, the business people in the room can use them. I mean, America is a huge market. It's incredibly competitive. It's you know, to break through, to be heard is very difficult, and it's particularly difficult on a larger basis. I mean, you know, national advertising could cost hundreds of millions, and even, you know, a new region or a new state. You know, and as with regard to olive oil in particular, there's so much made around the world, and I think, you know, the third of America that knows, and maybe some of the next third, there's an understanding that virgin, extra virgin olive oil is better for you and probably tastes better, and the color is more pleasing. But you know, in some ways it's a commodity, and you know, extra virgin olive oil, and there are brands, they always cost more, you know, go beyond commodity. But when you think about branding a commodity, it's extremely hard, in I assume everywhere in the world, including America. But here are some opportunities. Okay, but I think there's, even though, you know, olive oil is made around the Mediterranean and even California, I think there's a special opportunity for Greece, if not Crete in particular. But it would take the it would be, you know, right now in Greece or Crete, there must be, you know, 30 or 50 or 300 olive oil companies. So, you know, maybe branding, you know, the product from the country, and I can't think, well, here's an example. You know where it's worked? New Zealand lamb.
Oh, yeah.
In America, there often you can see on a menu New Zealand lamb, and I assume it's a consortium and it comes from different places, but that actually has some traction. Okay, so here are my the Greek olive oil brand.
Give it to us.
I've been fascinated by the eating of different types of greens and things we would call weeds in America, in Greece. And I've had some of the things that I've seen 5 slides of over the last 2 days, we ordered inadvertently, you know, 3 days ago in Hanya, not knowing what it was, and I'm happy I ordered it. But, so there's a brand name out there, Greek Greens. I think that would be sort of cool and sexy in America.
Here we go.
All right, and then here's a third and interesting one. This has to do with restaurants, and restaurants as the ambassador of your cuisine. If I remember my numbers, in year 2000, there were about 2,000 Thai restaurants in the United States. By 2020, there was 8,000 Thai restaurants, and that's because the Thai government promoted and helped entrepreneurs and open Thai restaurants in America. The ratio, you know, the Thai population in the United States is not that large, you know, compared to, China or South Korea. So Thailand, I think you would call that gastronomic diplomacy. And I could envision Crete or Greece opening some restaurants in the United States that hopefully they make money or break even, but are specifically, not just, Greek salad and lamb, kebabs, but where there's an attention to the Mediterranean diet and the ethos. The menu we had last night, it was a tasting menu in perhaps the best restaurant on the island, but it was really very educational. Anyway, so the idea is, New York, Miami, Chicago, Los Angeles, Crete should open some restaurants. But then the last thing I'll say about that, what you're up against is the American tradition of Greek diners. And I don't know how many of you know of this, but in America, particularly in the Northeast, there's just a clearly established tradition of Greek immigrants with culinary and hospitality backgrounds, opening diners. They often become family businesses. Those diners are, by and large, they serve everything. The Greek food they serve, you would not be very proud of generally. And as far as Mediterranean diet and health, I mean, yeah, you can order light, or you could get a triple cheeseburger, with chili and bacon on it. And I don't know. And Bill, it's really all over the country, the Greek diner. I mean, maybe not in New Mexico, but it's...
Where a lot of the Greek immigrants went, were sort of the Northeast.
Yeah. So Bill, you heard Manos earlier talking about it's not easy, it's not romantic, okay? It's not what you think. If you really want to be authentic, okay, it's not easy and it's not romantic. Well, do we need to be that authentic? Can we actually take some messages from the approach? We may not find the sylvatic, the wild greens in America, because there's no way we can find that quantity in a commercial way, have access to those things. But where can we compromise? Can we use Manos actually come and say, if you have to open up a restaurant, if you want to have operations in America, how would you introduce this cuisine to America?
I think the biggest problem with America is that we don't really have a food culture, I mean, how do we get one? I worked in France for a year almost, and there's a true culture to their food. I visited Spain and Italy and Japan. And just like in Japan alone, I mean, the culture of food in Japan is insane. They have individual restaurants just based on a cooking style almost. I think, for us, it's the education part that's in America that, it's like a melting pot. So we have great Thai restaurants, Greek restaurants. We have so many different kinds of restaurants. I mean, I live in Manhattan alone. I have every culture, Ethiopian, West African restaurants we could all go to. I think for us we do have those things in the Northeast, but they're not that exactly. But they're similar. And there's a lot of wild stuff. Even in Central Park in New York, you could forage Central Park. I remember one time when I had a restaurant on the Upper West Side, I needed something called purslane, which was a weed that grows out of the sidewalks. And one of my cooks said, I saw a big bunch of it on a sidewalk coming in from work. I'll go grab them. So I gave him a bag, and he came back with 4 pounds of purslane on the sidewalk. So we have these crazy green. I mean, that was amazing what I saw. But there are those things available. It's just the food culture in America is, as a good friend of mine said, it's fast, cheap, and easy. So we don't want to really take the time to cook. We don't want to do those things that my grandparents did. They had some chickens. There wasn't a big thing. They grew an amazing garden that I saw when I was a little kid. They pickled, they preserved, they did all those wonderful things. And I try to honor them myself, but I'm a chef, you know? And so people aren't cooking as much in America anymore. People, they just are not, you know? And so that's where, for us, it's like the tradition of that, where we don't have it, that is here. And it's wonderful because it should be something, you know, we want to take care of ourselves. But we're not eating well in America. And the people who know about it are the people who travel. The people who go to Italy, who come to Crete, who go to southern France and Spain and see it. So that top 10% of the people in America are seeing that. We need to educate in America right from the beginning, which we discussed yesterday, about putting our money into, you know, feeding kids well, even in the prisons and even in senior centers, taking care of them and teaching them. It's about education.
Well, it's a completely different topic. How can you help or make Americans or Europeans or whatever eat healthier? And the other is, how can you promote, let's say, Crete or the Cretan diet or Cretan food, gastronomy, the culinary? So it's two completely different things. Because to promote the culinary, which is, of course, I'm a strong believer in the culinary diplomacy, and Norway certainly has made fantastic work for their seafood and salmon in that respect. It all happened through chefs that traveled and did all that. But ultimately, I think if you were to open a restaurant, let's say, or to do that through a restaurant, number one, it would be to the more affluent part. I mean, you wouldn't try to compete with McDonald's, obviously, or the Greek diners. So I think then it would be a concept that was, by the way, Cretan, by the way, Greek or whatever. Cretan probably would make even more sense. But through your experience in that restaurant that would offer fantastic food in the necessary setting, then you would get, you would meet then this experience and this food. But it's not about the Cretan. If we're talking about how can we sell more olive oil, that's a different story. And then maybe one should make, you know, a point that 75%, and you correct me, Aris, if I'm wrong, but 75% of the Greek exports of olive oil goes to Italy.
Yeah, they rebottle it.
So, which means that the Greeks, their product is being sold as Italian, and maybe it's about, maybe Crete could start this, get all these producers together, and try to unite their forces in marketing and presenting this liquid gold that they have. Instead of accepting to export it to Italy with lower prices than Italy then sells it itself as Italian. So it's all about uniting forces. And I have to say, because I'm Greek, I know that, is that Greeks don't collaborate easily. That's a big problem. So they're it's a very individualistic, and by the way, we're saying, oh, the state should do that, the state should that, but who is the state really? We are the state, actually. Okay. So the state reflects, and the politicians we have, they reflect the population.
Konstantinos, you know, you're sitting in here quiet. So I have a question for you. Okay, you're the PR guy for a lot of hotels now that is focused on this particular ecotourism, sustainability. That's the message that you're trying to package and basically communicate to your customers, that they're coming in here to give them a great experience. I'm in a hotel now that in the morning there is a Zumba dancing, there is all sorts of other type of activities in the hotel. And by the way, the buffet is like 70% is manufactured food. Okay, so there are sections. There's a honey bar, there is olive oil bar, there are really good things, but it's not packaged from a marketing perspective to communicate easily to the customer. So I can differentiate all these German products from all these Cretan products because they're all bundled up on the buffet line. Okay? So, you know, how do you get what Antonia has been trying to, for the last 2 days, put in my head, that when you cook garlic and olive oil in the right way, it's going to be the best mother sauce for you. You add it to your beans, you add it to other things, and it's going to be marvelous. How do you teach that to your customers? How do you teach that to your guests that they come to hotels? Can you have Manos to create videos for you? Does certain things for you that don't tell the lamb story, don't tell the slaughter story. I promised you he's not going to tell the slaughter story, okay? But can you have this guy to actually do that for you?
But talking about promoting Greek culinary in US and other states, I would take, before I reply, to what Manos said. He said something. If we imagine, if we use this extra olive oil that he uses in his restaurants, if every restaurant used olive oil from Greece. What I try to say by that is that we need, first of all, as Greeks, as Cretans, to love our product, to use it, to experience it, and through vehicles like advertising, you mentioned advertising, but tourism is a great vehicle, hospitality services is a great vehicle to, if we love it, if we have it, we can promote it, we can be ambassadors of our own product. And there is a touch between guests and service providers. Now, and what we try to do in our hotels, we have taken almost, in the last years, we have taken approximately 10 to 15 initiatives related to the food production, to food offering in our hotels, but also to culinary experience and food waste. It's a whole system which is circular, I would say. I will mention very briefly the recent ones. First initiative is that we produce our own food in a certain level. We have taken an initiative called Sustainable Hotel Farming. We plant vegetables, herbs in our gardens, and we connect them with our restaurants. The cultivations are organic, certified organic by the European Union. In last summer season, we correlated 22,000 meals with the vegetables and fruits that we have, that we cultivate. Second initiative is that we participate in the We Do Local initiative, which 80% of our products used in the F&B outlets are being supplied from local producers and local suppliers. Third initiative is what we call sustainable supplies. From these local suppliers, we have collected, we're collaborating with 11 suppliers and producers, and we train and educate them how to use sustainable practices in their operation. So we multiply the positive impact, not only in the environment, but also in the community and the economy of Crete and Greece in general.
But Manos' message was very strong, though. It was, you know, when that type of a story comes, this is where I come from, this is what I know, it brings authenticity, and he becomes entitled to that conversation because he owns it.
Yes.
Okay? So generally, if you do not come from, you don't own that conversation in a very strong way. Similar to what you just said. Well, how this kind of collaboration can happen in the large scale and then actually can be exported to United States? How, Manos? Fredan.
I don't know. What I know is that this conversation, as most of the conversations of this style, it's about money.
Okay.
So we have to find a way to bring profit from this process. In order to do that, we need people that do business, because they know better. But at the same time, we need people that we need the help of the state. Why do I say that? Because, yes, you are right, we are the state, the citizens. But imagine that in Greece, the state decided, I don't know after how many years, to give 700,000 euros to Michelin Guide in order to write a guide for Athens. That never happened before. And they believe that this is a huge amount of money. At the same time, when they spend a really huge amount of money on bullshit.
Okay.
Yeah. So they thought that they did something really spectacular when they decided to spend 700,000 euros to bring the Michelin Guide, not to go around Greece, just in Athens, in order to print the guide for the city. So if we don't take that help, and that's just one example, how can we walk forward? It's something that will never happen.
One step at a time, Rick, and then we're going to go to Peter.
Yeah, using that segue about money to just share some information I find astounding, and it really has to do with the whole notion of prevention versus treatment. So I learned recently, and sort of beefing up for this presentation, I was reminded that in the United States, the FDA replaced the food pyramid with the food plate around year 2015. This year, the marketing advertising budget for the FDA on the food plate is about $10 million. The last 5 years, it's been $3 million. So in a country with a multi-trillion-dollar economy, that's what's being spent. And when you think about the money being spent on treatment, and diet-related disease, it's astounding that, Republicans and Democrats can't agree on anything, but if it was just a little more evident and obvious that we're, as a nation, and this is all taxpayer dollars, we're spending trillions on treatment and virtually nothing on prevention. And in the meantime, I have everybody except my wife wants me and everyone here to eat more. Every consumer packaged goods company, every restaurant, every fast food company, every big agriculture, and they spend billions and billions of dollars. It's almost, if this was a football game, your football, it's like one team is really good and the other team doesn't have a goalie. Healthy eating and nutrition don't have a goalie in the game, and that's a big challenge.
Fedor, you know something about preventive care?
I do, and it's quite amazing that also the politicians are so ignorant about the numbers. It's just amazing, but I've seen it all over. So it's. What I would like to say is that in terms of Crete and let's say branding or marketing, you have to lead by example. When I talk in Norway, because I'm an advocate for this type of pattern, not necessarily because it comes from Greece or from Crete or whatever, but I always, when I talk about the Mediterranean diet pattern, I have to make the precision that this is not what you're going to meet when you're a tourist in Europe, in Southern Europe, or in Greece, or in Crete. That's not what we're talking about. It's what it was, nutritionally speaking, right? So imagine if Crete decided to actually follow the Cretan diet themselves. You have 22% of 4-year-olds that are obese in Crete. You have 8% of the population that has diabetes. Greece has 40% childhood obesity. So, but keep it to Crete. The best example, and everybody would talk about it, and it would become, let's say, a blue zone quote. You know, if there was, the system says, okay, we are going to give a rebirth, a renaissance of the Cretan diet. We'll make it available and something that actually most people will eat today, and we'll show you the results about it. And it's a small scale, but imagine the marketing effect of something like that would have worldwide. It would become an example, it would be a pilot or what have you. But it takes the necessary vision of not only the politician, but actually the people of Crete to make this happen, because no politician can make that happen. So there has to be somebody, and we are at an era where you have, through social media, you can do something like that, you know, but it takes some kind of like initiative from some people, maybe Manos, for instance, or the like of Manos, to actually cause the rebirth. It was the birth of the Mediterranean diet. Now we have the rebirth. It has to be reborn again because it's not there anymore.
Okay, that's a good place to start. You know, so the Cretan cuisine needs to be reborn. Manos is going to do it together with Konstantinos. It's not easy. It's difficult. By the way, in order to do this right, you can go have Greek greens as a brand item, and Greek greens can be branded, and you can give all the royalty to him, to Rick. And Bill believes that the future and the children are going to be, we're going to be working with them, and they're going to do better in the future. So if you have any questions at this point, we'd be happy to answer. Yes, microphones, where are they? Here.
One comment, actually following up on Fedon's point. About a year ago, North America Olive Oil Association released some data. 2 years into the pandemic, the consumption of olive oil in the US went up by 20%. So the reason I'm mentioning that is I think we might be at a very interesting point in our history where, coming out of a pandemic, some people have stepped back to old ways of doing it. And I can tell you, where I live, there was one farm, now there's 3. Most of the town shops from the 3 farms. That goes along with sort of some optimism that Elias yesterday stated. I think we have a chance to, whether we call it reborn or whatever. The problem that I see, though, with that idea, in societies like the US, give me something now. I'm not going to wait for this rebirth to show me results in 20 years. How do we challenge that? That's one. And to Rick, I want to ask you, you mentioned at the beginning, your introductory remarks, like the different what's in now, the bowls and the sustainable food and all that. Obviously, the younger generations are very sensitized to the environment, the climate crisis. So we can build on that. So do you think, and a lot of the things you mentioned are part of the Cretan Mediterranean diet. So is it a matter of rebranding? Because, take factual things. Greek words on the menu are Greek to people. The Italians have managed to make it part of the language. Is it a matter of rebranding and thinking in a different way how to present Cretan food?
Well, I mean, it sounds like, the presentation from the gentleman who's with UNESCO. I mean, UNESCO seems that there were 3 or 4 different concepts there, but I think that's sort of what they're doing. I would agree with you that, as far as causes for optimism, young people, are eating healthier. The idea of Asian cuisine and bowls and sushi and ramen you know, it's really very, very popular. No, I lost my train of thought.
I just said you have to use the Kardashians, probably. No, you know, you said it has to happen now, but I think actually to succeed, if we're talking about Crete, let's say, or Greece for that matter, it will take meticulous work and long-term and a vision to get there. It's not easy, but it's not just suddenly it's going to happen and it's going to happen now or whatever. So these things don't happen like that. And you need to have some kind of, you absolutely need this vision and passion. But you're right that a lot of people, and young people especially, have now, you know, number one, they're much more interested in the environment. And so there's an opportunity also for food that we're talking about, because it's actually good for the environment. And the other thing is also that the pandemic, a lot of people actually cooked, right? So using, you know, communication, using cooking in YouTube or whatever, behind a vision of that, you can do miracles today with the younger generation. I am a bit cynical about, let's say, my own generation. I don't think a lot will change. And in Greek we say that when you die, the soul leaves the body first and habit afterwards. So it's the young people that can make the change.
Yusuf?
I don't want to be negative, but haven't we lost a lot of control as consumers in this new world where influence takes an exponential role? Can we remedy this, and how to deal with very powerful groups? Are we not going into the mass market in the standardization of imposed tastes? And the question is too, the good eat in the future would be only reserved to the elite.
Who wants to take that? Yusuf, can you repeat the question one more time, please? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
I want to say about the bad food. Haven't we lost a lot of control as consumers?
Yeah.
In this new world where influence takes an exponential role. My question is, can we remedy this, and how to deal with very powerful groups who are in the markets and want to impose the standardization of
the food. Sorry. Yeah. So
the standardization of the
products, yeah.
Of the products.
Right. So I'm going to take a stab at this, okay? Rick earlier talked about New Zealand lamb, and in terms of how they basically created a specification for a product that it was going to be easily exportable, and it was the highest level of the product that New Zealand could produce. They basically increased the standards for everybody, and they said, if you all meet these standards, then we all can export it under one brand. Australia did that 20 years ago. Okay? Australia Beef and Lamb Commission did exactly the same thing. There are thousands of the farmers in Australia, but by unification of the standard, increasing the standard to a certain level, okay, then they opened up the market out there. I'm not necessarily advocate for that, okay? But I'm saying you have a problem also if you have 1,000 producers and they want to compete, like you said, with these big forces out there because their marketing dollars would never be enough. So you need to accumulate the marketing dollars from the small producers and then have a front that can advocate for you together with the help of the government and the policymakers, together with the industry that actually have vested interests for you to succeed. Okay, so it's like many players in this process, not just one player. There's no one solution. And by the way, it's not going to be easy. You know why? Because every single country now in Mediterranean, they want to do exactly the same thing. The Spanish government is doing the same thing. Italian government is doing. Greek is doing. Moroccan is doing. Everybody wants to have access to this market, and they all know that they have to create stories. Whoever unifies the forces faster and has a more relevant conversation, they're going to succeed first. That's anybody else? Rick?
Well, just to address some of your question, just some few examples of where it's worked against the bad guys, the big guys. Cigarettes and nicotine, somehow, some way, the forces of good and the public and the medical community got America and tobacco companies convinced that cigarettes were bad, and there's the warning labels and the commercials and all of that. And to a lesser extent, super sugary drinks, soft drinks. There's, a lot of the public health professionals in the room would know the storyline, but it's generally understood, and that kids shouldn't drink, nobody should drink a lot of sugary drinks. But then it falls sort of short. But just as like something that would, we talk about influence, and then you think of influencers. If I was head of the FDA I might say, hey, let's spend $50 million to get Americans to eat more fiber, which is part of the Mediterranean diet, and it's just it's crystal clear that Americans don't eat enough fiber. And then I would maybe go to Taylor Swift and Beyonce and Jay-Z and say, hey, could you make a commercial, a public service announcement, an Instagram post about fiber? And you know what? People would eat more fiber. And I don't know if that shouldn't be on behalf of a particular brand, but just the idea of eating more fiber. It would be a great public health idea. But I don't see it happening anytime soon.
Yeah. Philip? Wait. Any other questions for you? You have a question?
So,
because we have 5 minutes.
Right. I'm just saying that for good or bad, we do have something that's called social media now.
Right.
So this would be almost impossible, what you were saying before, because the forces that are against it. But there is a possibility to communicate in a way, and especially reach younger people that are going to be the consumers of the future. So that's where I believe that you can create a revolution. I mean, it has happened more or less successfully in political terms, different places. But I think that tapping on that, and then also the, like you say, influencers and advertising, I think that's probably the way to go.
Put Isabella in the front of any social media. She's going to do a great job. You have a question. The microphone? Yeah, you can go ahead. Go ahead, ask your question.
Thank you. I have some questions, but I will choose only one, and it is because of the memories that Manos Paputsakis brought back to my mind. And I have a question on your thoughts and speech. You described the situation of the past that I'm familiar also. I was helping my grandfather as a shepherd and I've never put a knife on the neck of an animal, but I've done all the rest, skinning it out and all this. I remember in Christmas the pork and all these sounds and smell and images, but you said it was a poor era and we can't go back there, and I totally agree. But I wonder why you chose the word that it was cruel, that situation that was happening in Christmas with pork. compared to what is happening right now in the industrial level of meat production. It's less cruel. It was 20 animals once per year, and we were all connected to the cause and effect, and we were taking care of the resources out of that animals. We were preparing with my grandmother the sausages that they were not available all year round. No pork was available all year round, and I want your opinion on why the cruel, just that.
Yeah. So, it is very difficult to take the life from a living creature, and especially from an animal that you have to grow in order to eat in the future, because you have a connection with the animal, especially if you are a child, not only a child. My mother, today, if he goes and it's the time to take the life of a lamb, she feels horrible for 3 days. She's crying. I gave that example to say that the feeling that you have, it is hard, it's difficult. If we had that in mind, we would reduce the consumption of meat in a very high level. Because you don't want to eat meat every day when you know how you take a life from an animal. You don't want, if you go and see the way that a cow dies, or how many cows, or how many pigs die at the same time, and if you have an experience of that in a mass production, then maybe you'll never eat again some of that. And I was saying that this cruel feeling, this hard feeling, made people to eat better, because they knew the price of taking the life of an animal in order to eat it. Today, they don't even know, some children don't even know the picture of an animal as a whole. They don't know how a chicken looks like. They only know the breast, the feet, that's it. They don't know the picture of a cow. They only know the ribeye, or I don't know what.
Consent.
I would like to add to what Manos says. To my opinion, we have to think not only about reducing how much meat we eat, we must think about better eating and replace what Nikiforos just said, replace in our minds the cruelty with what is happening now. And something more. We forget, talking about culinary and food, we forget that it's all about eating. Creates nice feelings, it's connections between families, it's between friends. We have to bring in mind, bring in a first level, that eating and gastronomy is about connecting with other halves, families, and friends.
Thank you. Please.
Well, I will go back to a word that Manoli said, but it was much more cruel than the cruel story. Money. Health versus non-health. You know, a striking thing is that a lot of corporates, the examples given like the enemy of the health sector, are changing. And I'm pretty sure that unfortunately, the only way to truly promote Mediterranean pattern, health pattern, it will be done only when these big corporates of food industry, they decide to invest. Because investments nowadays, unfortunately, demand biodiversity, sustainability, health. So at the end, all these small groups, and really important, I think we need to have allies like McDonald's, which unfortunately I also don't like. And maybe this is the only path at the end. the change will come by the enemies. Let's call them enemies just for the discussion.
Okay, I'm quickly, because we're out of time, I'm going to share something with you, okay? In America, for many years, we demonized big companies. We demonized them. We said, these are the bad people, these are the horrible thing and whatnot. And we didn't get anywhere. We were fighting, and they were fighting back through advertisement. They had more money than we did, and so we always lost the battle, okay? So we shifted the conversation, okay? We realized that big companies, they are in a profit-based approach, okay? So if there's a solution for them that they feel that they can make money, they're going to be in front of it right away, as long as they know they're going to make money. So then our job was, how are we going to convince them that there are certain products and certain approaches that they can take and they can make money, okay? And basically, look, we're going to help you, can you help us? And so far, that approach has been working. General Mills has reduced the amount of sugar in their cereals, okay? Both Coca-Cola and Pepsi, they have reduced the amount of the fructose corn syrup. They have not eliminated it. But alternatively, both Coke and Pepsi, they are buying brands that they're actually in competition with their own core brands, okay? These are better for you category, okay? Kraft and Nestle, they are actually on the forefront of the protein analogs, okay? So there are certain, are they going to be the best ultimately they're going to do what they're going to do in certain areas, but for us is incremental improvement. Trust me, I find it hard to believe one day Nestle is going to be, or Kraft is going to be featuring Cretan food. But maybe it's going to happen, who knows? But if we find a way to grow the herbs, you know, some of the herbs that we saw in the presentation before, if there was a way to get some of these wild greens and have produce manufacturers, produce companies interested in these type of greens, they're going to find a way to grow them. As long as there's customer, you don't need to go pick them in the mountain. You know, I remember, I'm sorry, one quick thing. I'm going to say a book by Wes Jackson. Do you all know Wes Jackson? No, you should read Wes Jackson. Wes Jackson wrote, this is a very activist in America that wrote about agriculture. And he said, we don't need to grow anything. If we just figure out how we put our combine to go and pick up American prairie, just a wild prairie, and actually make food from the herbs that we pick up. He says, ADM, why we are monocropping, we can actually do that and create food for everybody. Well, you know, 25 years ago, I used to believe that. I used to love that story. But today, I'm older and I'm wiser, and I know that that's not going to be a reality. Most probably our vegetables and things are going to be done in the industrial farms. And we're going to have some small farms. We're going to have a lot of small farms, and we're going to promote them. We're going to use the small farms to tell the good story. But in order to feed the number of the people that we need to feed on a daily basis, we cannot have. At Yale, I cannot buy my green beans from somebody that is going to go pick the green beans by hand. There needs to be a combine, a harvester. So with that, I want to say I had the best panel, didn't I? Thank you very much. You were great, and I appreciate everything. Thank you very much, Tassos. Yes. Yeah. Sorry.
Sure.
Wait, no belly, huh? Belly up. Belly. Thank you.
Who's the phone? Oh, it's Rick's. All right, we're last but not least. So a couple of things. Social media and young people. Just put a bottle of good olive oil in Yanya Adegodumbo's hands, and you'll see what happens. We're trying, actually. So the last panel, before we start the last one, to everybody who presented here, because people are taking pictures here, if you're not comfortable about your pictures on the panel, if you're not comfortable being shared or you're tagged, please let me know, and I'll tell people who are about to post things so they don't use your picture. All right? All right. So the last panel, I know it's the last, we're almost done, but I think this is an amazing panel. We have not talked a lot about the role of women in this kind of food paradigm and gastronomy and culture. So the last panel is going to be the role of women in Mediterranean nutrition. So I'm going to call up Sevasti Hadzopoulou, who's going to, can we please be quiet? It's disrespectful to the last panel. Thank you. So I'm going to call Sevasti Hadzopoulou, who's going to moderate the last one, and then she's going to bring up the panel members. Sevasti is an associate professor at Rockslide University, and she will lead this panel and moderate the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tassos, and thank you very much for inviting us. To this symposium. In Crete, where it is so hard to stop eating this wonderful food. My name is, as Tassos said, Sevasti Hadzopoulou, and I'm associate professor at the Department of Social Sciences and Business at Roskilde University in Denmark, a place where Nordic cuisine and gastronomy, and actually we have a lot of gastronomy diplomacy, have expanded considerably the last 2 decades. The first important initiative actually started in 2004 at a symposium in Copenhagen. Yes, now. By 2 chefs in collaboration with the Ministry of Food, Agriculture, chefs, universities, and other stakeholders. And I think it's actually very important that we collaborate. Something that was mentioned, and the state is not only us. I could talk about it for very long, but I would like first to invite our 3 speakers, Mariana Kavroulaki, Eileen Oni Tan, and Anastasia Tsigounaki. And I was actually looking at the panel before, and I said, is it on purpose that it's all men, and we are all women talking about women? Maybe something is wrong. Another thing that I also thought is very important is that we talk about this very important dimension, the role of women in food, especially because the role of women has been very important through time in connection to aspects of heritage, culture, and tradition. These aspects are connected directly or indirectly to identity, but also to equity and the health and environmental care. The role of women as entrepreneurs, workers in food production, the family's nutrition, but also in the transfer of food traditions and habits through generations and space, think of immigrants and refugee communities, has been determining in most societies from the ancient times until today. Furthermore, most studies show that women are more environmentally friendly in their choices. And it has been mentioned by so many speakers when they refer to food production, to food making, they talk about yaya, grandmothers, mothers, although mainly chefs, known chefs, are men. That tells us also something else. women face various barriers and challenges in their activities, from being paid the adequate salary to receiving financial opportunities to develop their businesses. Their role is undermined and remains to a great extent hidden or acknowledged only symbolically. As a result, the women's contribution has not been registered formally, as indicated by the lack of official data about their employment, which includes hours spent, types of activities, salaries, and much more. The role of women is, moreover, important through the whole agri-food chain, not just in the production or in cooking at home. It's also very important in the industry. It is also very important in the communication, in many others, in making decisions. Despite some changes and efforts in the more recent years, studies show that there is a long way to go. Most recently, a study by OECD on gender and food systems overcoming evidence gaps from September 2022. These discrepancies, furthermore, have very important policy implications, something that we also didn't touch about in this conference. But I shouldn't go further. I would like our wonderful panelists, three very important women, to give us their perspective. I was also thinking that we should do this panel differently, so we are not going to have slides and presentations. We'll do it more as a dialogue. We'll have an opening statement, and then we'll move to the presentations. So the first presenter is Mariana Kavrulaki, who studied sociology and archaeology and specializes in experimental sensory and public food archaeology. She is the founder of Greek Culinary History and Cooking Adventures, a studio that explores the evolution of Greek cuisine throughout the centuries and encourages people to rethink historical dining, class, gender, and ancient food politics through experimental food archaeology, multi-sensory history-themed dinners, workshops, and interactive lectures. Mariana is also the founder and organizer of the Symbosio of Greek Gastronomy, a biennial weekend-long meeting at which academics, food writers, cooks, activists, artists, and locals discuss issues in Greek food. She has presented papers on a wide variety of topics in Greek food and beyond, and has won the Gourmand World Award 2012 for her book, The Language of Taste. The next speaker is Aylin Onitan, and she is one of Turkey's leading food writers, pens the weekly column Fork and Cork for Hurriyet Daily News, holds a food column at the National Daily Milliyet quarterly gastro magazine by Metro, by monthly Food in Life magazine, and makes a daily podcast for NTV radio titled Bitter, Sweet, Sour. She is the author of A Taste of Sun and Fire, Gaziantep Cookery on the food of UNESCO City of Gastronomy. Originally an architect specialized in conservation, and she will talk also about it, she has also served as a project manager for the World Bank's Turkey Cultural Heritage Project and has won several prizes for her restoration projects, including the Europa Nostra Award 2012. And last but not least, Anastasia Tsigounaki, who studied archaeology at the universities of Rome, Scienza, and Paris, Panthéon-Sorbonne, and specializes in prehistoric archaeology. She is the director of the Epphorate of Antiquities of Rethymno, Hellenic Ministry of Culture and Sports. She was Chancellor on Cultural Affairs of the Permanent Delegation of Greece to UNESCO and consultant at the World Heritage Center of UNESCO. Her scientific work focuses on Minoan civilization, management of archaeological sites, education, monuments, and climate change, and she is co-organizer of the biennial international conference, The Archaeological Work in Crete, and co-editor of the publication of the proceedings. Since 2014, she has undertaken a systematic excavation at the Minoan Neopalatial site at Kalo Horafi on Milopotamos, Crete. So let's start with Mariana. The floor is yours.
Tasso, thank you for bringing us here. Oh, okay. Okay, thank So thank you very much for bringing us here. Ακόμα. Θα μιλήσω κι εγώ αγγλικά, δυστυχώς, αλλά μετά όσοι θέλετε να απευθύνετε ερωτήσεις θα σας απαντήσω στα ελληνικά. Δυστυχώς έχουμε ετοιμάσει τις ομιλίες στα αγγλικά. Μία μικρή εισαγωγή. I will read a few verses of Odyssey and a quote of Athenaeus and a very small part of from an interview that was given by a 30-year-old man from Chania. Okay, the Odyssey. Father Zeus, who are lord over gods and men, very loud have you thundered from the starry sky, yet nowhere is there any cloud. Very loud have you thundered, so loud. Surely this is a sign that you are showing to some man. Fulfill now even for rest me the word that I shall speak. May the wooers this day, for the last and the latest time, hold their glad feast in the house of Odysseus. They that have loosened my limbs with bitter labor, as I made them barley meal, may they now sup their last. These verses express such pity for a young, very weak girl, slave grinder, that made Samuel Butler to suggest, who was a scholar, he lived in 19th century, to suggest that Odyssey had been written by a woman. The quote from Athenaeus, the Prosophiste, the Mageiros, the cook, the poet are just alike. The art of each lies in his brain. And the small part from the interview, Πανηγύρι, religious feast without food, is not a πανηγύρι. Πανηγύρι χωρίς φαΐ δεν είναι πανηγύρι. The food that is offered to the guest is cooked by women, but the rice pilaf is cooked by men in large cauldrons. This is a man job. You, and he meant you, the women, aren't strong enough to stir at the cauldron. I don't mean that you are weak, but you know we are not strong. Besides, we all know that the butcher and the rice pilaf cook are always men, and our role is sacred. Ο ρόλος μας είναι ιερός. Δεν έχετε δουλειά εσείς εδώ, είπε κατά λέξη. So, women grew, produced, cooked safe food. They were caregivers, healers, but for a very, very long time, their role in the kitchen and their labor there didn't worth any mention. Though poor or rich, slaves or free, mothers, sisters, wives and daughters were one of the fundamental stones in the shaping of the local diets. They kept traditions alive, transmitted knowledge from one generation to another, inspired the male cooks, but their voices were buried in oblivion. So we could talk about women today.
Yes, and we move to Eileen.
Okay. Before coming here, we agreed that we should not go with the slides and it will be more like a dialogue. And I've planned to speak about the foraging culture of Crete and across the Mediterranean, including Anatolia, Turkey, and how women are carriers of this culture, foraging. And, but everything is, I think, already said about foraging and how Cretans love foraged wild greens. And yesterday we were in the table, we were exchanging with our Italian colleagues. I said, oh, we have the same herb, we call it this. And Manuela said that, okay, we have the same thing. So these some herbs are markers of identity of certain cuisines across the Mediterranean. It's a shared culture. But apparently Crete has a special place, like Artemis started, you know, her speech saying that, you know, we have the foraging is such a great culture in Cretan identity. We have lots of migrants from population exchange migrants in Turkey from Crete, and they are proudly say, the first thing they say, oh, we are Cretan. So they take pride being Cretan. And there's this lady chef, woman chef in Istanbul. Her place is called Giritli, which means Cretan. And she received a Bib Gourmand from Michelin. So Turkey is also making the same, joining the crowd of this Michelin and paying huge amounts of this to this guy to make the Turkish cuisine put on the map. But being Cretan is such a big marker of identity. I have worked being from the conservation field, I worked as a curator for two main city museums in Turkey. One was in Antalya, and there was a huge Cretan migrated community, and we did oral history surveys. I will be talking about the importance of oral history studies in carrying this culinary culture to the future and recording it. And then the other museum was Principo in the big island Büyükada in Istanbul. And of course I did also oral history researches with women especially, and trying to learn about their ways of cooking. And in all those studies, I have seen, both as a food writer and as a conservation specialist, that women are the carriers of culinary culture to the future. And we should, I would like to come at the end to recent experiences we had that I think women will be the hope for the future to make changes for the future, again, in the culinary twist. One is the pandemic, I'll give examples, and the other is the recent earthquake. It was the women who made a great change, and this change will remain only with a disaster aid thing, but maybe a solution coming from the women for the future to sustain our mutual culinary heritage across the Mediterranean and in many other places.
Great, thank you. And now we are moving to the opening statement of Anastasia.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation. I will try to present the situation in the very past. So, tending crops and animals, breastfeeding and cooking are the acronic aspects of women's involvement in nutrition in most parts of the temperate world. Providing, where possible, adequate food, a healthy and appropriate diet for the family, and often for broader social groups, has also been the task of women. But which was the role of women in Mediterranean nutrition during the Bronze Age, from 3000 before Christ to 1100 before Christ? Vignettes provided from the Egyptian culture of the time, indicatively hieroglyphic texts, wall paintings, and wooden models of everyday scenes provide detailed, relevant information, which is quite well known to the public. Archaeology on Cyprus also provides us imagery. In the Aegean representations, where women are depicted, they are usually placed in a ceremonial context with very little relevance to mundane activities. However, administrative texts in linear B script and the analysis of bones of women themselves and of their offspring provide, however, alternative sources of data on the relations between women and nutrition, and we will talk about this. Thanks.
Yes, and now we are going further to move from the role of women here to combine the discussion with the importance of history through time and how this developed and what has been the role of women
in the result is that
yes. Go ahead, Mariana.
Very few things changed for a very long period. Okay. Yes. When setting out to meet ancient women in the kitchen, we need to consider a preliminary question. Who is speaking about them? In the ancient Greek man-made world, the philosophers, playwrights, and gastronomes who mention cooks wrote about cooking and the extraordinary skills of male professional cooks were men as well. So it's hardly surprising that the women were only briefly mentioned in their texts. There is a poem. We may live without poetry, music, and art. We may live without conscience and live without heart. We may live without friends. We may live without books. But civilized man cannot live without cooks. Here, the Greek word for the cook, mageiros, is not a gender-neutral word. In fact, the word indicates the male cook. The second question is, did female cooks exist in ancient Greece? Of course, it was a man's word. Of course, women did cook. But why there is not any mention of male cooks? Did women cook professionally? And if yes, was there any term for women's culinary activity? According to a fragment of comedian Pherekratis, 5th century BC, cited by Athenaeus, as there are no male perfumers, so there is not such thing as a female chef, magirena, and a female fishmonger. Actually, the word magirena, female cook, is never mentioned again. So, female cooks didn't exist in ancient Greece, did they? As a matter of fact, it looks like that this question has been subject to debate since ancient times. This was also a view shared centuries later among the Byzantine scholars. But why the profession of mageiros was so prohibited for the women? It should be noted that the primary meaning of mageiros, cook, was butcher, sacrificer, cook. A free man who was responsible for the slaughtering and the sacrifice at feasts or festivals, for the cooking and the selling of the leftover meat. In Athens, the mageiros could be hired for festivals of the city or for private feasts. The private cook could be a slave or a free man who associated with slaves in order to organize feasts. In fragments of Middle and New Comedy, that is middle 4th to 3rd century BC, mageiros is the one who makes the meat of the ritual pleasurable. He is responsible for buying the produce for a feast. He knows how to find the best ingredients in the best price, preparing and cooking them in various ways. A good cook does not need a lot of money. A good cook can transform something cheap into something admirable, bewitching his audience with his art. He cooks, boils, grills, spit roasts, bakes. He's familiar with an unending list of ingredients and techniques. He serves. In the Attic comedies, he is also an entertainer, a boastful intellectual who compares cooking with military activities and himself with a general on the battlefield. He is a psychologist and an artist, as the cook of Sotadis, a poet of late 4th century BC. The cook says, after describing the entire tragedy of preparing a banquet, "This is my art, derived neither from recipes nor from memoranda." A good cook contributed to his employer's social climbing. A mageiros, the cook, was in the center of the social occasions. He was the center of the social occasions. Weddings, funerals, private or public sacrifices, private parties. Both poor and those who had abundant provisions relied on a mageiros. And yes, he did something different than the ordinary cooking. The cook of the comic writer Dionysius of Sinope described his craft with these words: "Any warm body, any alive body could fix food, or mine spices, or stew meat, or blow on the fire. But someone like that just prepares fish. A real cook is a different matter. To understand the site and the season, the host as well as the guest, when to buy the fish and what kind, you need to be a great cook, because you can almost always get anything, but you don't always get the same joy or an equal amount of pleasure out of these items." And this art was not easily achieved. Later, Aegisthus portrays a cook proud of his craft. "I didn't learn this casually by wearing an apron for a couple of years. I've been studying the art of cooking my entire life, looking into one topic after another." Turning now to the search for the evidence of female cooks. There is not even one mention of a woman cook except the Magirena of Heracrates. Probably because the roots of the cook as a performer of rituals made this occupation exclusively male. There were not women slaughter priestesses, except one brief entry in the Suda. Suda is a lexicon, encyclopedia, a Byzantine encyclopedia, where Claudius Aelianus speaks of women as sphaktria ierae, slayers, murdering priestesses. But this is an exception, since women in ancient Greece generally were not allowed to use a sacrificial knife or make sacrifices. It is not surprising then that the mageiros was always a man. Besides, the idealized male image of mageiros was an ideal because it was presented from the point of view of a male. Anyway, ancient Greek women generally participated in female gatherings and not in public activities, with the exception of Lyctian women. Lyctos was a powerful Hellenistic city, the east part of Crete, the city. As Dosiadis says in his treatise of Cretan affairs, in the Cretan citizens' common meals, women didn't cook, but one of them had the superintendence of the meal, having 3 or 4 persons under her obey and her orders. She took away from off the table the best of what was served up and put it before those who are distinguished for warlike achievements or for wisdom. But here, I have to say, the woman's actions serve to benefit the male sphere, since she is directly associated with justice, war, and other highly masculinized aspects of society. To some food historians, the female equivalent of mageiros was the female baker, pâtissier, or confectioner. Women who worked inside the house as bakers, cakes and desserts makers, were called demiurgi, creators. It's very interesting that the Byzantines also used the term demiurgos, creator, for those, mainly women, who need mold, create bread and cakes, and for the god as well. Ο Θεός είναι δημιουργός. However, as Athenaeus mentions, some ancient writers use the word not only for women, but also for men who made cakes. As a result, a woman δημιουργός could make cakes, but she could never be a mageiros, while the main mageiros, the cook, could be also a δημιουργός, having 2 completely different occupations. Moreover, his activities could be private or public. Therefore, the women who were engaged in confectionery didn't even have a special title. At the same time, the taverns and street vendors that provided substantial amounts of food to all levels of urban society were staffed by both men and women of lower or very humble status. Women tavern keepers are mentioned in the written sources, while many women involved in the selling of bread in the market, like the bread seller of Aristophanes, who complained that her nice hot pan loaves had been taken from her by those who had got rid of the effects of her old age. Women worked as sellers of cooked legumes and pulses, like the woman who in the Ferkratis, deserters, boiled and sold pulse, puree, and lentils. They were sellers of wild green, like Euripides' mother, who was, according to Aristophanes, the most famous Athenian vegetable seller. And there were sellers of garlic, figs, sesame, salt, and honey. It is interesting that in each case there is a specific descriptive word for the woman's labor, but there is very little mention of the activities of ancient women regarding their involvement in domestic food preparations. This may be because it was a daily chore unworthy of comment. Of course, women's place in the middle-class kitchens sometimes became more supervisory, as slaves were easily available. Especially the communal eating for cases such as the prior to marriage dinners was wholly organized by women, and the noble houses, male cooks and magiri, noted for their elaborate presentations for upper-class banquets, worked under the guidance and supervision of the female head of the household. However, despite the class, the women were considered by men to be inferior and were restricted to lesser domestic duties and family service at home. Despite that, wives, sisters, daughters, slaves, free women grew and produced food, ground grains, cooked good and safe food, helped outdoors on the farm during the harvest times. They had different roles and occupations in their family and in the family holding. Their needs were strongly dependent on the age, size, and composition of their families, age of their children, and so on. Those of poorer families might by necessity have to sell in the market what little surplus produced their households. And many of them had been engaged in food selling, tavern keeping, and farming through their marriage and not by choice. Yet, despite the contribution to the family income, they had become treated as an invisible force, housekeepers and mothers. Women fed the children, among them domestic servants and slave governesses. In the case of domestic servants, proper service was consistently conceived as based on the threat of punishment. How, for instance, should be punished as a slave girl for burning the cookpot? But the ancient millstones and the cooking pots, the clay female figurines who ground grains, knead and bake bread, stir pots bending over the fire hearth, and depictions on the clay vessels like life stories offer a representation of the past that are firmly rooted in ancient women's present. They are also a medium, especially the pots and the figurines, of conveying not only ancient women's knowledge of food and cooking, and its transmission from the mother to the daughter, but also the traditions and changes she experienced. In a symbolic way, male potters carried on a form of women's remembering, farther apart from life storytelling and other kinds of memory. The women were not magiri, but in a strange way, the magiros false etymology is associated with magos and magic, because the cook's hand stirs ingredients in a pot much like a witch or a healer mixes potions or herbal remedies. Witches as Kirke and media and healers are linked to the preparation of magical or poisoned or healing foods, drugs and potions and herbal medicines, which the Byzantine commentaries on ancient texts relate to boiled beverages and foods. Magic portions also mention cooks and many different cooked foods. The women healers, often the only healers for other women and poor, were root cutters, herbalists, pharmacists who collected and cultivated healing herbs, cooked them, boiled them, ground them. They exchanged the secrets of their uses. They were midwives, doctors, learning from each other, practicing the profession mainly in private, and passing on experience from one to another and mother to daughter. The women could not be magiri, not only because the magirevi cooking is related to sacrifice. A woman magiros could deconstruct stereotypes, gender norms, and internal laws of nature, lack of physical strength, creativity, male capabilities, the sacred role of man, cook, and could be transformed into something monstrous and unfeminine, or centuries later into something exceptional. This presentation could focus on ancient or traditional Crete and not generally on Greece. However, to be born a woman diminishes her individual traces in history. If we add the consequences of poverty, the political exclusion and inferior status, women are likely to live in silence and their words and actions be buried in oblivion. This is true in all places, of course, in Crete, in Greece, at all times, even quite recently. Within public imaginaries, the kitchen is often associated as the domestic space in which home is located, and cooking knowledge is transmitted from one generation to another. But for a long time, the role of the women in the kitchen didn't worth any mention. The women were still credited for their cookery and for the management of the household resources, though. It is said by Athenians that the cook, the magiros, and the poet are just alike. Their art of each lies in his brain. In Greek creation, poetry, pieces, and art, techne, are female, yet both are products, according to the saying, of the male word mind, nous, and the mind of the male cook, magiros, and the male poet, pietis, alike are always dominant. Under ongoing patriarchal control, such gender divisions continue to be established and enforced for centuries. The ancient women are only a very small part of the feminine iceberg, which is inhabited by many shadows without voice.
I think it's fine. Okay. Okay, I'm take on the conservationist point of view and try to talk about the cultural heritage site. And so I have also some ideas for Crete, like Rick Smilov. So it's not maybe only Greek greens, but other foraging ideas. Of course, Sevi knows very well, living in Copenhagen, that Noma, the restaurant selected as the best restaurant in the world for several years in succession. And the new chef René Redzepi is half Albanian in origin, and he created that food fad on foraging in Copenhagen. And we were all saying that, we should have thought about it, because we forage also in Anatolia, but also in Crete. And as I said, the migrants from Crete take pride in their foraging habits and their dishes. And as Nikos Pislakis said, there's a saying in Turkish that you should never let a Cretan or a cattle in your field, otherwise all the greens would go. And we have another saying in Turkey that the donkey has taken the load of the Konya people, referring maybe to the central Anatolian Turkey, where they also forage, in fact. But the donkey has taken the greens of the food of the Cretans. So this is a common belief that Cretans are great foragers. So I think René Redzepi created a couple of years ago an app for foraging. I think it was the year of the World Food Summit. We were both there, and they were launching the app on that very moment in the same week, because all the gastronomers from all over the world were there for 2,000 people, 3,000 people in Copenhagen for promoting the gastronomy of Copenhagen, which used to be only smørrebrød once. And everybody knew about this app, about foraging. Why shouldn't Crete and all the other Mediterranean islands, Greek islands or Mediterranean islands or Anatolia, certain parts, especially the Aegean coast of Turkey, shouldn't create their own apps in promoting the greens? And this could be part of agritourism. It's healthy. You forage the freshest greens yourself, and then you cook and you eat them yourself. You learn how to differentiate between the wild plants, and also it's good exercise. You have to always pick something from the ground, and so it's a great pastime, like bird watching or mushroom hunting. So I think Crete can play on that, and you can always have references from history, from archaeology, from the wisdom of women, I would say, and then you can have the storytelling of the grandmothers. And you can also make the oral history conversations, and then it will be, it's an experience. Tourism is, and promoting culinary culture is about storytelling. Sometimes we are overly fed up with some chefs telling stories. I'm not talking about Monos, of course, but you know, in Turkey, once there's a new archaeological finding in a site, every chef makes an inclination in telling stories about this particular site. So all of a sudden, they discovered Göbekli Tepe. Actually, it's not an agricultural site at all, and there's only a few grains of wheat found accidentally, I think. So it was, but you know, they tell stories about this wheat culture started from Mesopotamia, and then they do something with wheat berries. Okay, we had wheat berries yesterday. It was the best dish ever. The salad, I cannot remember the Greek name, sorry. Yeah, that one. But I did also a research on wheat berries, and then we were talking about this, the wheat berry dishes across the Mediterranean. They are all for rebirth or birth or funerals or celebrating the Christmas or the New Year. Koliva you make after funerals. And the Cypriot Turks make golifa for the New Year. Anush Abur, Armenian sweet pudding made with wheat berries is always for the 6th of January, or if they are Catholic, 24th for the Christmas. And the Muslim Turks make Ashura, the wheat berry porridge, again with lots of chickpeas and beans and dried fruits for the first month of the Islamic calendar, which shifts the year round. The Sicilians make kutia for the 13th of December. And I was communicating with an Italian scholar, and then in Calabria they make also a cuccia salata, which is exactly like the wheat berry dish the Turks and Armenians do in Anatolia for weddings. And the Armenians do it for the 15th of August for St. Mary Day. And if you go to Georgia, again, you have the same sweets, the same idea, made for funerals, gorgoti or gorgot. And then if you go to other countries, then you have the kutia again for Christmas and New Year. So the ideas travel. We all have a shared culture. And even this foraging culture could be a new candidate for the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage. Cretans can take the lead on it, But of course, in other parts of Greece, there's also the foraging culture, and in Anatolia also, in Sicily also. So it could be a joint application, the foraging. If René Redzepi does it in Copenhagen, then, I mean, you know, we have to do it somewhere here by collaboration. So many of the intangible culture nominations for UNESCO are now joint nominations. For example, strangely, Turkey had this joint collaboration with Azerbaijan on tea culture. But tea was not a part of our culture. It was a new product introduced in, as an alternative to coffee drinking after the establishment of the Turkish Republic, because the country decided to be economically independent. So we had to grow our own beverage, and we could not grow coffee. And then they promoted tea. And Turks became great tea drinkers in half a century or so only. So, but then again, coming to the woman, you know, this culinary culture is passed from woman to daughter, and the wisdom of also herbal medicine or folk medicine is taught by women. And women are also in these, especially in rural communities, healers. And they know what is good for you. For example, we had this wonderful vegetable yesterday, the white one, Scolymus hispanicus. I don't know why it's Spanish. I never had it in Spain. But, you know, this, and this is also very widely eaten in Aegean coast of Turkey. And then a pharmacist, and this morning I checked the background of the pharmacist. He was from Rhodes originally. He created a kidney medicine, I mean, based on the plants to get rid of these stones. And he named it lithiazole. And you said that lithos was the stones, and so it's to get rid of the stones. So he was nicknamed Lithiazol Cemil, and he died as Lithiazol Cemil because of this medicine's name. But he was originally from the island of Rhodes. So this knowledge, the ancient knowledge, it is usually passed from woman to daughter, but also a common knowledge, connects us also. Again, you know, the idea of Greek greens is great, but when you go to Georgia, I mean, it's like their national green. I don't remember how they call it. In Georgia, it's purslane. Purslane everywhere. They eat purslane, they pickle purslane, they dry purslane. We dry purslane also in Turkey, which is odd. I mean, and we have now cultivated purslane also. But in Southeast Turkey, where I did the book on A Taste of Sun and Fire, Gaziantep cookery, they dry purslane, and it's something like an oxymoron, because how can you dry such a succulent, full of water herb and then make a dish out of it? So this foraging culture is, I think, a connecting culture across the Mediterranean, but Crete surely has the right to take pride of it, and it can be a way of promoting Cretan cuisine and Cretan culture. I believe the Mediterranean diet is too broad an umbrella, and as Rick said, you know, if you think that the American think that the Mediterranean cuisine is all about Italian cuisine, that comes in the pastas and pizzas, which is totally on the other side of this healthy cuisine with lots of foraged greens, little meat, and lots of legumes. And I have also another idea for Crete, and it is now we are talking about intangible cultural heritage, but also cultural landscapes. Now the old wines are on the rise, and there's in London there's a kind of a group promoting old wines, and I have taken from the article in this website from Yannis Karakissis. My handwriting is so, but he was talking about the old wines in Sitia, Kanya, and Retimno. So the old wines are so important, and there are lots of interest to indigenous grapes. In Turkey, funnily, I'm coming to the woman thing again, every single winery, especially the boutique wineries, have women winemakers, and the grapes are always picked by women. And there's also, even in the viticulture, there's some women wisdom or women labor coming in. And the reason why winemakers are because every food industry has a food engineer, and 75% of the food engineering schools have female students, and they make their, internship usually in wineries, and they like it, and their noses and smell is better, and they eventually stay in the job and become winemakers. There's one very, very successful winemaker. She went to New Zealand to learn Sauvignon Blanc better, and she created wonderful wines. So this cultural landscape is something I think important, because cultural landscape in UNESCO is now defined as the joint effort of both the nature and the mankind. So we have to think about also having maybe cultural landscape areas dominated for the UNESCO sites, not only as archaeological sites, but also related sometimes with archaeology, sometimes not. But many vineyards now in Hungary, in Spain, even in Piemonte and in France are UNESCO cultural landscape sites, vineyards. So the olive groves also. And there's a great interest on also not only promoting extra virgin olive oil, Italy buys from us too. We are on the same ship on that. They bottle Turkish olive oil and sell as Italian, but you have to be very careful. We never sell refined, unrefined olive oil, so you have to check the label. If it's bottled in Italy, then it comes from another country. There's a trick on that. And so many of those sites, I think, in Crete can be eligible as cultural landscapes.
Yeah, before we go to Anastasia, I just wanted to say Eileen raised a very important issue, which is collaboration. And there comes policy. And how can women, if politicians cannot in Greece or in the Southern European countries, how can women play a very important role in raising this issue and developing this collaboration? Because I think it was very interesting what Fedon said. We are a very individualistic society. The reason that things are working in the Nordic countries is because they have been taught, trained very early to collaborate. And that's where it makes a difference. Initiatives are taken bottom-up from people because they know how to collaborate. And maybe that's something that we can learn in our area between Mediterranean countries. And it's also represented in the fact that we don't talk about Danish gastronomy, we talk about Nordic. And Nordic represents all the countries.
I will give to Anastasia, but we can learn from disasters, and if I have a chance, I'll come back to that.
Thanks. And we can also learn from the past always, so we proceed with that. So women roles in Egyptian society was essential, although men were dominant to hold important positions. Food played a significant role in general in regard of culture, society, and afterlife. Egyptian tombs give us direct and indirect informations as well paintings and reliefs and food offerings reflect culinary practices, being sources for reconstructed diet and food preparation methods of ancient Egyptians. Beer was treated principally as a type of food, and workers were provided with daily ration, and it was consumed daily and at the religious festivals and celebrations. In Bronze Age Cyprus, active agents, the women were represented as active agents, as partners, mothers, or child minders, and as a source of productive labor. Indeed, on Cyprus, all representations of greeting, pounding, baking, and perhaps pot making involve women. In Aegean, during the Neolithic period, gatherers became also farmers with the introduction of cereals, which laid the foundations for agriculture in the European area. Wild barley, oats, and rye already existed, but it was then that wheat first appeared. They consumed figs, grapes, greens, nuts, pulses, olives, pears, quince, and vegetables. Also, in this period, hunters became and breeders with the domestication of animals, so the breeding of sheep and goats also became widespread in the Neolithic period and dominated animal husbandry. So the animal diet was supplemented with cattle, pigs, goats, etc. Food was consumed raw, roasted, or boiled. This diet continued into Bronze Age and during all the periods of Minoan civilization, which began from 3000 BC and until the Messenian civilization until 1100 BC, together with the cultivation of the olive trees and the grape vine. Archaeological evidence from the prepalacial settlement of Fournou Koryphi in eastern Crete from 2600 to 2300 BC demonstrated that the inhabitants were involved in the mixed cultivation of cereals, pulses, vines, and olive trees, as well as the animal husbandry. The introduction into the Creta diet of olive oil, wine, and honey, all of which belong to a different class of foodstuffs than cereals, pulses, and meat, mark the beginning of Cretan gastronomy. About 2000 BC, contacts increased between the Minoans and Egypt, Syria, Mesopotamia, and Cretan economy, and was developed through commerce. With the older neighboring civilization as a model, a new economic political system emerged, and the first so-called palaces were built about 1900 BC, where goods surplus was collected and redistribution was taking place, with a control system in place with sealed pithoi, vases, and boxes, and relative archives. The use of writing systems, the Cretan hieroglyphic, a Cretan linear A script, followed by linear B, and an ancient form of Greek in use in mainland and Crete, demonstrate by sealing in clay tablets and so on, the control of offerings. The ciphered line linear B provide evidence in syllabograms or ideograms of olive oil, olives, grapes, wine, figs, wheat, barley, honey, vinegar or must, flour, cardamom, celery, coriander, crocus, cumin, fennel, mint, rose, and so on. And so they provide us a list of all these ingredients. And in the case of the oils, we have a notation to indicate particular aromatic oils with the syllabograms that they have. Oil plus sage, fascomilo, or rose. So we have this interesting note. But which was the role of women in relation with the culinary art? Figurative frescoes are related with an opalatial period, from 1700 to 1500. Groups of women among men who crowd the front enclosure of the grand stands of the miniature frescoes, a partial and regulated segregation of the two sexes indicates that they performed their cult activities separately. This suggests that there were role divisions which were accentuated in the ritual sphere, varied from one ritual and cultural context to another. But we have not iconography of women everyday life, as in Egypt and Cyprus, to clarify if there were role divisions or mixed duties. This absence does not mean that women do not engage to everyday activities. Probably they were not deemed enough to be represented as ritual and ceremonial activities. Neither male or female forms of gender and social relations express authority individually, and rather power and prestige in an Aegean or palatial society seem to derive from the strength of its successful coalitions, as notes append the evidence for gender and social relations depicted in the miniature frescoes from Knossos Ethira suggests that the Aegean power and authority relied on coalitional success. When the active players are women, the successful group is depicted in an egalitarian manner, consistent with average female relations, and when men dominate the action, the coalitions appear to be hierarchical and competitive. He underlined some specific objects was considered gendered during particular ceremonies, and Anna Lucia d'Agatha suggested that champagne cups had been used for females, and kilikes, that was taller and bigger, for males in the basis of evidence from some post-palatial tombs. So in Crete, the role of women could be a kind of a mixture of equality and diversity. The study of bones gives us interesting information on this. So Tina McGeorge and osteoarchaeologists analyzed the bones from the cemetery of Armeni, the late Minoan III cemetery of Armeni in Rethymnon, and wrote that through the Minoan period, the average life expectation of men and women was 30.25 years, with average life expectation of men to vary from 35 years in the early Minoan period to 31 years in the late Minoan period. Exceeds that of women, which is approximately 28 years throughout. This average life expectation for Bronze Age population rarely exceeds the fourth decade, but there is also an example of a person that was 80 years old from the Tom 20 of Armenia. By contrast, the data for the Minoans do not show any improvement in life expectation with the passage of time, but a downward trend, as reflect from her analysis. The average life expectation of a man in the prepalatial period was 35.24 years, where in the late Minoan 3B, 400 years after, was only 30.84. The average life expectation of a woman did not alter very much, but is decreased from 28.06 years to 27.32 years in the corresponding period. This comparison of male and female mortality through the Minoan period shows that the mean age at death, that the mean age of death of women was always lower than that of men, the difference ranging from between 3 to 7 years, in contrary of today, and that the females are more resilient. Through the Bronze Age, the peak stage in female mortality is between 20 to 25 years, which coincides with the peak reproductive activity related with pregnancy and lactation that causes a drain on the body's resources of vitamins and minerals, which may not have been replenished by their diet, and increased incidence of antemortem tooth loss observed among females. She underlined the high, Tina McJordan analysis, yes, I just finished. She underlined the high incidence of dental caries in the late Minoan population at Armenia, with 17.7% of teeth had caries and 28.6% of teeth had been lost before death. In general, the teeth of women in the late Minoan community of Armenia were in worse condition than that of the men. But the few women who survived beyond the age of 45 enjoyed better health than the men of the same age. These women, who were old in terms of the Minoan period, had fewer carious teeth than much younger women who died at the age of peak mortality. As McJord knows, in base of the agidogenic theory, dental caries destroys tooth by acids produced by the degradation of carbohydrates by bacterial action, so possibly the increased incidence of dental caries in the late Minoan period was brought about by a gradual change of diet to dependence on foodstuffs with a high carbohydrate content. Food as cereals, pulses, dried fruits, honey, oil, pickled olives, which have a common denominator, that they all have a high carbohydrate content and are deficient in iron, vitamin C, and calcium, with the exception of beans and the lentils. They were kept in clay storage jars. And this seems to be related with the progress of civilization, which depends on the ability to store food surpluses and use it during all the year, and not only during the relevant seasonal cycle of harvest. Thank you very much.
So we have heard a lot about the different roles of women over time, from the ancient times, how their health was related to their diet, but also how spaces are connected. As Eileen mentioned, we have the connection between different Mediterranean countries and also the habits, the forage, for example, which has been also exported to the north, or maybe it was also there, we didn't know that. And with this, I would like to ask you to open for questions. Yes, Artemis.
Congratulations, amazing. Hello, hello, yes?
Yes.
Absolutely amazing, and it's wonderful to have you all here. And I want to congratulate you, but I also want to congratulate Tassos Vasiliadis for being, and then whoever other males are involved in this, for having the non-hierarchical wisdom to support. You know, this is the first time I'm seeing the role of women in Mediterranean nutrition. So I feel like this is a very important time, and this is a very important subject. And I'm just so proud to be from an organization and to be a part of one that supports this information. Especially considering what you mentioned about the Magira. And I just recently looked at a Gallup poll for the roles of women in the United States 2020. Women, 51% of the time take on the cooking and cleaning in the household, with men doing 12%. They also have more of the role in terms of caretaking for the children. And the only place where that differs statistically in this particular poll was in taking care of the car, household, doing the yard, and then also making financial decisions. So my question is, how did we go from maybe the evidence that shows that women maybe were hidden in ancient times to how our roles have shifted according to some of the recent statistics?
You want to take it? I don't think the statistics show that the roles have shifted. If what you said is right, and I think it is, it shows that we remain in the same level. And it is very strange because women at the same time are out of the house. So in the ancient times, or many, many years before, women were doing all these things, but they were not also having a professional career, while nowadays the women do all these things and have a professional career. So that shows, not in all countries, because in Denmark actually men are doing the cooking. and maybe you can, in many families it's very different. And this is also reflected in divorces. So when families, when there is a divorce, the children prefer to stay with the father because they know that they will have food. I don't know if you have a comment. Okay, you're done. Okay. Yes.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. Very interesting. And Mariana, at my home, I'm doing the cooking. So exclusively, I'm doing all the cooking and the buying and the shopping and everything else. And I share some aspect of the cleaning. Anyway, my question is, I stumbled on some research material from John Mariani, and he was basically, he's writing a book about gluttony, okay, and the history of the food. And one of the interesting parts was that something that you touched on, Anastasia, regarding that ancient ways was all about seasonal extensions, how you actually get a product and you preserve it for when you do not have it, when you're no longer going to have it. So most of the recipes and cooking books was all about dehydrating, of the products, fermentation of the products, salting the products. So in what way that gets connected with the processing conversation that Professor Mubarak was having today in terms of the food processing? So food processing actually started ancient, from the very beginning. And that is processing of the food. Is that not correct? I mean, so the recipes and food gastronomy is primarily food preservation and food processing.
Yes, especially regarding meat and fish, okay, for very times. People, okay.
And this was done primarily by women?
The preservation of food during the classical, Hellenistic, and Byzantine times was not done only by women. Men participated in this as well, professionally, okay? Those who are dried, salted, preserved meat used to sell meat, to sell it as well. But the trade was a very important factor in the shaping of the gastronomy since 4th century BC. especially during the wealthy ones. Expensive foods from abroad was very fashionable, especially during Hellenistic and Roman times.
So you're saying, so the commercial production, it was always done by men? Then
The commercial production, no. The commercial production, yes, was made, yes, was man's
But then the
work.
residential aspect of it was done by women?
At home, the women preserved the foods.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions? We are very brave to say so late. There is one more question.
May I ask something?
Yes.
You can ask something. Of course, here. About saffron. Okay. Okay, I would like to ask something about saffron. In my time, saffron was used in the cooking or as a medicine and as a coloring agent for textile.
In both cases, there is the difference between white and
She should take the microphone because we cannot hear the answer.
There are, if I remember well, we have two types. The white and the not red. What is that color? Mauve.
Yes.
So and they use it in different ways both. But it is very interesting that, as we saw before in the video, that was prepared by the lady, how was the name? The video we saw in the beginning of the afternoon section. That she presented the first Zabetaki. Zabetaki. The first one she presented with lavdanon. And we excavate very near to this village that they make all this elaboration of lavdanon. And we found 5 boxes with analysis we made with XRF FTIR that had inside lavdanon as well. So most of these activities, there was from Bronze Age until now, continue in the same way.
Saffron. May I add something very small about the saffron, which is very interesting because the knowledge of using saffron as a spice was forgotten for a very long time. During classical and Hellenistic and Roman years in Crete, it was not used in food. But when the Venetians bought Crete, they started to use saffron in the rice pilafs, and there were wild saffron fields in Crete until the end of Venetian domination, and the saffron started to be used in rice. Their recipes dated, Cretan recipes dated to that time. The rice was boiled in goat broth and was served with saffron and cheese.
Which was a Venetian
influence, yes, of course. A good one.
Yes. Okay, I would like to thank the 3 ladies. And thank you to all of you and for Tassos and the organizers for inviting us. We were the shorter.
Always runs late. It's okay. Well, thank you for hopefully a very stimulating day and a half. I'd like to thank first all of you who stayed here this long, but hopefully you got good food for thought and other food. I'd like to thank the region of Crete, the municipality of Heraklion, and the Vice Mayor, Mr. Sisamakis, MS.com and their group, especially Dora, and obviously Aris, who made this happen. And hopefully this provided some stimulating ideas of how we move forward, how do we give rebirth to the Cretan Mediterranean way of life, not just the food. And I want to share Elias Kastanas's optimism that we have maybe an opportunity as we're coming eventually out of this pandemic to take a step forward by stepping back to the old ways. So again, thank you for staying and amazing symposium. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day. Our host microbe interactions from the University of Crete. In 2015, he was elected as associate professor at the University of Exeter, where he remains as an honorary professor. In 2017, he was elected as a principal investigator at the Institute of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology of Forth, where he remains today as a collaborating group leader. In 2019, he was elected as an assist professor in microbiology at the University of Crete, and was a member of the Sectoral Scientific Council in Agricultural Production, Nutrition, Food, Agricultural Biotechnology, and Aquaculture of the Greek National Research and Innovation Council. His research interests and topics are microbial genomics, microbial effectoromics, plant innate immunity, microbiome study, discovery of new bioactive molecules from microbes. So Professor Saris, you can come up and moderate your panel.
Thank you, Tassos. Good morning, everyone, and I would like to welcome you to the second roundtable session. And before starting, I would like to thank the organization committee for inviting me here as a moderator of this very, very interesting topic. There will be a minor change at the order of presentations. So I would like to welcome with me on the stage the speakers, starting from Mr. Nikos Psilakis, a writer and a famous journalist. Mr. Psilakis, could you please? My respected colleagues from University of Crete, Professor Elias Kastanas, Professor of Experimental Endocrinology at the School of Medicine, University of Crete, and Professor Sterios Pyrintsos, Professor of Systematic Botany and Plant Ecology at the Department of Biology at the University of Crete. Please. So, the change in the speaker's order will be that we will start with Mr. Psilakis, and after his talk we will have 5 minutes for questions, and then we will proceed with the scientific talks and have time for questions after the end of the presentations. So, yes, of course. Υπάρχει μετάφραση, οπότε, ναι, μεγάλο. Κάτσε να το βάζω αυτό τώρα εδώ.
Καλημέρα σας. Ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση. Πώς κάνουμε, παιδιά, προβολή παρουσίασης? Δεν το βλέπω να συνδέεται. Ωραία. Επιτρέψτε μου να αρχίσω με μια πολύ γνωστή παροιμία, γραμμένη από το Γάλλο Tournefort, το 1700, στο περιηγητικό του βιβλίο, ενδιαφέρον βιβλίο, «Οι Κρητικοί παχαίνουν εκεί που τα γαϊδούρια ψοφούν από την πείνα». Με τρόπο που φαίνεται υπερβολικός ο Tournefort, τονίζει ότι ένας κριτικός εποχής του κατανάλωνε περισσότερα χορταρικά από όσα κατανάλωνε ένα κατεξοχήν φυτοφάγο θηλαστικό. Διευκρινίζει μάλιστα ότι οι Κρήτες δεν τρώνε μόνο το υπέργειο μέρος του φυτού, αλλά και τις ρίζες. Διαβάζοντάς το, δεν μπορεί κανείς παρά να θυμηθεί τα λεπτοκάριδα βολβούς που μέχρι και πριν από μερικές δεκαετίες τους έτρωγαν ομούς, οι βουκόλοι, ακόμη και οι μαθητές των αγροτικών οικισμών όταν έβγαιναν εκδρομές με τα σχολεία τους. Τους θυμάμαι κι εγώ, εκεί γύρω στο 1970, στις σχολικές εκδρομές, ψωμάκια της γης τα λέγαμε. Και τα τρώγαμε μαζί με τις γευστικότατες γαλατσίδες, ομές κι αυτές. Η παροιμία που διάσωσε ο Τούρνεφορ μπορεί να συμπληρωθεί με πολλές άλλες, όπως αυτή που άκουσα από τον Μπιλάλ στο Κουσάνταση της Τουρκίας. Δύο πράγματα δεν πρέπει να μπουν ποτέ στο χωράφι σου, αγελάδα και κριτικός. Και οι δυο δεν θα αφήσουν ούτε πράσινο φύλλο. Το εθνολογικό υλικό μπορεί να αποβεί χρήσιμο για όλους, ίσως ακόμη και για σας, την ιατρική κοινότητα εννοώ. Και το λέω επειδή είμαι από αυτούς που υποστηρίζουν ότι ο όρος μεσογειακή διατροφή είναι αρκετά ευρύς για να είναι αληθινός και να αντιπροσωπεύει μια πραγματικότητα, μα και επειδή πιστεύω ότι υπάρχουν αρκετές ομοιότητες ανάμεσα στα διατροφικά συστήματα των μεσογειακών χωρών, υπάρχουν όμως και πολύ περισσότερες διαφορές. Εμείς επιμένουμε. Κρητική διατροφή. Κρητικός διατροφικός πολιτισμός, όπως Αιγυπτιακός, Τινησιακός, Σικελικός, Καλαβρέζικος, Κωσικάνικος, Εβραϊκός. Δεν υποτιμούμε κανέναν, ούτε και υπερτιμούμε, ούτε και αξιολογούμε βέβαια. Κάθε πολιτισμός έχει τις αξίες του και εμείς τους σεβόμαστε και σεβόμαστε και αυτές τις αξίες, χωρίς όμως να τους βάζουμε σε ένα καζάνι όλους μαζί. Μπορεί να διαλέγονται μεταξύ τους οι γειτονικοί πολιτισμοί, αλλά καθένας διατηρεί τα δικά του χαρακτηριστικά, ανυποψίαστος για τις εμπορικές ή άλλες σκοπιμότητες που βάζουν τίτλους στα πράγματα. Κρητική διατροφή, λοιπόν, κρητικός διατροφικός πολιτισμός. Αγαπητοί φίλοι, παρακολουθώντας όχι μόνο την παραγωγή των αγαθών, αλλά και τις ιδιαίτερες κοινωνικές, οικονομικές, θρησκευτικές και γενικότερα πολιτισμικές συνθήκες μιας πληθυσμιακής ομάδας, μπορούμε να κατανοήσουμε καλύτερα τόσο τα άτομα, όσο και τις κοινωνίες τις οποίες συνθέτουν. Και εδώ οι ανθρωπιστικές επιστήμες, όπως η λαογραφία και η πολιτιστική ανθρωπολογία, έχουν ασφαλώς βαρύνοντα ρόλο. Διάλεξα την τοπική χλωρίδα ως κεντρικό θέμα της εισήγησής μου και τη σοφία της ανθρώπινης εμπειρίας, τις συνθήκες κάτω από τις οποίες καταναλώνονται τα χόρτα στην Κρήτη, αντλώντας υλικό αφενός από τη βιωματική γνώση ως παιδί ημιορεινής περιοχής της Κρήτης και περισσότερο από τη μελέτη των πηγών και τις έρευνες που άρχισαν την δεκαετία του 1980, όταν με τη Μαρία, τη σύζυγό μου, περάσαμε από όλους σχεδόν τους οικισμούς της Κρήτης, καταγράφοντας στοιχεία του υλικού πολιτισμού με έμφαση στις τροφοσυλλεκτικές και τροφοπαρασκευαστικές πρακτικές, στα έθιμα του τραπεζιού και στους τρόπους κατανάλωσης της τροφής. Είναι και αυτό ένα μεγάλο κεφάλαιο. Από πολλούς έχει επισημανθεί ο ρόλος της θρησκείας στη διαμόρφωση ενός διατροφικού συστήματος. Δεν νομίζω ότι χρειάζεται ιδιαίτερη ανάλυση αυτό. Ίσως αν σκεφτεί κανένας μερικά βασικά πράγματα, όπως οι τροφοαπαγορεύσεις στο Ισλάμ και η δίαιτα που επιβάλλει η Ορθόδοξη Εκκλησία, τότε θα το κατανοήσει καλύτερα. Οι νοοτροπίες των κοινωνικών ομάδων, οι ψυχικές και όχι μόνο οι υλικές ανάγκες, αποτελούν εσαΐ οριοθετήσεις των τοπικών πολιτισμών. Ο παππούς μου δεν έφαγε ποτέ βοδινό. Όχι επειδή είχε σχέση με βουδιστικά πρότυπα, αλλά επειδή απέδιδε ακραίο σεβασμό σε ένα ζώο εργασίας, σύμμαχό του στον αγώνα της ζωής, το οποίο το άφηνε να τελευτήσει με φυσικό θάνατο. Ποτέ δεν έσφαξε αγελάδα. Οι λιπόσαρκοι ασκητές, οι παπάδες των χωριών, μέχρι σχετικά πρόσφατες περιοχές, οι πιστοί που τηρούσαν τις διατροφικές συνήθειες με τις περιόδους των νηστείων, θα μπορούσαν να αποτελέσουν ένα καλό δείγμα μελέτης των επιπτώσεων αυτής της διατροφής. Το μισό χρόνο περίπου δεν καταναλώνουν τροφές ζωικής προέλευσης. Αναφέρομαι βέβαια στο παρελθόν, μέχρι τη δεκαετία του 60 και του 70. Έτυχε να έχω στη συλλογή μου ένα ενδιαφέρον τεκμήριο που η μελέτη του δεν έχει ολοκληρωθεί ακόμη, γιατί χρειάζεται διεπιστημονική προσέγγιση. Και αυτό ελπίζω να γίνει εν καιρό. Είναι το κατάστοιχο ενός πολύ μεγάλου ιερογραφείου που έραβε ράσα παπάδων όλης της Κρήτης, από τη Σιτία μέχρι την Κίσαμο, από τις αρχές του 20ου αιώνα μέχρι την πρώτη τελευταία δεκαετία, σχεδόν 70 χρόνια. Ο αρχικός ιεροράπτης και οι διάδοχοί του μετρούσαν τους πελάτες τους, δίνοντας έμφαση στο ύψος, το μήκος των χεριών, τη σωματική διάπλαση, την περιφέρεια, την κοιλιά δηλαδή. Μιχάλη Καθαράκη, μπορεί να είναι και ο πατέρας σου μέσα, νομίζω. Δεν έχω στατιστικά στοιχεία να ανακοινώσω σήμερα, εντυπωσιάζει όμως το πλήθος των ανθρώπων με μέση 80 και 90 εκατοστά. Όπως εντυπωσιάζουν και οι αλλαγές των σωμάτων, αφού οι αριθμοί αυτοί μεταβάλλονται φυσικά προς τα πάνω με το πέρασμα του χρόνου. Μελετώντας, ένιωσα βαθιά ανθρώπινη συγκίνηση, καθώς συναντούσα ονόματα σπουδαίων ανθρώπων, μητροπολιτών, ιερωμένων, που ανακηρύχθηκαν άγιοι της Εκκλησίας, υπάρχουν και αυτοί, αλλά και μοναχών και ασκητών που είχα γνωρίσει και μου είχαν εμπιστευτεί, σημαίνοντας στοιχεία της ζωής τους λίγο πριν το 1990 και που σήμερα δεν είναι κανένας από αυτούς στη ζωή. Μια ιδιαίτερη ομάδα αποτελούν οι ολίγοι ασκητές του Κρητικού Νότου, που μελετήσαμε τις διατροφικές τους συνήθειες. Τότε πίστευα ότι αποτελούσαν εξαίρεση όσον αφορά στη διατροφή τους, λέω. Αργότερα όμως κατάλαβα ότι το διαιτολόγιο του γενικού πληθυσμού δεν απήχε πολύ από το δικό τους διαιτολόγιο. Όταν ο σύγχρονος καταναλωτής αναφέρεται στην κατανάλωση χόρτων, εννοεί ένα αστικό τρόπο ζωής. Ίσως και αγροτικό μερικές φορές, αλλά με περιορισμένο αριθμό εδοδήμων φυτών. Στις αγροτικές κοινότητες της Κρήτης, το σκηνικό ήταν μέχρι και πριν από λίγες δεκαετίες εντελώς διαφορετικό. Προχθές, για παράδειγμα, είχαν Πρωτομαγιά. Και ο Μάης είναι δύσιμος μήνας στη λαϊκή συνείδηση. Μήνα της ζωής, μήνας της άνθησης, της άνοιξης, αλλά και μήνας των προλήψεων. Ο Μάης με τα μάγια του, λένε. Για να τον αντιμετωπίσουν οι Κρήτες, και μιλώ πάλι για την Κρήτη του πρώτου μισού του 20ου αιώνα, έφτιαχναν ένα ιδιότυπο παρασκεύασμα, το μαγιολίτη, ή μαγιοδέντρι. Μάζευαν 40 ειδών βότανα και χόρτα. Ο μαγικός αριθμός 40 έχει ιδιαίτερο προστατευτικό ρόλο στη λαϊκή θυμολογία. Τα ανακάτευαν με μέλι και γάλα, τα άφηναν τη νύχτα κάτω από τον έναστρο ή μη ουρανό, να αστρονομιστούν όπως λέγανε, και τα έτρωχαν ομά το πρωί της Πρωτομαγιάς. Οι λεπτομέρειες του εθήμου είναι εξαιρετικά ενδιαφέρουσες, αλλά δεν έχουμε καιρό να τις αναλύσουμε. Σκεφτείτε όμως 40 χόρτα, 40 βότανα σε μια εποχή που τα είδη της εδόδημης χλωρίδας ήταν σε τούτο το νησί πάρα πολύ περισσότερα. Πάνω από 150, ο ακριβής αριθμός δεν είναι δυνατόν να καταγραφεί με ακρίβεια, λόγω των τοπικών συνήθειών. Ας αφήσουμε όμως το εθιμικό παρασκεύασμα του Μάη, μη και αυτό καταναλωνόταν μια φορά το χρόνο, ενώ τα υπόλοιπα καλύπταν ολόκληρο τον κύκλο του ενιαυτού. Δύσκολα κατανοήσιμο το σκηνικό σήμερα, αλλά η διατροφή των Κρητών της προνεωτερικής εποχής περιελάμβανε όχι μόνο ένα μεγάλο πλήθος αγαθών, αλλά και ιδιότυπες συνήθειες. Με τον κύριο Καστανά και άλλους φίλους, μελετήσαμε πριν από 25 χρόνια περίπου μερικές ομάδες της υπαίθρου, παρακολουθώντας για μεγάλο χρονικό διάστημα τη διατροφή άνω των 200 κατά περίπτωση οικογενειών σε ορεινές κοινότητες. Τι έτρωγαν πρωί, μεσημέρι και βράδυ. Και είναι εντυπωσιακό να βλέπεις τις μεγαλύτερες γενιές να επιμένουν στη συλλογή ειδών της χλωρίδας, άγριας ή καλλιεργήσιμης, που οι νεότεροι αγνοούν. Όπως αγνοούν και τον τρόπο χρήσης αυτών των ειδών ή και τους τρόπους της μαγειρικής επεξεργασίας. Θα σας αναφέρω ένα παράδειγμα. Κοτόπουλο ή αρνί ή ψάρι με άνηθο ή μάραθο ή μαϊντανό. Εδώ ο άνηθος, το μάραθο, ο μαϊντανός δεν είναι το αρωματικό βότανο που χρησιμοποιείται για να προσδώσει άρωμα ή γεύση. Είναι το χορταρικό που χρησιμοποιείται ως βασικό υλικό, είναι το κυρίαρχο στο πιάτο και ασφαλώς σερβίρεται σε μεγαλύτερη ποσότητα από το κρέας. Θα μπορούσα να αναφέρω αρκετά συναφή παραδείγματα, όπως ο μπακαλιάρος με τη φρέσκια ρίγανη που το είδατε πριν, το χαρακτηριστικό αρνί με το μάραθο. Περιορίζομαι όμως σε μερικά χαρακτηριστικά παραδείγματα. Να, οι διάφορες πίτες, ας πούμε, όπως οι μαραθόπιτες και οι μαραθοτιγανίτες, λίγο ζυμάρι, άφθονο μάραθο, άφθονο ελαιόλαδο, ιδιοτυπία και αυτή του διατροφικού μας πολιτισμού, που αρκείται στο βρισκούμενο, σε αυτό που υπάρχει σε κάθε εποχή του χρόνου, αυτό αξιοποιεί, επιτρέψτε μου να το πω, με έμφυτη, ίσως υποσυνείδητη, οικολογική συνείδηση. Ίσως, πώς να το πω, οικολογική συνείδηση μη συνειδητοποιημένη και εμπειρική σοφία. Είναι αυτή η φύση της κρητικής κουζίνας, αφού διατηρεί αυτούσια τη γεύση του αυθεντικού, αντολώντας γευστικά και αρωματικά χαρακτηριστικά κατευθείαν από τη φύση, χωρίς ιδιαίτερα μπαχρικά και καρικεύματα, με σαφέστατη διάκριση των αρωμάτων και των γεύσεων. Αυτό είναι, νομίζω, ένα από τα μικρά μυστικά της τοπικής κουζίνας. Οι πλέον απίθανοι συνδυασμοί πρωτεϊνών και χορταρικών. Έχω αναφερθεί πολλές φορές στο ευρηματικό καλοκαιρινό έδεσμα ψάρι με μπάμιες. Προσέξτε όμως, η νοικοκυρά που γνωρίζει τις αξίες και τις σέβεται, δεν θα μαγείρευε ποτέ ορφό με μπάμιες, ας πούμε. Σάρπα θα έβαζε, σάρπα. Μόνο σάρπα. Ένα ψάρι με όχι ιδανική γεύση. Πολλοί πιστεύουν ότι μυρίζει βουρκίλα. Οι μπάμιες προσδίδουν οξύτητα. Ο συνδυασμός αποδίδει ένα εξαιρετικό αποτέλεσμα με απλά υλικά και απλές μαγειρικές πρακτικές. Θα ήταν βεβαίως παράληψη αν δεν αναφερόταν εδώ η ιδιαίτερη αξιοποίηση πλήθους αρωματικών και άλλων φυτών στα λεγόμενα γιαχνερά και οι απίθανοι συνδυασμοί τους με κρέας, ψάρι, θαλασσινά, χοχλιούς, ακόμη και όσπρια. Δεκάδες τα παραδείγματα, πολλές δεκάδες, παρακολουθώντας μια λαϊκή μαγείρισα, θα εκπλαγεί κανείς από τον απίστευτο αριθμό των χόρτων που συλλέγει για να παρασκευάσει αυτά τα εδέσματα. Ούτε 5, ούτε 10, ούτε 20. Επιλεγμένο όμως, ώστε να αποδίδουν ισορροπία και αρμονία στο φαγητό, αποτέλεσμα και αυτό της βιωματικής εμπειρίας, εκείνης που σε προγενέστερα στάδια βασιζόταν μονάχα στην προφορικότητα και στην αέναη μετάδοση της κατακτημένης εμπειρικής γνώσης. Έτσι διασώθηκαν από τη λύθη του χρόνου ονομασίες όπως ο σκόλιμος, έτσι λειτουργήσε η ευρηματικότητα της γλώσσας. Πριν από 2 δεκαετίες περίπου, περιηγούμασταν τα ορεινά σφακιά με το φίλο καθηγητή βοτανολογίας και αριστογνώστη της τοπικής χλωρίδας στο Ζαχαρία του Κυπριωτάκη, σε μια μικρή ερευνητική περιπλάνηση. Και παρακολουθούσε μια γυναίκα που βροβολογούσε, αυτή που βλέπετε εδώ, Ζαχαριά το επώνυμο της. Τότε άκουσα για πρώτη φορά την ονομασία Μυριδούσα. Είναι γνωστή καυκαλήθρα. Έλεγα και ξανά έλεγα τη λέξη Μυριδούσα, το χορταρικό με την υπέροχη μυρουδιά που δεν απολείπει από τις βρουβόπιτες της παιδικής μνήμης. Θα ήταν όμως χρήσιμο να δούμε μερικά από τα ελάχιστα γνωστά είδη που θα νόμιζε κανείς σήμερα ότι η σπανιότητα των σχετικών αναφορών τους σημαίνει και σπανιότητα της χρήσης. Εδώ βλέπουμε ένα χαρακτηριστικό παράδειγμα. Μάλλον το πέρασα. Μαναρόλια, τοπικό όσπριο γνωστό με την ίδια ονομασία από το 15ο αιώνα με μάραθο, μαναρόλια με μάραθο, συνηθέστατο παρασκεύασμα σε πλήστες περιοχές της Κρήτης. Ας θυμηθούμε ότι η μελέτη πολιτισμών απαιτεί την κατά το δυνατόν πληρέστερη κατανόηση των συνθήκων, μπέρδεψα λίγο τις διαφάνειες, με συγχωρείτε, κάτω από τις οποίες δημιουργήθηκαν, εξελίχθηκαν και επιβίωσαν, ακόμη και των ψυχικών αναγκαιοτήτων και των συλλογικών νοοτροπιών, αλλά και των συλλογικών ταυτοτήτων. Σήμερα μπορεί να γνωρίζουμε το γυαλοράδικο. Να το, τα μαναρόλια, εδώ είναι. Με το μαναρόλια το 14ο-15ο αιώνα αναφέρονται. Ένα είδος οσπρίου που νομίζω είναι προς εξαφάνιση. Μπορεί να γνωρίζουμε το γυαλοράδικο, το γνωστό στα Μναγκάθη. Ξεχνάμε όμως ότι σε μερικές περιοχές η συλλογή του ήταν επίπονη. Το έβγαζαν μέσα από τα αγκάθια και ότι κατά την εποχή της βλάστησης αποτελούσε κύριο διατροφικό είδος, αφού καταναλωνόταν πολλές φορές τη βδομάδα. Θα αναφέρω μόνο ελάχιστα παραδείγματα, νομίζω ενδεικτικά για τη διατροφική ιδιαιτερότητα και την ευρηματική μαγειρική επεξεργασία. Ο δρύλος. Ανθίζει την άνοιξη, αλλά χρησιμοποιείται λίγο πριν την άνθηση. Λαχανεύεται και μαγειρεύεται στην Κρήτη, όχι σπάνια όπως είπα, αφού στις περιοχές όπου φυτρώνει υπάρχει σε αυθονία και θεωρείται εκλεκτό έδεσμα. Επαναλαμβάνω ότι αυτά τα σχεδόν άγνωστα είδη δεν αποτελούσαν περιστασιακά τρόφιμα, αλλά συχνότατα χρησιμοποιούμενες εποχικές πρώτες ύλες. Ο στίφνος. Η λαϊκή εμπειρία ισοδυναμεί με σοφία, αφού η κρίσα μαγείρισα γνωρίζει ποιο τμήμα του φυτού θα χρησιμοποιήσει, αποφεύγοντας τα τοξικά μέρη. Οι καρποί του είναι τοξικοί. Έχουν προκληθεί ακόμα και θάνατοι από αυτό. Κάποιοι από εσάς θα ξέρουν περισσότερα ασφαλώς από μένα. Απαραίτητο καλοκαιρινό φαγητό, συχνότατο σε συνδυασμό με άλλα κυπευτικά και περιχυμένο, όπως όλα, με άφθονο ελαιόλαδο. Οι αγριαγκινάρες. Όχι αυτές που βρίσκουμε στην αγορά, το ακαθόδος φυτό που θεωρείται ζυζάνιο, κάθε Μάρτι αποτελούν το πιο συνηθισμένο, μα και το πιο εκλεκτό πιάτο των περιοχών στις οποίες αυθονούν, όπως ας πούμε η σιτία. Αργότερα, στα τέλη της Άνοιξης, καταναλώνονται οι ανθοφόρες κεφαλές, που η όψη τους θυμίζει μάλλον αχινό, όπως είδατε προηγουμένως. Ο εγώγλωσσος των αρχαίων και η μποράντζα, μόνο όποιος έχει δοκιμάσει τη γανιτά μπορεί να καταλάβει. Ο ασκόλιμπρος. Τούτο το ακαθόδες υπέργειο, τόσο το ακαθόδες υπέργειο όσο και το υπόγειο μέρος του φυτού. Εξαιρετικοί συνδυασμοί με κρέας, εξαιρετικά και ευρηματικά παρασκευάσματα. Το κρήταμο. Σήμερα είναι γνωστό μόνο για τη χρήση του στις σαλάτες, συντηρημένος εξίδι. Στα παραθαλάσσια μοναστήρια και στα χωριά αποτελούσε ένα από τα κυριότερα πιάτα του καλοκαιριού, μαγειρεμένο με πολλούς τρόπους. Ήταν από τα φυτά που συντήρησαν τον ερημιτισμό στην Νότια Κρήτη. Δεν είχαν τι άλλο να τρώνε οι άνθρωποι. Οπότε βρήκαν πολλούς τρόπους να αξιοποιήσουν το κρήταμο. Μέχρι και τα μέσα περίπου του 20ου αιώνα. Θαυμάσια τα φαγητά των παράκτιων περιοχών επίσης, υψηλής γαστρονομικής και διατροφικής αξίας. Εδώ είναι πάλι με μαναρόλια. Η μολόχα. Περιφρονημένο φυτό με μεγάλη ιστορία. Συνδεδεμένο κάποτε με την απόλυτη φτώχεια. Τα άνθη του φυτού συνδυάζονται με χαμομήλι και δημιουργούν θαυμάσια βεψίματα. Και οι τρυφεροί βλαστοί το αξιοποιούνται με πολλούς τρόπους στη λαϊκή κουζίνα. Εδώ βλέπετε μολόχα με ρύζι. Η αντοναΐδα. Αγαπημένο βοτάνι που χρησιμοποιείται πρωτίστως ως αφέψιμα. Σε μερικές περιοχές μαγειρεύεται με κρέας, αποδίδοντας ένα εξαιρετικό γευστικό αποτέλεσμα. Δυστυχώς, το είδος αυτό του φυτού δεν υπάρχει πλέον σε αυθονία. Είναι από τα απειλούμενα φυτά, όπως και πολλά άλλα. Ο κατάλογος των ελαχίστων γνωστών ειδών της εδόδημης χλωρίδας δεν εξαντλείται ούτε στο πλαίσιο μιας εισήγησης, ούτε ακόμη και σε ένα συνέδριο που θα ασχολούνταν αποκλειστικά με αυτό το θέμα. Αρνί με χλωρά αμύγδαλα, φασόλια με άνηθο, φθινοπορεινές πίτες με τσιμούλια. Τότε η άγρια χλωρίδα η εξαιραθή, δεν υπήρχε άλλο χορταρικό, αλλά η αγάπη των κριτικών για την πίτα είναι δεδομένη. Αφρονιές. Επίσης, φυτό που θεωρείται δηλητηριώδες, αλλά έχουν φυτρώσει την κοιλιά μου, όπως και πολλών από τους, μάλλον εδώ δεν ξέρω αν είναι πολλοί που τις έχω φάει πολλές φορές. Θα κλείσω εθυμούμενος πάλι τον Τούρνεφορ. Οι Κρητικοί παχαίνουν εκεί που τα γαϊδούρια ψοφούν από την πείνα. Μην παρεξηγηθούμε όμως. Τα είδη που καταναλώνονται ομά και άφθονα, αλλά και η εμπειρία της γυναίκας, είναι εκείνα που αποτελούν σήμερα το μέγα ζητούμενο. Και το λέω επειδή χάνεται η γνώση των φυτών. Οι σημερινές χορταρούδες γνωρίζουν 10, 20, όχι τις πολλές δεκάδες των φυτών που συνέστησαν τον πλούτο της κρητικής διατροφής. Βλέπετε μια χορταρούσα δράση. Στο οροπέδιο Λαστιθίου είναι αυτή. Το επαναλαμβάνω. Κρητικής, όχι θολά γενικευμένης μεσογειακής διατροφής. Τότε είχαν προτείνει, κύριε Καστανά, όταν γινόταν η συζήτηση για την UNESCO, αντί να μπει ο τίτλος Μεσογειακή και αντί να προτείνει η φτωχή και ανόητη Ελλάδα τον τίτλο Μεσογειακή διατροφή, να προτείνει ελληνικός διατροφικός πολιτισμός. Φυσικά, η δικιά μας διατροφή των Κρητών είναι πολύ κοντά στη διατροφή των νησιών του Αιγαίου, της Πελοποννήσου και άλλων περιοχών όπου υπάρχει ελαιόλαδο. Όχι όμως με το Μαρόκο. Με συγχωρείτε. Στις γυναίκες της Κρήτης οφείλουμε αυτή τη γνώση και αυτό το πλούτο. Μανάδες, γιαγιάδες, αδερφές. εκείνες που μπόρεσαν να μεταμορφώσουν ακόμη και τα ακανθώδη φυτά σε εκλεκτά εδέσματα, να μεταμορφώσουν τη μολόχα, που οι πάντες περιφρονούν, ακόμη και τα ταπεινά, τρυφερά αμπελοβλάσταρα που τα μαγειρεύουν αυτή την εποχή. Ευχαριστώ. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Εγώ έμεινα έκπληκτος από τις φωτογραφίες σας. Θα έπρεπε εδώ δίπλα στον τίτλο να λέει και φωτογράφος, πέρα από το journalist και writer. Θα έπρεπε να λέει photograph artist. Εκπληκτικές φωτογραφίες, πραγματικά. Εκπληκτικές. Πέρα από τις πολύ όμορφες πληροφορίες που μας δώσατε. So we will have some time for a couple of questions. Use the microphone, please.
Μια από τις πιο ωραιότερες ομιλίες που έχω ακούσει ποτέ. Μία απλή ερώτηση. Πώς μπορούμε να διδάξουμε τα παιδιά μας για την ιστορία αυτή του τόπου? Τι προτείνετε?
Αγαπητέ μου κύριε Βασιλείου, μακάρι να μπορούσα να προτείνω. Επειδή είμαι και γονιός και παππούς, θα σας πω τη δική μου εμπειρία. Όταν δίνετε στο παιδί σας το συγκεκριμένο πράγμα κάθε μέρα, θα το μάθει σιγά σιγά. Το λέω τελείως εμπειρικά. Πιστεύω όμως ότι η διατροφή έπρεπε να μπει στα σχολεία, έπρεπε να μπει με ένα πολύ συστηματοποιημένο τρόπο και με άμεσο τρόπο, γιατί ακόμα και στις αγροτικές περιοχές, στα ερωτηματολόγια που είχαμε συντάξει με τον Ηλία τη δεκαετία του 90, παρακολουθούσαμε την διαφορά της διατροφής ανάμεσα σε ηλικίες. Οι μεγάλοι διαφορετικά, οι μεσήλικες διαφορετικά, οι νεότερες γενιές διαφορετικά. Νομίζω ότι είναι και δικό σας θέμα και θέμα της κοινωνικής ιατρικής και θα βοηθήσετε πάρα πολύ τις κοινωνίες να προχωρήσουν, διότι, όπως κουβεντιάζαμε και προηγουμένως, νομίζω ότι πάρα πολλά πράγματα αλλάζουν και δημιουργούμε νεότερες γενιές με βασική έλλειψη το σπουδαίο αγαθό της υγείας. Δεν έχω να πω τίποτα.
Thank you.
Ένα μικρό σχόλιο, γιατί όπως καταλάβατε είμαι ο optimist της περίοδου. Αυτό που κουβέντιαζα με τον κύριο Σταρή όσο μίλαγες, Νίκο μου, είναι ότι στις λαϊκές και στα συνοικιακά μανάβικα βρίσκεις τέτοια χόρτα. Σήμερα. Επομένως, εδώ είναι πάρα πολύ πιο εύκολο το να μοιηθείς ένας νέος σε κάτι τέτοιο. Δεν λέω ότι είναι το ίδιο όπως ήταν το 50, αλλά το ότι ο μανάβης απέναντι από το σπίτι μου φέρνει τέτοια χόρτα και μπορώ να τα βρω και να τα εξάγω στον αδερφό μου, στην αδερφή μου, στην Αθήνα, στο ένα, στο άλλο, μόνον έτσι πάει.
Θέλω να θυμίσω στον Ηλία μία παρουσίαση που κάναμε στο Παρίσι. Δεν θυμάμαι τη χρονολογία, είναι πολλά χρόνια όμως. Τότε που ήρθαν από τη Μασσαλία και μας βρήκαν και μας ζητήσαν, θυμάσαι, ονόματι Λενά, θυμάμαι και το επώνυμο ακόμα, να στείλουμε γυναίκες από την Κρήτη να διδάξουν τους ανθρώπους το πώς να μαζεύουν χόρτα. Τυχαίνει να είμαι σε μια οικογένεια τροφοσφυλακτική. Η Μαρία γνωρίζει πολύ περισσότερα από μένα. Πολλές δεκάδες ήδη. Θα έλεγα εκατοντάδες ήδη. Και βλέποντας νεότερους ανθρώπους, στεναχωριέμαι πολύ. Δηλαδή, το να φας τη γλιστρίδα που γίνει της μόδας είναι πάρα πολύ συνηθισμένο. Όμως εδώ τη μαγειρεύουν τη γλιστρίδα. Δεν λείπει ποτέ από τα καλοκαιρινά πιάτα. Δεν λέω ότι τρώνε κάθε μέρα. Κάθε μέρα στη σαλάτα όμως.
Yes, please. Please use the microphone.
Ήταν τόσο ωραία και έμαθα πάρα πολλά. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ και για αυτό που κάνετε, όχι μόνο για μας, αλλά για τους άλλους. for the next generation. Αυτό που θέλω να ξέρω είναι που είπαμε για τα toxins. Ο κύριος Βασίλης είπαμε για the environmental toxins. Στα ελληνικά πώς είναι?
Τοξίνες.
Ναι, τοξίνες τώρα που έχουμε η γη, πώς... how does that play into τα χόρτα τώρα που έχουμε τώρα στη Κρήτη και παντού? Τι νομίζετε εσείς? Κατάλαβα.
Να βοηθήσω λίγο.
Ναι, έλα.
Θέλει να πει ότι αν υπάρχει χημικά στο έδαφος, τα οποία ουσιαστικά μεταφέρονται στο φυτό, ή αν υπάρχουν από αυτά που ψεκάζουμε για την παραγωγή, τι γίνεται ακριβώς, ποια είναι η λύση για αυτά?
Θα σας απαντήσω. Στα καλλιεργούμενα είδη υπάρχει μια επιβάρηση. Δεν το λέω από επιστημονική γνώση, από εμπειρία το λέω. Δηλαδή, ακόμα και στα καλλιεργούμενα είδη μπαίνει λίπασμα. Οπότε, κάποιες φορές μπορεί να μείνουν νητρόδι, αν και τουλάχιστον από όσο γνωρίζω, σε ένα τόπο όπου ο ήλιος μας βασανίζει συχνά, τα νητρόδια αποδομούνται πολύ πιο γρήγορα από ό,τι σε άλλες περιοχές. Όμως, η άγρια χλωρίδα έχει ελάχιστη σχέση με αυτά. Όταν γνωρίζει κανείς το πώς θα τη μαζέψει. Δηλαδή, μαζεύουμε χόρτα, μια περιοχή κοντά στο σπίτι μας, όπου δεν έχει έρθει ποτέ ο πολιτισμός. Δεν έχει, μόνο πρόβατα μπορεί να δει κανείς, πουλιά, καμιά φορά και λαγούς, αν τύχει. Σε αυτά δεν υπάρχει καμία επιβάρηση, τουλάχιστον αυτό νομίζω εγώ, εκτός και αν πια η ατμοσφαιρική ρύπανση είναι τόσο δυνατή, που αυτό ξεφεύγει από τη δικιά μου αρμοδιότητα, να το πω. Όμως μπορείτε να τρώτε άφοβα χόρτα στην Κρήτη. Αυτό νομίζω εγώ, ακόμα και τα καλλιεργούμενα είδη, διότι αυτά δεν έχουν μεγάλες ανάγκες και δεν έχουν και πολύ, δεν είναι ευπρόσβλητα είδη. Δηλαδή δεν είναι είδη που αρρωσταίνουν συχνά, που παθαίνουν διάφορα προβλήματα και χρειάζονται αντιμετώπιση. Περισσότερο με ανησυχεί αυτά τα φάρμακα, τα αγροχημικά που καταστρέφουν τη χλωρίδα, δηλαδή την άγρια βλάστηση. Αυτά νομίζω ότι αποτελούν ένα κίνδυνο. Δεν ξέρω αν χρησιμοποιούνται σωστά και πού χρησιμοποιούνται. Στην Κρήτη λίγο. Δεν είναι όπως, ας πούμε, θα δείτε κάποιες αχανείς εκτάσεις να ψεκάζονται. Αυτά δεν υπάρχουν. Οι ιδιοκτησίες είναι μικρές, όπως και σε όλο το Αιγαίο και σε όλη την περιοχή την ελληνική. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Yes, please. The microphone. Use the microphone. Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ. Μέρη Μπαριδάκη λέγομαι, είμαι μουσιοπαιδαγωγός. Θα ήθελα να συγχαρώ τον κύριο Ψηλάκη για άλλη μια φορά για τα σοφά που μας είπε σε σχέση με την κριτική, διατροφή και τα χόρτα. Να αναφέρω ότι όλος αυτός ο πλούτος όλες οι εθνοβοτανικές πρακτικές έχουν ενταχθεί δεν ξέρω αν αναφέρθηκε γιατί δεν ήρθα από την αρχή, έχουν ενταχθεί λοιπόν στο Εθνικό Ευρετήριο της Άειλης Πολιτιστικής Κληρονομιάς με πρωτοβουλία του Μουσείου Λιχνωστάτης. Ήταν μια ιδέα και μια στόχευση του ιδρυτή του Μουσείου του Γιώργη του Μαρκάκη. Και επίσης να πω ότι υπάρχει μια μικρή ταινιούλα, μικρού μήκους, η οποία προσπαθεί τουλάχιστον να παρουσιάσει τον πλούτο των εθνοβοτανικών πρακτικών στην Κρήτη. Και αυτό λειτουργεί ως υλικό τεκμηρίωσης για τον φάκελο που έχει ήδη ενταχθεί και...
Έχουν ενταχθεί ή είναι υποένταξη?
Έχουν εγκριθεί. Το έχει υποβάλει το Μουσείο το φάκελο. Πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα πληροφορία. Και έχει ενταχθεί στον άειλο πολιτισμό στο Εθνικό Ευρετήριο. Και υπάρχει επίσης στο μουσείο ένας χώρος, επειδή είμαι μουσιοπαιδαγωγός και μ' αρέσει όλα αυτά να περνάνε στα παιδιά, υπάρχει ένας χώρος, οι φυτοφολιές, όπου παρουσιάζουμε τα βασικά άγρια χόρτα της Κρήτης. Είστε καλεσμένοι όλοι, όποιος θέλει, στο Μουσείο Λιχνωστάτη στη Χερσόνησο και να προβάλλουμε την ταινία αυτή, τη 15λεπτη, για τα χόρτα της Κρήτης, και χόρτα και με χόρτα σας λέμε αυτή την ταινία, και να δείτε από κοντά κάποια άγρια χόρτα της Κρήτης, σε δόδημα.
Ο Μαργαρίτης ο Μαρκάκης, ο Γιώργης ο πεθερός της, ήταν μια λαμπρή φυσιογνωμία, το χάσαμε πέρυσι, σε ηλικία πάνω από 90 ετών. Ένα παράδειγμα δηλαδή ανθρώπου με μυαλό και ζωτικότητα, και είχε αυτή την πρωτοβουλία. Πραγματικά έχουν κάνει υπέροχη δουλειά. Συμφωνώ και την έχω παρακολουθήσει.
Ευχαριστούμε εμείς.
The last question, please.
Συγχαρητήρια κύριε Ψηλάκη για την πολύ όμορφη παρουσία. Συγχαρητήρια κύριε Ψηλάκη για την όμορφη παρουσίαση. Είστε γνωστός στα πράγματα και στον απλό λαό. Μπράβο σας. Απλά ήθελα να επισημάνω κάτι. Δείξατε μολόχες και άνθη και φύλλα που είναι βρώσιμα. Και θέλω να καταθέσω την εμπειρία μου. Στο διάρκεια του κορονοϊού πήγα στο χωριό μου και στο κυπαγρό μου και φύτεψα κάποια φυτά. Οι μολόχες ήταν παρασιτικό φυτό και το άφησα. Βρήκαμε μια συνταγή για ντολμάδες με μολόχες και επειδή έχω μια ομάδα στο Facebook το 2009 για το λαστιώτικο φαΐ, πειραματίστηκα πάνω στα λοχόφυλλα. Έκανα τους ντολμάδες, ήταν νοστιμότατοι, αλλά διάβασα μετά στο διαδίκτυο ότι είναι επικίνδυνο για αυτούς που παίρνουν φάρμακα. Και γενικά είναι επικίνδυνο. Δεν είχα ακούσει για τα άνθη, για τα φύλλα και μάλιστα υπάρχει μια συνταγή στο Νέα Κρήτη, έχει παρουσιαστεί στο τηλεοπτικό κανάλι. Και υπάρχει αυτό, αν υπάρχει κάποιος φορέας που αποφασίζει τι είναι βλαβερό, δηλαδή πρέπει να πεθάνει κανείς για να δούμε ότι δεν είναι βλαβερό. Και να προσθέσω μία πληροφορία, μία γυναίκα μεγάλης ηλικίας από τον Άγιο Κωνσταντίνο Οροπεδίου Λασιθίου μου είπε ότι τα αγκιναρόφυλλα, πώς τα είπατε, τα αγκιναράκια, όχι αγκινάρες,
οι αγριαγκινάρες,
οι κουφωτοί νομίζω τους λένε, είναι επικίνδυνοι γιατί 3 μαθητές το έσκασαν από το σχολείο, πήγαν στο βουνό, έφαγαν ρίζες και πέθαναν.
Ρίζες έφαγαν.
Ναι, στο Οροπέδιο Λασιθίου. Ευχαριστώ πολύ, συγγνώμη για τον χρόνο.
Κοιτάξτε, θα σας πω μια ιστορία. Ένας ασκητής κάποτε ήθελε να σκητέψει, ήθελε να πάει γένεια ασκητής. Και λέει, και τι να κάνω, πώς θα είμαι εδώ. Το απαντά λοιπόν ο ηγούμενος ενός κοντινού μοναστηριού. Θα πάρεις μια νέγα, μια κατσίκα. Θα την έχεις κοντά σου, θα την ακολουθείς και ό,τι βλέπεις και τρώει η έγα θα τρως και εσύ. Λοιπόν, οπότε ήταν ένας τρόπος να διακρίνει κανείς το δηλητηριώδες από το μη δηλητηριώδες. Αυτό με τη μολόχα αναφέρεται στις αρχαίες πηγές, δηλαδή οι φτωχοί στην αρχαία Αθήνα, στην αρχαία Κωμωδία. Έχουμε αρκετές αναφορές. Εγώ δεν έχω ακούσει κανένα να έχει δηλητηριαστεί από μολόχα. Οι αγκινάρες, αυτές οι άγριες αγκινάρες που λέτε, πώς, αφού όλο το Μάρτι και όλο τον Απρίλη, αν πάτε στη Σιτία, είναι τόνοι που τους τρώνε και τρώνε ακόμα και το βλαστό, τη ρίζα, πώς θα πεθάνει. Αυτό δεν το ξέρω. Ξέρω όμως πολύ καλά.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Πρέπει να συνεχίσουμε με τις επόμενες ομιλίες. Έχουμε ήδη υπερβεί το χρόνο.
Ωραία.
Let's take again Mr. Tsilakis. So I would like now to ask Professor Pirintzos to come to the podium.
Professor Saris, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank the organizing committee for this kind of invitation and all of you for participating in this session. It's a great honor and pleasure for me to be here. To be clear, my own background is in environmental biology, and I'm not an expert on Mediterranean Cretan diet. Nevertheless, I will try to contribute to this meeting by exploring with you issues related to the cultivation of valuable herbs and spices for the Mediterranean Cretan diet, and I will start with the following query. Since man cultivates from the beginning of the agricultural revolution and has an experience of almost 10,000 years, is it essential and open issue the subject of my presentation, or it is totally trivial? But first, let's see some terminology issues in the title of my presentation. In general, herbs refer to aromatic vegetative organs, usually leaves, e.g. bay leaf, mint, thyme, while spices refer to aromatic seeds, fruits, roots, or bark of plants used either all or ground, e.g. cinnamon, coriander, nutmeg and mace, pepper, cloves, etc. Regarding the Mediterranean area, it is widely known that there is no agreement for the definition in political or cultural terms. However, there is a consensus in terms of climate, and if we ignore the tautology, the Mediterranean area is defined as the region with a Mediterranean climate. And the Mediterranean climate, and to define the Mediterranean climate, we use bioclimatic classifications, such as the classification of the Köppen system, which is based on bioclimatic variables. Bioclimatic variables are temperature and rainfall variables, but related to biological responses. It is not by chance that the Mediterranean climate is characterized as the climate of the olive tree. The olive tree cannot be cultivated commercially in areas where the temperature often drops below 20 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 7 degrees Celsius, while a certain amount of cold is necessary for the fruit set. This is the reason why olive trees cannot be grown in tropical climates. Here, in this transparency, you can see the 5 Mediterranean zones based on the lowest temperature of the coldest month, which is a bioclimatic variable. You can see the level of minus 7 degrees, and you can see how it is distributed in the area. Undoubtedly, the Mediterranean has been the birthplace of many civilizations which have strongly influenced the traditional diets in the area. Also, the area was the end or cross point of different trade routes for herbs and spices. Thank you. Which have introduced a variety of herbs and spices in the local cuisines. For example, basil, Ocimum basilicum, which originated mainly from India and Southeast Asia, was imported to the Mediterranean during the spice trade in 15th century, and its influence on the culinary culture of the Mediterranean region has been significant. Also, the black pepper, Peper nigrum, which is native to the Malabar coast of India, was a well-known and widespread seasoning in the Roman Empire, especially after Rome's conquest of Europe. On the other side, other herbs and spices widely used in the Mediterranean Cretan diet, like zochos, Sonchus oleraceus, native to the Mediterranean area, are not restricted in the Mediterranean region, and they are also native and widespread all over Europe. You see that Ocimum basilicum is not native in the Mediterranean region, even in the rest of the countries of Europe. Of course, there are some endemic taxa of Crete, such as Malotira, Sideritis syriaca subspecies syriaca, Dictamus, Origanum dictamus, and Majorana, Origanum microphyllum, which fulfill the strict geographic criterion. In conclusion, the phytogeographic criterion of herbs and spices is not the absolute criterion for evaluating traditional diets, especially in the meta-colonial epoch. Therefore, we suggest the study of functional criteria to promote further political decision and local developmental strategy. In this direction, the sage and the theme are two common herbs of the herbal diet and native of the Mediterranean area, and are good examples of a demo of these functional criteria. A query I like very much is the following. Do the herbs and spices of Crete have specific characteristics? It is commonplace that in the word market, the term sage refers to the Dalmatian sage, Salvia officinalis, while in Crete, the term sage refers to the Greek sage, Salvia fruticosa. So the query becomes specific to whether the Greek sage has an advantage over the Dalmatian. The answer is yes, it has. 1,8 cineol, known as for its analgesic and anti-inflammatory actions, appears to be in high concentrations in Salvia fruticosa, And at the same time, Thujon, which is a competitive antagonist of CABA, and European Council directives allow only certain levels of Thujon in foodstuffs in the European Union, appears in a very low concentrations compared with Salvia officinalis, where the reverse is recorded. More or less, a compound which we like very much is in high concentrations in this species compared to the very well-known sage worldwide. In the Cretan cuisine, the term theme refers to the species Corydothymos capitatus, now more Thimbra capitata. While in the rest of Greece, the term theme refers to the species of the genus Thymus. As you can see in this transparency, carvacrol is the major secondary metabolite of the species Corydothymos capitatus, while linalol is the major component of the essential oil of the genus Thymus. Carvacrol is strong advantage for the Corydothymos capitatus in comparison to the Thymus vulgaris, as it's characterized by strong antioxidant properties, similar to those of vitamin E and absorbic acid, and it also has pronounced antimicrobial and antibacterial actions. In conclusion, considering that several health claims are based on the secondary metabolites of plants, we can strengthen the identity of the Cretan diet, researching in this direction. Nevertheless, one side of the coin is the health benefits of herbs and spices in a diet. Unfortunately, the undesirable effects are the other side, and another query I would like to pose is the following. Are the herbs and spices of the Mediterranean Cretan diet safe? You know, there is a widespread view that plant-derived products are safe because they are natural. But let's not forget Socrates, the most famous victim of the species Conium maculatum. The species is known as wild hemlock. It is a highly poisonous biennial herbaceous flowering plant of the carrot family, native to Europe and North America, which is also present in Crete. Therefore, we decided, using partial order analysis, to explore the reported undesirable effects of medicinal herbal substances in their traditional ethnopharmacological uses. Data were retrieved from the European Union list of herbal substances for use in traditional medicinal products and the final European Union herbal monographs of the European Medicines Agency, EMA. Our analysis revealed that undesirable effects of the posset were in diminishing order. This is the Hasse diagram of the partial order analysis. Were in diminishing order the gastrointestinal disorders, allergic skin reactions, allergic reactions, and hypersensitivity reactions, while based on the undesirable effects, an overall arrangement of medicinal herbal substances in rank order was achieved. This is the in rank order of these herbal substances. In conclusion, for the studied herbal substances, there is evidence maintaining both views, 50 to 50%. Specifically, the general belief among people that herbal medicine are safe because they are natural, and the opposite view that herbal products are not entirely free from side effects. So the next query arrives as a logical consequence. Are there safety issues during the wild harvest of herbs and spices? The answer is yes. Several times during the harvesting of wild herbs for cuisine, and due to misinterpretation of plant herbs, poisonous plants arrived at the dishes on the table, leading people to the hospital and unfortunately sometimes to death. In this picture you can see two herbs. The left side picture here, side by side. The left side plant is safe and widely collected from the local people. It is an amaranthus species with the common name Vlito. And the right side plant is a poisonous plant of the species Datura stramonium, full of alkaloids such as ioschiamine, atropine, and scopolamine. In conclusion, wild harvesting in Mediterranean Creta diet offers free herbs and spices on the table, but there are several open issues related to safety. And let's proceed to the next query. Are there other open issues related to the wild harvest? And specifically, are there open conservation issues associated with the wild harvest? And here the answer is yes. The increased needs have raised concerns about the overexploitation of many taxa, which can have significant adverse effects and impacts on rare and endangered species. In the case of Crete, Sideritis syriaca subspecies syriaca, local name Malotira, is a good example of adverse effects due to overexploitation, despite the effort of the Forest Service of Chania, which is already in the process of preventing and suppressing illegal harvesting. The native range of this species in Crete, and due to past overexploitation, the native rates of this species is Crete, and due to past overexploitation, only limited populations remain on the island, especially on the White Mountains. At the same time, the honey of Malotira disappeared, as the local population cannot support commercial honey product from this species. On the other side, a conservation mishit resulted in the spread of a non-native subspecies in the area, setting endangered the Cretan subspecies due to hybridization. So, one of the suggested solutions is the sustainable exploitation of herbs and spices. For the sustainable exploitation of herbs and spices has been the transition from wild harvesting to cultivation, which can ensure that the market needs are met without depletion of natural resources. Therefore, a new query arises: can we proceed from wild harvest to precision agriculture? Here, the transition from wild harvest to, from wild harvest to precision agriculture, we suggest the use of entropy models, and specifically the ecological needs models, ENM, to reveal the potential distribution of the studied species in the area based on their current distribution and environmental factors. Here is the list of the studied species. Here is the list of environmental factors which has been used, and the list of the studied species in Crete. These are some common species and well-known: Micromeria juliana, Melissae officinalis, Origanum victamus, Origanum vulgare, Origanum monites, Salvia fruticosa, Salvia pomifera, Saturegia fibra, Fibra capitata. And here is the potential distribution of the studied taxa in the area. The warm color represents areas of high potential, of high probability of occurrence, while the blue color represents areas of extremely low probability of occurrence close to zero. But let's focus on three species of them, just for better visualization of the results, and specifically on Polydothymus capitatus, Origanum victamus, and Salvia fruticosa. Maps of the full model's prediction for the studied taxa incorporated all the variables are presented on the right side of this figure, while prediction based only on bioclimatic variables are presented, shown on the left side of the figure. Warmer color represent higher suitability scores, while colder colors represent lower suitability scores. In most cases, environmental needs modeling revealed locations with moderate or high suitability beyond the areas immediately next to the present records of the taxa, indicated possible new suitable location based on the environmental conditions. From the results of the needs analysis, it is obvious that even the most widespread of the study taxa show specific environmental preferences, and the geographic distribution of suitability should be known prior to cultivation attempts. In conclusion, ecological needs modeling developed for its study taxon based on topographic, bioclimatic, soil and land use variables had high predictive power indicated to the practitioners of agriculture possible suitable areas for cultivation. Nevertheless, considering that the health claims are related to the secondary metabolites of herbs and spices, the following query arises: do the chemical profile of cultivated and wild plants are in agreement? The answer is yes. Here you can see the wild and cultivated plants, which have more or less similar content of secondary metabolites. So in conclusion, the suggested sites from ecological niche modeling of high suitability are the proper ones also from the secondary metabolites point of view. And when you deal with essential oils, it is logical to worry about the yield. So a practitioner of agriculture would pose the following query: what yield of essential oil will I get? In this figure, you can see the yields of the three studied taxa as far as it concerns the content of essential oil. In conclusion, the yields of essential oil of the same species are not the same everywhere on the island. In addition, the producer would like to know some things about the spatial variables of the secondary metabolites that participate in the essential oil, so poses the following query: what could be the spatial variables of secondary metabolites in my product? And here you can see, we can, running specific models, you can present this variation of specific metabolites in the area. In conclusion, the same species can produce different secondary metabolites in different areas. Moreover, the producer would like to know, and here is this information valuable? If you have a look in this transparency, the same species in some areas produces carvacrol, and in some other areas thymol. If you cultivate or make collection from here, you collect the carvacrol type. If you do it in this area, you collect the thymol chemotype. So it is very clear that the production of secondary metabolites is not standard everywhere. Are there different genetic groups? Briefly, using molecular techniques, I will not describe this. We can say that there are different genetic groups which are meaningful, and here you can see running models, the areas where I can cultivate these genetic groups. And the central question for the farmer is whether is my farm suitable for aromatic and medicinal herbs. Since the potential to receive coordinates through mobile phone application is widespread, and most people own a mobile phone with built-in GPS, extracting geographical information about specific location is fast and easy. Thus, a web page application, easy to use, was created, where the predicted suitability scores of his land become accessible to the farmer and to anyone interested using only the GPS coordinates of his land. I will not describe the system. 1 minute more. With GPS coordinates, you can have in a range of 0 to 1 the suitability of the areas for cultivation of each of these taxa. Close to 0, the area is unsuitable. Close to 1, the area is suitable. These are the values for each taxa. And let's finish. Sorry. This application is available in this website, and this application is also pending on the website of the region of Crete. And the last one, Professor Saris, only this. Will my crop be at risk from climate change? To reply to this query, we have selected RPC6, a climate scenario for the rising SO2 in the future, which is the most optimistic of the two pessimistic scenarios. The two pessimistic scenarios are there. Here we have the SO2 production in the future projections. Then we projected the suitability areas of each taxon in the future using only bioclimatic taxa for 2050, since there are no available future data for soil and land cover. Then we mapped all these differences, and finally we managed to produce these maps where we have losses and gains. And if you see this in an emblematic species of Crete, Origanum victimus, you can see the areas of losses and areas of wins. Here, only these Origanum species will have benefit from the climate change scenarios. And closing my presentation, I will remind you the first query I posed. Since man cultivates from the beginning of agriculture and has an experience of almost 10,000 years, is it essential and open issue, this subject? Nowadays, the cultivation of important herbs and spices in Mediterranean Cretan diet with health claims needs specific scientific knowledge. The farmer cannot proceed without support. To achieve products of high added value, it is necessary to proceed to precision agriculture, especially in environments like the Mediterranean environment of Crete, where there is high environmental heterogeneity in short distances and where there are small-scale agricultural holdings. The added value moves from the whole plant to the secondary metabolites of the plant, and this phenotype of secondary metabolite is not only the product of gene, it is the product of complicated interaction between genotype and environment, which capitalizes the local characteristics of an area. Thank you for your attention, and sorry for the... Thank
you very much. So we will proceed immediately to the next talk, and we'll have time for questions afterwards. Professor Castagnot.
Thank you. Okay. So, Marilena Campa, Professor Campa, was supposed to provide the first part of this presentation, and I would deal only with olive oil. Marilena was supposed to speak about wine. So I will try to combine the two presentations in one, and these are some disclosures, some patterns related to what I will present you here. I don't speak about the Cretan or Mediterranean diet. However, what I would like to present to you is what Nikos Psilakis said in the late 90s or in the early of 2000. We have some questionnaires of some rural cases in Crete, and what we have found related to olive oil and wine is that 90% of the population consumed huge quantities of olive oil. The mean per capita consumption in Greece is about 18, but the young lady who accompanied me yesterday said, my grandmother uses 2 liters or 3 liters per week of olive oil, meaning more than 100 liters per year. So this is, and this is reflected here too. What we have discussed yesterday, we have a higher consumption of meat, but coming to alcoholic beverages, you see that wine and raki are the main alcoholic beverages consumed even in the early 2000s. So there is a persistence of at least some of the ingredients of the Cretan diet of the 50s, 50 years or 60 years later. So the first element of the Mediterranean Cretan diet is its antioxidant effect. We know that greens or vegetable substances are rich in antioxidants. And here you have a coronary artery, a normal one, and an atherosclerotic one. You see the lumen is smaller. You have a thickness of the endothelium of the vessel, and these, the color are oxidized proteins in the same vessels. So you see that indeed there is an oxidation during degenerative diseases. The same is true for cancer equally, which is my main field of action. And this is a study made again in the 2000s in which you have the antioxidant capacity of citizens of Heraklion as compared to fasting nuns. You see that you have a double of these nuns during their fasting using only vegetable products. They have a doubling in their plasma antioxidant capacity, so a protection. In my opinion, this is one of the main slides of my presentation, because usually we make some errors as scientists. Usually we have an in vitro evidence, a cellular effect or a subcellular effect, and we say, okay, we have an effect in humans. It's not always true. You have to pass by animal tests to verify your findings and then come to humans through epidemiological observation or even intervention studies before saying that this is the effect of this compound. And this we have to keep in mind, because we read in the papers usually about new compounds, about new therapies, and when you see the data, you have only their effect in cells or in isolated cell organelles. So, what I will present you today is the effect of wine in health and olive oil in health, not the whole compound. We know that olive oil and wine may have some effects on human health. I will focus on some microconstituents and especially polyphenols in both compounds. You all know that Serge Renaud, with his French paradox, wine, moderate wine consumption is good for our health. And this is the effect of wine. No mortality in cancer as compared to beer or other spirits. And the second one I would like to present is Roger Coder, a professor at the University of London, who has focused on specific elements present in wine, which we will discuss later on. First thing, wine is an antioxidant, contains a lot of antioxidant compounds. If you take 1 glass of wine, during the first 2 hours, you decrease the oxidant capacity, you increase the antioxidant capacity of the blood. So it's a good thing. 1 glass, not 10 glasses, not 20 glasses, not 5 bottles. And the problem with the antioxidants of wine is that sometimes the concentrations needed to induce an antioxidant effect is half a barrel. So we have to be very cautious when speaking about these things. What Roger was focused on is this type of compounds. Here you have a simple polyphenol, and here you have a complex one. You have 2 molecules. One is here, the other is here. Here you have equally 2 molecules, but combined with in a different manner. And if you have many of these molecules, you have tannins. The astringency of wine, the white thing you sometimes found in your bottles. Why this compound is good? Corder found that this compound, if applied to the blood vessels, the heart blood vessels, they increase the production of endothelium, meaning they are dilated, they're not constricted, not infractus, and then they change the cytoskeleton, specific proteins in the cell, which give the shape of the cell itself. What we have found is that it is also happening in cancer cells. Through the same compound has an effect in blood vessels and in cancer cells. And it inhibits their progression. It inhibits their, if this is also present in humans, it could mean that cancer invasion would be decreased. And this could be at least explain some of the effects of the wine in cancer or in cardiovascular diseases. This has happened in cells. In animals too, if you induce tumors, you see the tumor here, and you apply these compounds, you have a reduction in the tumor size after some weeks. So this is a good thing, and this persists even after 4 weeks. Keep in mind that a mouse lives 1 year. 4 weeks, a month is 1/10 of its life. It's 7 years in humans, if you project it. So, Renaud came back about the regime santé, the effect of the Cretan diet, including wine. And Corder has analyzed the content of these compounds, the proanthocyanidins, the B2, I have shown you, in more than 500 wines worldwide. What he has found is that Kotsifali, which is the main cepage in the region of Heraklion, has the highest concentration of proanthocyanidins, followed by a Sardinian wine. And this, unfortunately, our wine producers are not promoting it. This is happening only in Kotsifali? No. We have this Malvasia is a sweet wine, and some years ago there was a congress followed by some samples of different islands of the Mediterranean Sea. And you see that Cretan Malvasia sweet wines also have an increased level of proanthocyanidins, and especially B2. We have continued, we have explored how these proanthocyanidins may act, and we have found that they bind to a specific receptor which binds oxidized lipids, inhibiting this receptor. It induces similar conformation changes as an antagonist of this receptor, induces the same signaling as endogenous compounds, and stops the proliferation and invasive capacity of cancer cells. And actually, we are designing some new molecules based on this compound as a potential anti-cancer drug. So, from epidemiological evidence by Renaud and his group, or Corder and his group, in vivo studies and in vitro studies, I think that I could have persuaded you about the benefits of this class of compounds, which are another benefit of the diet of the island. And I pass to olive oil some notions: a saturated fatty acid, meaning successions of carbon and hydrogen atoms. Monounsaturated, such as olive oil, you have one double bond. Polyunsaturated, many bonds. Oxidized, in which some carbons have equally oxygen atoms, which are not good for our health. And here you have a triglyceride, the form in which fatty acids or fats are given to us in foods. Triglyceride, a molecule of glycerol with 3 fatty acids bound to it. If through the action of lipases present equally in foods or in our intestine, you have a dissociation of a fatty acid, you have a free fatty acid, meaning the acidity in the olive oil. Olive oil is a very natural product. Only physical elements are used for its production, as compared to other oils in which we use chemical elements too. You have washing, smashing of the olive oils, and malaxation after the addition of some water. And here you have to be cautious. If the temperature is higher than 28 degrees, many of the microconstituents of olive oil passes into water. So this is the cold extraction, temperatures lower than 28 degrees. Then you have a first centrifugation in which you separate the olive oil from water and the pomace, and then you have a further filtration in which you separate the olive oil. So only physical elements. In addition to triglycerides, olive oil contains a number of other microconstituents. You see them here. It has a life of its own, the presentation. It changes slides automatically. I will concentrate on the polyphenols here. And here you have the distinction of olive oils, the extra virgin olive oil, just what we have said, virgin olive oil, the same physical methods, but with a higher acidity. And then you have processed olive oils in which you use chemical elements separation. If you see olive oil, simple denomination, it's a blend of refined olive oil and virgin olive oil. And as you expect, extra virgin olive oil has a higher concentration of polyphenols, of antioxidants, has a greater aroma and flavor as compared to the other olive oils. So, we have separated polyphenols from olive oil. The question was, if we use them separately, do we have some health effects? We began with animals, which were fed a high-fat diet, meaning that they become obese. Okay. Feeding them with polyphenols, you see D1, D2, D3. D2 is the EFSA recommended concentration. D1 is 10 times lower, D3 10 times higher. Their antioxidant activity increases as we increase the polyphenols we are giving them. No change in cholesterol, high-fat diet, full of cholesterol. We don't expect to change. However, HDL increases, LDL decreases, and the ratio HDL over LDL, so the protective ratio of lipids, is increased while LDL decreases here. Can we repeat it in humans? Yes. The same study, D2, the recommended concentration of antioxidants in olive oil, in Crete. The effects were not so good. No effect on glucose, as we have seen in rats. No effect in HDL. A small effect in LDL. But if you see the HDL, we're talking about rural people. If you see their LDL, it's in the 70s, men or women. So it's very difficult to overcome this limit. Usually LDL is considered that it has to be between 40 and 50. Here we have 70 as our base. So no effect. If we take a second group, obese with increased cardiovascular risk, and we see their effect, you see indeed that there is a decrease in glucose, a decrease in insulin levels, a decrease in total cholesterol, a decrease in triglycerides and LDL and oxidized LDL. So these olive oil polyphenols may have an effect per se in humans. And I come to the health claims. Two health claims apply to olive oil. The first one is monounsaturated fatty acids, which might be used to maintain normal blood cholesterol levels. It applies to other fats equally, not only olive oil. The second claim is specific to olive oil polyphenols, dealing that olive oil containing 5 milligrams of hydroxytyrosol and its derivatives, meaning 250 milligrams per liter of olive oil of polyphenols, have beneficial effect in reducing the oxidative activity of plasma or of the organism. This is a good thing for olive oil. However, how it is used is another set of questions. Here I show you, I found them in the internet, what is claimed by 3 different olive oil producers. Our olive oil is healthy. Okay, every olive oil is healthy. Why it's healthy? Because it has a very high level of polyphenols. And here is a certificate. Well, in my opinion, this is not the way to do it. First, because, as I will show in one of my last slides, it's not always hunting polyphenols which make a good olive oil. And second, as Aris, we have discussed this morning with Aris, if a producer says that I have this olive oil containing 250 milligrams of polyphenols per liter, it has to be maintained throughout the shelf-life of the product. 18 months later, they have to contain 250 milligrams, which is not always obvious. And if you see here, you see that total hydroxytyrosol derivatives, 288, a good olive oil, let's say. It contains the minimum quantity. And you see a number of other phenolics used like oleocanthal and oleacin. Some chemistry. This is the hydroxytyrosol. And here you have the oleoporine. In cycles, I have isolated the molecule of hydroxytyrosol in different polyphenols contained in olive oil. oleocanthal equally contains a molecule of hydroxytyrosol. What made a specific interest of oleocanthal was this publication in the early 2000s, which showed that in addition of antioxidant, it is also an anti-inflammatory agent, having 1/10 of ibuprofen activity. However, if you have an olive oil during time, you have hydroxytyrosol almost stable. Oleocanthal decreases dramatically. So, an olive oil producer should be aware of the conditions of storage of his olive oil in order to have a standard concentration of polyphenols. And I will finish, these are my two last slides, with a meta-analysis of 30 studies we have found comparing low polyphenol olive oil as in contrast to high polyphenol olive oil, and we have made what is called network meta-analysis, meaning that in addition to a direct effect, we could have indirect effects related to the concentration of polyphenols or the Mediterranean diet per se. What we have found is that the only clear-cut effect of high polyphenol olive oil is HDL cholesterol increased activity. Every other element, glucose, triglycerides, oxidized LDL or LDL, is attributed to the Mediterranean diet per se and not to the olive oil containing polyphenols. And we had a very bizarre finding. The antioxidant activity of olive oil can be maintained with a polyphenol level as low as 60 and not 250. So the chasing of polyphenols is not a good thing for olive oil producers. And I come to my last slide, which is the editorial of last month's Nature Medicine, one of the most prestigious journals in medicine. What the editors say is that as in the United States there is a food medicine initiative, there are 3 different types of intervention dealing with food. Is medicine-tailored meals. A diabetic will have a meal without too much carbohydrates. The medically tailored groceries, what do we purchase from our grocer, and specific prescriptions to the specific categories of population. And the authors conclude, this is their last phrase, that prescription of pharmaceuticals is a commonplace and widely accepted by patients, physicians, and insurers. So we have to promote the use of a dietary prescription for foods, what we're doing in this today's symposium. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kastanas. So we have time for some questions. Are there any questions to the speakers? Yes, please. Could you please use the microphone? But they have to translate in Greek.
Πάρα πολύ ωραία. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. It was amazing and informative. In the U.S., there's some research on breast cancer and wine that shows a negative effect. Do you want to comment on that?
Well, Moderate consumption of wine may be beneficial for some epithelial cancers, as we have also heard yesterday by our keynote speaker. And among others, what we suggest is that this might be due to these peculiar substances contained in all wines, which inhibit the proliferation of cancer cells and equally their invasive capacity. So,
I have a comment. I have to address that. I'm running the International Alcohol and Cancer Symposium. As a matter of fact, last time we had it here, I was lucky to have Professor Castanas to take my whole group and get us sea urchin macaronada, spaghetti, which was the best. Anyway, so this is, the alcohol and cancer is a very big event, and you know, I'm glad that you brought it up. First of all, I have to tell you something. We have to be careful with science-based evidence and activist-based evidence. I can give you a 2-hour lecture about that. And the reason is the alcohol-based and then the science-based evidence. For example, in women, there was one paper from New Zealand or Australia indicating even one drink in women per month would induce cancer. Let me tell you a little bit about that. So most of these studies are not based on clinical data. They are based on questionnaires. And most of the people, when they go to the doctors and they get these questionnaires, how many drinks you have per day? Instead of saying 3 or 5, they say, you know what, I have 1 per month. And that's how it's a biased approach in terms of basing. And I want to answer something that what Vasily said about that, Ilya said about that. So the other thing is, I have to tell you, there is substantial evidence that alcohol treats at least 7 different types of cancer. Okay? Third, there is an effect of dose response on alcohol. So everything depends on if you're abusing. Okay? I'll give you the very simple example with alcohol-induced liver cancer. It goes fibrosis, steatosis, fibrosis, cirrhosis, and then 10% of them, they will develop hepatocellular carcinoma. Now, with mixtures of everything, that can be changed. But there is nothing, we lack really information. So Elias had this beautiful slide indicating that going from in vitro to experiments and then to epidemiological studies. I have to tell him that we have to reverse that. This is the new term of translational epidemiology. So Antonia has spent all these years providing the evidence from epidemiology in terms of nutrition and public health. So what translational epidemiology does now is taking the classic epidemiology and go and develop animal models or human organoid models that you can validate what your epidemiology study says. Okay, I just wanted to make that intervention.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, please. Could you please use the microphone?
I have a question for Professor Pirintzos. On the suitability studies that you showed, the modeling, that certain herbs and spices are suitable in different parts, did you account for what the impact would be on other species in that region? Because if let's say I'm showing that this is suitable to be planted here, it's going to affect other things around it.
You are absolutely right on this. Ecological needs modeling are models of entropy. More or less are based, let's say, in a process like a diffusion process, based in accordance to the environmental variables. If the environmental variables are the proper ones, yes, there is high probability of occurrence, but it doesn't mean that this is the real occurrence. It is a potential occurrence. So every time in the models we incorporate information. Here we incorporated bioclimatic variables and some other environmental variables. The point of view, which is very crucial what you pose, which we try to do it, but it's not very easy, is to incorporate biotic interactions. Biotic interactions are very important. But from our point of view, it's very difficult to be incorporated. For many reasons, which is not I can't explain now, it's time consuming. But you are absolutely right of this. We try to suggest ecological needs modeling for cultivation. This means that you remove all the other herbs and you have only the species. So from the point of view of environmental factors, we are safe. On the other side, the models are based on our description, on our parameters. What happens has nothing to do with the management practices that the owner has developed in his land. Let's say if the owner has deposited waste in his land, this model doesn't work, but because this model doesn't work because it's a matter of management practices at the local scale. So it is something like a guide to show proper areas and not proper areas, suitable and not suitable areas, but based only on the environmental factors you have mentioned. Because there are many areas totally improper. A lot of people go to cultivate there and then succeed to proceed to a commercial cultivation. Of course, if you have a pot, you can develop a plant. But it's another story to go to a commercial cultivation. And another story to go to the secondary metabolites. Because industry, not only food industry, pharmaceutical industry, they don't buy plants. They buy plants, but in the reality, they buy secondary metabolites. You understand? So a combination also is important for the prices, for the determination of the prices. And the farmers are alone in this field, are not familiar with all these processes. So our approach goes in this direction.
Thank you.
You are right for the biotic interaction.
Thank you very much. One more question. Yes, please. Could you please use the microphone? Yes, it's here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, three of you.
Is it? No.
Just a small question. About how the results of your research or elements of your analysis on storage of olive oil, for example, via what channels pass to the producers of olive oil or people that are commercializing olive oil? What are the channels? And I know that you are a man of the field work, and you work with Mr. Psilakis. So I think the actual producers that work on the field right now, and that it concerns the production of herbs, cultivated herbs also. What are the channels of communication between them and the scientific community, from your experience?
Well, it's not our job or our role to communicate outside scientific channels. What we try to do is to consult, let's say, the producers or of olive oil. And yesterday we have discussed with one of the first we have consulted, the question being, tin cans, dark glass, or πώς το λένε το πυλό, πύληνα, clay bottles. This was a specific question of a big olive oil manufacturer and distributor. So we tend to be case specific. If, of course, we have made some presentations like this one, or in a very focused audience dealing with olive oil or wine or everything, and we try to communicate to the lay public, even from radio, television sometimes, but not too often.
Maybe one last question, if there is any. Yes, please. Could you please use the microphone?
I think all speakers were amazing. The first speaker of Mr. Psilakis mentioned, you know, all the green stuff from Crete, but everything gets enforced with the olive oil. Okay, and one of the reasons is that sometimes, even as Antonia says, when you cook with the olive oil, there is a better extraction of phytochemicals that they will go to your food and they will be more easily absorbed. So it's a combination, and again, let's give a hand of applause for the Cretan diet.
So let's thank the speakers once again.
So our next table is moderated by Vasilis Vasiliou. I'll briefly introduce him, and then he will call the members of the panel. Round table 3, planetarian diet, the Mediterraneization of local food systems, adaptation to a locally produced, locally consumed diet. So Vasilis is the Susan Dwight Bliss Professor of Epidemiology and the Chair of the Department of Environmental Health Sciences at the Yale School of Public Health. He's also professor at the Yale School of the Environment and Yale School of Medicine, background in chemistry, and then his PhD in biochemical pharmacology from the University of Ioannina, trained as a Fogarty Fellow in molecular toxicology and pharmacogenetics at the College of Medicine at the University of Cincinnati. And in 1996, he joined the University of Colorado School of Pharmacy, where he rose through the ranks to become eventually professor and director of the toxicology program. 2014, he joined the faculty at Yale University, and he's built an amazing program in environmental health sciences with tons of funding, which I'm not going to go through, and projects that he started. And he is my partner in crime in co-proposing the establishment of the Yale Institute dedicated to olive oil and health. And besides that, he's my supplier of fresh eggs and coffee beans from my espresso. So without further ado, Vasilis, and then he will introduce the panel.
Thank you very much, although I think it was too long of introduction. I don't want to take the time of the speakers. What an honor to have this panel, starting with Antonia Trichopoulou. Let me introduce the panel. Antonia, give me... No, not yet, not yet. Okay, that's all right. Antonia is a professor and chair, is an academician, member of the National Academy of Greece. She is emeritus professor in the medical school, but most importantly, which is missing from here, she's professor adjunct at Yale School of Public Health. So, Antonia, you get the first talk. Oh, let me introduce everybody then. Okay, so our second panelist is Prisco Pisitelli, an epidemiologist at UNESCO, chair for health education and sustainable development at University of Naples, and we love Naples soccer team. Our next panelist is Jean-Claude Mubarak, Professor, Public Health Nutrition, Department of Nutrition, University of Montreal. We also have Cha-Sheng Ma, Professor and Chair at Department of Nutrition and Food Hygiene, School of Public Health from Peking University. And unfortunately, we have a video presentation for him. Well, I don't know if it's fortunately or unfortunately. And finally, last but not least, Michalis Katharakis, Vice President of the Regional Council for Research and Innovation in Crete, Greece. All right, Antonia.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους σας. Έχω ετοιμάσει την ομιλία μου στην αγγλική, αλλά I'm sorry to speak in Greek, dear colleagues, αλλά μου είπαν ότι ίσως θα προτιμούσαν, επειδή είναι πολύ το ακροατήριο, μεγάλο το ακροατήριο των Ελλήνων, να μιλήσω στα αγγλικά. Δεν ξέρω, τώρα κύριε Κεφαλογιάννη, τι λέτε?
Όπως
No, because they have to, they need to have translation. Okay. Okay, dear colleagues and friends, welcome to Greece. Κυρίες και κύριοι, είναι πραγματικά πολύ μεγάλη χαρά μου κάθε φορά που είμαι στην Κρήτη και ακόμα περισσότερο να μιλώ για την κρητική διατροφή και τη μεσογειακή διατροφή και να είμαι κοντά σας. Το σημερινό θα μιλήσω σε ελληνικά, παρόλο που είχα προετοιμάσει την ομιλία μου στην αγγλική, γιατί καθ' υπόδειξη του κυρίου Κεφαλογιάννη λέει ότι είναι τόσοι πολλοί Έλληνες στο ακροατήριο που θα ήταν καλύτερο να μιλήσω στα ελληνικά αυτά τα 10 λεπτά που έχω στη διάθεσή μου. Dear colleagues and friends, I apologize, but I will make my presentation in English, but you will have the opportunity to watch my slides, which they are written in English, and then, of course, during the discussion, we will communicate in English. And anyway, what I will say, it's very well known by you. You will not add something new in your knowledge. Λοιπόν, εγώ θα μιλήσω σήμερα για το πώς μπορεί να χρησιμοποιηθεί όλη αυτή η εμπειρία από την μεσογειακή διατροφή σε όλο τον κόσμο και με ιδιαίτερη έμφαση στα τοπικά προϊόντα. Και αρχίζω από το γεγονός ότι εδώ και 14 χρόνια, το 2010 νομίζω ήτανε, η μεσογειακή διατροφή μπήκε στη λίστα της άειλης πολιτισμικής κληρονομιάς και μπήκε σε αυτή τη λίστα γιατί η μεσογειακή διατροφή δεν είναι ένας κατάλογος θερμίδων και θρεπτικών συστατικών. Η μεσογειακή διατροφή εκφράζει έναν τρόπο ζωής. Και αν μπήκε μέσα στο χώρο στο κατάλογο της άειλης κληρονομιάς, είναι γιατί πραγματικά εκφράζει πάρα πολλές δεξιότητες, μια τεράστια παράδοση, η οποία έχει άμεσο σύνδεσμο και με τον πολιτισμό και με τη θρησκεία και γενικά είναι μια κοινωνική έκφραση πολύ ευρύτερη, η οποία αυτή η έκφραση της μεσογειακής διατροφής κινείται από το χωράφι μέχρι το τραπέζι. Και όλη αυτή η μεσογειακή διατροφή ζημιλεύτηκε, μπορώ να πω, επί χιλιάδες χρόνια στη λεκάνη της Μεσογείου, στις χώρες στις οποίες φύεται η ελιά. Γιατί χωρίς ελιά μεσογειακή διατροφή δεν υπάρχει. Θα αρχίσω με μια έκφραση, μιλώντας για τη μεσογειακή διατροφή και για τα παραδοσιακά προϊόντα, η οποία αναφέρεται στον φιλόσοφο Αντισθένη, ο οποίος έζησε τον 5ο αιώνα π.Χ., ο οποίος είπε ότι αρχή εκπαιδεύσεως ή των ονομάτων επίσκεψης. The beginning of right education is the examination of words. And it is true that more than often the word traditional is misused, either intentionally or unintentionally. That's why, I'm sorry, για αυτό το λόγο, that's why it's needed a definition. Και ορισμό του τι σημαίνει παραδοσιακό, μία λέξη την οποία επιπυλάμε συνέχεια, αλλά την οποία καταστρέφουμε το περιεχόμενό της, είναι όταν μιλάμε για παραδοσιακό τρέφημα πρέπει να ξέρουμε το υλικό με το οποίο είναι φτιαγμένο, ο τρόπος είναι ο οποίος είναι φτιαγμένος και ο τρόπος, όχι μόνο, η όλη μεθοδολογία. Δηλαδή, για να σας δώσω ένα απλό παράδειγμα και να προχωρήσουμε παρακάτω, όταν λέμε παραδείγματος χάρη παραδοσιακό παστέλι, εννοούμε το παστέλι το οποίο γίνεται με μέλι. Δεν εννοούμε το παστέλι το οποίο έχει γίνει με γλυκόζη. Διότι είναι άλλη η γεύση και άλλη η μυρωδιά. Και φυσικά είναι και άλλο το κόστος. Εμείς επί χρόνια, νομίζω σχεδόν στο 99,9% των Υπουργών Αγροτικής Ανάπτυξης είχαμε προτείνει ότι ο όρος παραδοσιακό με προεδρικό διάταγμα θα πρέπει να προφυλάσσεται και να δίνεται η δυνατότητα να έχει υπεραξία, να έχει added value, προστιθέμενη αξία, διότι φυσικά ο παραγωγός ο οποίος παράγει παραδοσιακά έχει πολύ συχνά μεγαλύτερο κόστος. Έχοντας αναφερθεί σε αυτό, γιατί θα ξαναγυρίσουμε στην έννοια του παραδοσιακού προϊόντος και τη σημασία την οποία έχει στην διάδοση της μεσογειακής διατροφής σε όλο τον κόσμο, είναι ότι η μεσογειακή διατροφή σήμερα έχει μετεξελιχθεί από μια υγιεινή διατροφή, διότι από όλα όσα ακούσατε πλέον είναι παγκόσμια αναγνωρισμένη, αν όχι καλύτερη, μία από τις καλύτερες διατροφές στον κόσμο. Και θα το πω για χιλιοστή φορά ότι το λίκνο «The cradle of Mediterranean diet is Crete». It's for many, many reasons. This is true. Αλλά εάν θέλαμε αυτή η διατροφή να γίνει παγκόσμια και να αναγνωριστεί, και θα δείτε γιατί, τι διαστάσεις παίρνει σήμερα, έπρεπε να έχουμε σε όλη αυτή την προσπάθεια και τα άλλα κράτη με τα οποία μοιραζόμαστε πάρα πολλές κοινά χαρακτηριστικά. Λοιπόν, σήμερα όμως δεν μιλάμε μονάχα για μια υγιεινή μεσογειακή διατροφή. Μιλάμε για ότι η μεσογειακή διατροφή είναι ένα sustainable dietary pattern. Είναι μια βιώσιμη διατροφή. Και όταν λέμε βιώσιμη διατροφή, πάλι για να θυμηθούμε τον Αντισθένη και για να ξέρουμε το βάρος των λέξεων, εννοούμε μια φιλική προς το περιβάλλον διατροφή. Και γιατί είναι φιλική προς το περιβάλλον διατροφή? Γιατί είναι μια διατροφή η οποία δεν χρησιμοποιεί πολύ νερό, δηλαδή για ένα τόνο παραδείγματος χάρη βοδινού κρέατος θέλουμε 16 κυβικά μέτρα νερού και για ένα τόνο σιταριού θέλουμε 1500. Δηλαδή το αποτύπωμα νερού είναι πάρα πολύ μικρό σε μια plant-based diet, σε μια φυτική διατροφή όπως είναι η μεσογειακή, η οποία δεν λέει όχι σε τίποτα. Είναι μια πολύ ανοιχτή διατροφή, έχει σημασία το πόσο συχνά και το πόσο, όχι το τι. Τα πάντα επιτρέπονται και το κρέας επιτρέπονται και τα επεξεργασμένα επιτρέπονται, αλλά έχει σημασία πόσο, τι και πόσο συχνά. Και εδώ η μεσογειακή διατροφή βγάζει αυτό το περίφημο ελληνικό μέτρο. Και θέλω να σας πω ότι αυτή η μετάβαση της μεσογειακής διατροφής και ο χαρακτηρισμός της ως μια βιώσιμη διατροφή έχει τεράστια σημασία και τεράστιο πολύ μεγάλο μέλλον. Διότι εκτός από το περιβάλλον, υπό την έννοια ότι είναι φιλική προς το περιβάλλον, για τους λόγους που αναπτύξαμε, για το ότι ξέχασα να αναφέρω ότι δεν εκπέμπει αέρια θερμοκηπίου, και θα το εξηγήσουμε γιατί. Σκεφτείτε ότι η ελιά απορροφά 10 περισσότερες φορές διοξείδιο του άνθρακος από ό,τι παράγει. Δεν σας λέω τίποτε άλλο. Εδώ που, thanks στον Νίκο τον Ψηλάκη, τον Μακαρίτη, που έγινε στην Κρήτη ένας τεράστιος ελαιώνας, εδώ πραγματικά έχετε έναν αυτόματο απορροφητή διοξειδίου του άνθρακος με τον ελαιώνα της ελιάς, τον οποίο διαθέτεται. Και αυτό είναι μέσα στο πλαίσιο του Sustainable Dietary Pattern, το οποίο το 2019, και θα αναφερθώ σε αυτή την εργασία, η οποία ήταν κομβικής σημασίας. Η Νορβηγία, με πρωτοβουλία της Νορβηγίας, το περιοδικό Lancet, ένα από τα σημαντικότερα ιατρικά περιοδικά, έκανε μια επιτροπή από ανθρώπους οι οποίοι ήταν ξέρανε πάρα πολύ καλά τόσο τη διατροφή, όσο και την οικονομία, όσο και το περιβάλλον. Και μετά από 2-3 χρόνια εργασίας έβγαλαν αυτό το ρηπόρτο στο Lancet, στο οποίο γράφουν ότι η μεσογειακή διατροφή είναι a pattern that promotes good health. Indeed, in epidemiology, it is rare to have so consistent evidence of the beneficial effects of an exposure as it has been shown for the Mediterranean diet. Και όχι μόνο αυτό, σε αυτό το ρηπόρτο τη μεσογειακή διατροφή τη βάζει ως ένα πύχη για να συγκρίνει την προσήλωση σε άλλες διατροφές και τα αποτελέσματά τους για την υγεία. Όμως, σε αυτό το ρηπόρτ, και αυτό είναι το σημαντικό, γράφει ότι εκτός του ότι αυξάνει τη μακροζωία, αλλά είναι ecologically sustainable and environmentally friendly. Είναι βιώσιμη και φιλική στο περιβάλλον. Δεν μπορείτε να φανταστείτε τι τεράστια σημασία έχει αυτό από πλευράς πολιτικής, αλλά και κάτι άλλο. Και από πλευράς citizens, από πλευράς ατόμων, από πλευράς καταναλωτών. Διότι ξεφεύγουμε από τη μεσογειακή διατροφή, ξέρουμε και στην Κρήτη ότι έχουμε την υψηλότερη συχνότητα εμφραγμάτων από όλη την Ελλάδα την έχουμε στην Κρήτη. Την υψηλότερη κατανάλωση κρέατος την έχουμε στην Κρήτη. Την υψηλότερη παχυσαργία την έχουμε στην Κρήτη. Την μικρότερη φυσική δραστηριότητα την έχουμε στην Κρήτη. Λοιπόν, από εκεί και πέρα είναι η ατομική μας ευθύνη και είναι και η ευθύνη βέβαια του κράτους και των θεσμών. Εδώ, με το να μην τρώμε σωστά, να μην ακολουθούμε τη μεσογειακή διατροφή, όχι μόνο βλάπτουμε την υγεία μας, αλλά βλάπτουμε και το περιβάλλον. Και να μην κλαίμε όταν τρώμε το κρέας, να ξέρουμε ότι το κρέας είναι ένας από τους κυριότερους συντελεστές στην αύξηση των αερίων θερμοκηπίου λόγω αγελάδος. Προχωρώ ότι όλο αυτό το πλέγμα της προστασίας του περιβάλλοντος, της προστασίας της υγείας, στην καθημερινότητά μας εκφράζεται με τα τρόφιμα τα οποία έρχονται στο πιάτο μας. Αυτά τα οποία τόσο πολύ ωραία μας παρουσίασαν στο προηγουμένως οι ομιλητές. Αυτά είναι τα παραδοσιακά τρόφιμα, τα οποία χάνονται. Υπάρχουν πάρα πολλοί τρόποι και θα μπορούσαμε να αφιερώσουμε ολόκληρα σεμινάρια για το πώς μπορεί να διατηρηθούν και τι πρέπει να γίνει. Αλλά πρώτα απ' όλα να καταγραφούν. Και το κυριότερο όλο να τα μαγειρεύουμε στο σπίτι μας. Και το δεύτερο είναι αυτό το οποίο γίνεται, η παραγωγή να τα φτιάχνουν και να το προωθούν στις αγορές. Λοιπόν, εγώ θέλω να σας πω το εξής, γιατί λέμε τώρα ότι τα παραδοσιακά τρόφιμα είναι υγιεινά. Εμείς από εδώ και 30 χρόνια καταγράφουμε με έναν πολύ μεθοδικό τρόπο τα παραδοσιακά τρόφιμα. Στους Άνους ασκήτες πριν από 20 χρόνια έχω ταινίες στις γυναίκες που μαζεύουν στα βουνά τα διάφορα χόρτα και μετά κάναμε τα χορτοπιτάκια που φάγαμε χτες. Και αυτά τα χημικά τα αναλύσαμε τα χορτοπιτάκια και είδαμε ότι έχουν 10 φορές περισσότερο ορισμένες αντιοξυδοτικές ουσίες από το πράσινο τσάι, από το μιλόζουμο και από το κρασί. Δεν θέλουμε τίποτα άλλο. Αλλά στα 200 περίπου τρόφιμα που έχουμε μελετήσει αυτά τα 30 χρόνια με χημικές αναλύσεις, με καταγραφές σε βίντεο κτλ. Και με συνεργασία με την Ακαδημία Αθηνών, το Λαογραφικό Κέντρο, γιατί λέμε ότι είναι παραδοσιακό, αλλά που γενοφέρει. Εδώ έχουμε το παστέλι, το άλλο σισαμίς και άλλο σισαμούτς, το αναφέρει ο Αριστοφάνης Όρνηθες, παραδείγματος χάρη. Πρέπει να λέμε και γιατί είναι παραδοσιακό και από πότε χρησιμοποιείται και ποιες είναι οι πηγές τους, επειδή εγώ το είπα, το βάφησα παραδοσιακό. Λοιπόν, σε αυτά τα 200 τρόφιμα που είναι πραγματικά με αυτή τη μεθοδολογία τεκμηριωμένο ως παραδοσιακά, είδαμε ότι μπορεί να έχουν πάνω από 1024 διατροφικές claims. Διατροφικές αιτιάσεις. Δηλαδή, ένα πορτοκάλι δεν μπορείς ποτέ να το πεις πλούσια πηγή βιταμίνης, γιατί πρέπει να είναι τυποποιημένο. Μα δεν μπορώ να τυποποιήσω τα πορτοκάλια, στην πορτοκαλιά όλα να έχουν ακριβώς τόση βιταμίνη C, όπως μπορώ να το κάνω σε ένα μπουκάλι, το οποίο θα μου το μουσχοπουλήσουν. Λοιπόν, γιατί ο χρόνος φεύγει πολύ γρήγορα, εκείνο το οποίο θέλω να σας πω και να έρθουμε και στην ατομική ευθύνη. Γιατί συνήθως φταίει ο άλλος, φταίει το κράτος. Δεν λέω πως δεν φταίει, φταίει και πολύ. Αλλά φταίμε και εμείς. Εμείς, θέλω να σας πω ότι ο τρόπος που τρώμε, όπως και αυτά που μας παρέχει η βιομηχανία τροφίμων, ή όχι μόνο η βιομηχανία τροφίμων, τα εστιατόρια, η μαζική εστίαση, είναι παρακαλώ υπεύθυνοι για το 1/3 από αυτό το οποίο προκαλεί κλιματική αλλαγή. Καταλαβαίνετε. Ο καθένας μας έχει ευθύνη. Δηλαδή μπορεί ελαττώνοντας το κρέας και τρώγοντας μεσογειακά να συμβάλλει ουσιαστικά ως πληθυσμός στην αντιμετώπιση εν μέρη της κλιματικής κρίσης. Αυτό δεν πρέπει να το ξεχνάμε. Και θέλω επίσης να σας πω και κάτι άλλο, το οποίο δεν είναι πολύ γνωστό, ότι επί 5 συναπτά έτη διεθνώς, σε μία δημοσκόπηση η οποία γίνεται πολύ στην Αμερική και η οποία γράφεται σε όλα τα περιοδικά και είναι πολύ διαδεδομένη, επί 5 συνεχή χρόνια αναφέρεται ότι η μεσογειακή διατροφή είναι η πρώτη και καλύτερη για τη γεύση και την υγεία. Έχοντας όλα αυτά τα υπόψη μας, θέλω να σας πω ότι πάρα πολλοί πληθυσμοί σε όλο τον πλανήτη και σε πολλές χώρες προσπαθούν είτε να μιμηθούν τη μεσογειακή διατροφή ως διατροφικό σχήμα, είτε να εφαρμόσουν ορισμένες από τις πρακτικές της μεσογειακής διατροφής. Όμως, όταν είσαι σε μία χώρα και υπάρχει ένα διατροφικό μοντέλο, αυτό δεν ήρθε τυχαία. Αυτό είναι ένα προϊόν συλλογικό. Είναι ένα προϊόν όλης της κοινωνίας, το οποίο σμιλεύτηκε σε αυτή τη χώρα για πάρα πολλά χρόνια. Και τα τρόφιμα τα οποία είναι διαθέσιμα εκεί είναι αποτέλεσμα τόσο της γεωργίας, της γεωργίας την οποία έχουν, της οικονομίας, των κλιματικών συνθήκων, των γευστικών τους εμπειριών. Δεν μπορεί δηλαδή να πάμε και να τους πούμε στην Φιλανδία, παραδείγματος χάρη, φάε μεσογειακά. Μα δεν το τρώει το λάδι, δεν της αρέσει. Εκτός να της πούμε πώς μαγειρεύουν τα λαχανικά σου με λάδι. Και εδώ επισέρχεται η σημασία της μαγειρικής και της γαστρονομίας. Και όπως δεν μπορούμε να της πούμε ότι φάει καρπούζι τον Αύγουστο, πού θα βρει η Φιλανδία καρπούζια τον Αύγουστο? Θα φάει μπέρις όμως και θα ψάξει να βρει ποια είναι τα λαχανικά της, τα οποία μπορεί να προωθήσει και θα κάνει πιθανώς μια μικρή εισαγωγή από ορισμένα πράγματα. Δηλαδή, αν θέλουμε από πλευράς δημόσιας υγείας αυτό το υπέροχο διατροφική συνήθεια που πάλι το λέω, στην Κρήτη αποτελεί την καλύτερη έκφρασή της, γιατί είναι μια ευλογημένη γη η οποία κάνει υπέροχα πρωτογενή προϊόντα. Είναι νόστιμα τα προϊόντα στα λαχανικά σας. Είναι νόστιμα, ό,τι και να φας εδώ, είναι νόστιμα, είναι η γη, είναι το κλίμα, δεν ξέρω. Λοιπόν, εκείνο το οποίο υπάρχει μια κίνηση τώρα και θα σας μιλήσει ο συνάδελφος και φίλος ο κύριος Πρισιτέλη, είναι σε διεθνές επίπεδο να μπορέσουμε αυτά τα οποία μας χάρισε ο Θεός και η φύση να τα διαδώσουμε σε όλο τον κόσμο, να ξέρουν τι θα πει μεσογειακή, θέλετε κρητική διατροφή σε όλο τον κόσμο, να το μεταδώσουμε, ούτως ώστε από πλευράς δημόσιας υγείας να υπάρχουν ωφέλη για όλους και να μπορεί να κάνει κανείς την επιλογή του ανάλογα με τα τοπικά προϊόντα του. Γιατί υπάρχουν και προϊόντα σε διάφορες περιοχές της γης, όπως τα μπέρις που σας ανέφερα στη Φιλανδία, τα οποία είναι εξίσου καλά με ορισμένα φρούτα της Μεσογείου. Και κλείνοντας, και μετά μπορεί να έχουμε και καιρό για συζήτηση, σας είπα ότι από τη μια είναι η ατομική ευθύνη, την οποία δεν πρέπει να ξεχνάμε, αλλά επίσης θα πρέπει να υπάρχει μια διατροφική πολιτική και μια πολιτική διατροφής και τροφίμου, στην οποία να είναι όλα οι συναρμόδιοι φορείς υπεύθυνοι και να συμμετέχουν, και αυτή η αλλαγή, αυτή η πολιτική θα πρέπει να έχει τα μάτια της στην συμμετοχή των μικρών κοινοτήτων και των παραδοσιακών τροφίμων τα οποία παράγονται αναπεριοχή. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Questions by the end, right? Okay. Well, η Αντωνία το είπε πολύ σωστά, ευλογημένος τόπος. Χτες πηγαίνοντας για να φάμε το μεσημέρι στο Λάκκο, σε μια πόρτα σπασμένη σε ένα σκίσιμο του τσιμέντου, είχε βγει ένα πανέμορφο βλήτο. Αυτό τα λέει όλα. Τέλος πάντων. Ευχαριστούμε, Αντωνία. Our next speaker is Prisco Piscitelli.
Thanks, Vasilis. Thanks, Antonia, for inviting me. We're speaking today about these planetarian projects. The planetarian project was actually introduced by Antonia in one of her slides. Is an attempt to broaden the health benefits of Mediterranean, let's say, of the Cretan diet that became Mediterranean diet, and then could become something more extended. This project has been launched by our UNESCO chair on health, education and sustainable development, set 4 years ago at Federico II University of Naples, which is ruled by Professor Anna Maria Colau, who is the president of the Italian Society of Endocrinology, and I'm working with her as epidemiologist. And Antonia has immediately joined this idea that was recently presented also at Yale at her Dean's lecture 2 weeks ago. These are some first papers that have been published. The one on frontiers in nutrition, Planetarian, an attempt to broaden the beneficial effects of the Mediterranean diet worldwide. This was published last year on the Journal of Translational Medicine. In this paper and in the subsequent one that we have published on frontiers in nutrition, we actually also present some attempt of building up some pyramids of diet for the different countries. So we started from what we have learned in these days here, from the fact that the Cretan and then Mediterranean diet has been acknowledged UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage of Humanity since 2010, because it is characterized by a healthy nutritional model which is mainly consisting of all the things that have been presented in the previous sections and yesterday. So olive oil, of course, nuts, legumes, greens, vegetables, whole grain, fresh or dried fruit, and a moderate amount of fish, as well as dairy, meat, and red wine. And the lecture of Professor Elias was really incredible about that. This model also represents a sustainable model of food production and consumption, thanks to the use of the local products and to the reduced prints that this model has. But what is the challenge? The challenge is about transferring the Mediterranean diet model to non-Mediterranean countries. The example of Finland was, of course, only an example, but it is all the world that could adopt what are the nutritional principles of Mediterranean diet. So the idea is to take the nutritional, healthy and sustainable principles of the Cretan and Mediterranean diet model and to propose an implementation of this model at local level in different parts of the world by using the foods produced at local level. So Planetarian is the name that we have conceived for this new dietary model, which could be consistent also with the Sustainable Development Goals set by the United Nations in the Agenda 2030 and with the principle of circular economy. Everybody knows that we talked about yesterday, also in the discussion, that we are going far from, even in the Mediterranean countries, even in younger generation, maybe especially in younger generation, from the models that have characterized our nutrition until the 60s or the 70s. So a lot of foods are eaten with high glycemic index, sugar-rich and fatty ultra-processed foods, ready-to-eat foods. These eating habits, unfortunately, are not healthy and especially involve metabolic and cardiovascular systems. it was really nice to have the cardiologist here and the colleague, the ophthalmologist, to present what are the damages in cardiovascular system of unhealthy dietary regimen. So local foods with similar nutritional properties to those used in Mediterranean ones are available in all continents. This is the assumption we made, and this was based on a research that we made. You see, you can see here some example of foods that you can find in different parts of the world that, for example, present low glycemic index. For example, the platano in Latin America, quinoa in Latin America, the manioc in Central Africa, as well as the teff, which is very common, for example, in Ethiopia, the barley in Asia. Other foods that are rich of unsaturated fatty acid, such as avocado in Latin America, pecan nuts in North America, macadamia nuts in Oceania, in Australia, and other foods that are consumed, for example, in East Asia, such as the spirulina, which is very commonly consumed there, the canola oil in North America. And then we have some other foods that are rich in polyphenols, such as the acai berries in Latin America, as well as the papaya, the pecans again in North America, the Davidson plum and the papeberry in Australia, as well as the finger lime, the soy and the sesame in Asia, and the dietary fibers, the okra in Central Africa, the pinto beans in North America, quinoa in Latin America, barley in Asia. And so we already spoke about these foods in the previous slide. Tapioca, of course, as well as manioc. I didn't mention about these cereals. The microalgae, we spoke about the spirulina, but there are also some others that can be included. We spoke about some nuts and Davidson plum that native of Australia are rich in flavonoids, vitamins, minerals. So, as you can see, all these foods, for example, also can present antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties and activities that are, for example, described already for olive oil, as was described by our colleague endocrinologist in the previous lecture. So on this basis, we believe that the vegetables, fruits, cereals, and that are available in different parts of the world may be combined to design evidence-based local nutritional paradigms, and we have made an attempt to define in the initial nutritional pyramids presenting the same nutritional properties and health benefits observed for Cretan and Mediterranean diet, as well as environmental friendly production processes, so they are sustainable. These are the web pages you can find on our website, which is also in English, unesconapoli.it. There is a call for researchers from all over the world to contribute to this research project, but the call is open also to the chefs, because we also need to implement some practical examples of that. This would be the next step of the project. Here you can find the nutritional pyramids that we have published in the paper last year for North America and for the other continents. As you can see, the daily physical activity and is always included in these pyramids. This for the one we described for Latin America, which includes, of course, the typical fruits at the basis and cereals. For Africa, we spoke about the manioc, the teff. And for Asia, which includes, of course, soy, rice, and spirulina and microalgae. And that's the one for Australia, which includes, of course, their nuts, Davidson plum, and the other foods we spoke about. So the last part of my presentation is related also to something that could influence this attempt, because in the moment we are going to make an attempt to try to extend the Mediterranean diet model to the other countries in a perspective that we have called Planetarian, to make more easy the acceptance of this model by non-Mediterranean countries. There is an attempt from the European Commission, to set a common standard for the European labeling system, which has been based in initial proposal, the Nutri-Score, which in some way is going to classify the Mediterranean diet products, and especially olive oil, in some categories that do not take in account all the benefits that comes from the nutritional properties, antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties of the olive oil, for example, although there is a little bit reconsidering of that with the reclassification, which is not actually the top that we can have. This is a statement that has been set by Vasilis, Tassos, Antonia last year, and clearly explain how, according to the Nutri-Score algorithm, olive oil was falling on the C color, so in a very bad classification, although it is going to be upgraded, or it has been upgraded to a color B, which is actually not the maximum grade it could have been assigned, which is a green A grade. You know that Nutri-Score is a kind of system that is based on an algorithm mainly focused on calories. So actually it is not something really based on meta-analysis of scientific literature, but it has been built in a way that is consumer-friendly. The YALE Symposium on Olive Oil and Health, the fourth international symposium, addressed this issue, and you can see that the signatures on this document are mainly people who are here in this conference. And this is what we are proposing along with the Planetarian project, which is a kind of alternative to the Nutri-Score proposal. And it is named MED Index because it is an index which is based on the evidence, scientific evidence produced in the latest 50 years on nutritional properties and healthy properties of Mediterranean diet. So it is really scientific the scientific soundness is really incredible. We know that Nutri-Score has produced about 600 publications in these last years, mainly based on consumers' preferences. But we have something to say about the healthy properties of Mediterranean diet. We are working on meta-analysis to underline this scientific basis of the index we have produced, and I take 3 minutes for my video presentation, which is in English with also subtitles, which explains that this index does not put any additional effort to the producers. It is just a way to resume in a visible manner all the certifications about the claims and the healthy properties and the sustainable production that are already in the hands of the producers. Thanks for the video.
MED Index is a sustainable label MED Index is a sustainable label and Mediterranean diet supporter. Let's discover it together. The Farm to Fork strategy is a 10-year plan developed by the European Commission to guide the transition towards an equitable, healthy and environmentally friendly food system. We have the good fortune to know a long-standing dietary path linked to our traditions that is at the same time healthy and sustainable. The Mediterranean diet, declared the UNESCO eco-heritage, it is universally considered healthy because it reduces the risk of chronic non-communicable diseases. It is associated to production models with a lower environmental impact. But we can proudly say we have the best diet in the world, but 40% of European citizens abandon the principles of the Mediterranean diet. Unbelievable, isn't it? The consequences were not long in coming. In Europe, we are witnessing an obesity and overweight epidemic that often adds up to other chronic non-communicable diseases, a damage that affects not only mankind, but also the environment. The adoption of non-healthy and non-sustainable diets affects the degradation of biodiversity and of natural resources. Front-pack labeling. MedIndex is a positive front-pack labeling. It promotes the adhesion to the Mediterranean diet of the European citizens and to the practice of physical activity. At the same time, encourages the producers to supply the market with healthy and sustainable products. MedIndex is a triangular-shaped label. Not by chance. It evokes the pyramid of the Mediterranean diet with its steps, and it shares with it the same main principles. Let's analyze together the label. At the top of the pyramid, there is the number of portions that are in the selling unit. In the central step, there is the energy density that is expressed as the intensity of necessary physical activity to balance the caloric intake per serving. At the base of the pyramid, there are three small triangles that show the degree of nutritional, environmental, and social sustainability. An informative label, easy to interpret. But let's take a closer look. The color of each triangle can vary from yellow to blue, indicating, in ascending order, a good choice, a better choice, the best choice. The color is the result of the sum of the sustainability criteria met. And for the producer, no algorithm. The assessment is made through a practical checklist. 9 criteria for each pillar of sustainability determine the combination of colors of the MedIndex. The criteria correspond to mandatory or voluntary certifications that are often already owned or implemented by companies. But what makes a food product truly sustainable? From a nutritional point of view, a sustainable product is a product that is fresh, local, seasonal, PDO, PGI, rich in probiotics and prebiotics, with a nutritional and health claim. From an environmental point of view, a sustainable product is a product that is residue-free, biological, produced 100% with renewable resources and low carbon and water footprint. From a social point of view, a sustainable product is a product that is produced in compliance with rules that regulate the employment contracts, that ensure fair distribution of income along the supply chain in companies that engage in food education programs, gender equality, and reduction of the generation gap. MedIndex. Aware, healthy, green shopping experiences. Follow the triangle.
So this is the first time that we present in public this proposal that has been developed by the Italian Society of Environmental Medicine. I am the vice president of the society, and the University of Bari in Italy. And we are going to sustain, of course, also in Europe, the defense and the protection of the Mediterranean diet labeling, first of all, the olive oil. We just saw the video, so no need for presenting my last slide, just acknowledgements. And my last slide is a save the date. See you in Naples. We are going to organize as UNESCO chair the 4Med Festival, so the 4 days dedicated to Mediterranean diet from 16 to 19 of November 2023. And of course, we hope to have all of you in Naples. That will be also the city that is going to win the Italian championship. Bye.
I would say simply fantastic, and the video really captures of what you said. However, if you noticed on the video, the healthy pyramid was pushed out by a hamburger, which is the McDonald's ad that you see once you get out. Όταν βγαίνεις από το αεροπλάνο, το πρώτο πράγμα που βλέπεις στο αεροδρόμιο του Ηρακλείου είναι τα McDonald's. Okay, thank you very much, and let's go to Jean-Claude Mubarak, our next speaker.
So thank you very much to the organizer. I want to apologize for not being able to speak your beautiful Greek language. I do want to pay tribute to this land and to the people of this land, both in the past and in the present, for their contribution to the cultural heritage of humanity. So today we are facing several crises. There's a climate crisis affecting all countries. Malnutrition in all its form also is affecting every nation. 1 person out of 3 in the world is either undernourished or obese or overweight. This is a failure of the system, and we do need a major transformation of our food system. However, what needs to be changed? I really want to thank Antonia for talking about practices. I believe that as an anthropologist, we need to focus on practices. So how we produce, how we process, how we cook, how we eat. I think those are questions that are very important to ask. Beyond nutrients and foods, we need to think about the practices. So I'll be talking a little bit about food processing. Food processing is a very old and fundamental practices. There's an interesting book by Richard Wrangham from Harvard claiming that cooking made us human. It really defines us as a biological and social species. I want just to say that food processing is beneficial, is a very old practice. However, we have to think about the evolution of food processing, and if the recent way we're processing food is going beyond our biological needs, and if it's providing us more risk than benefits. Basically, the question is understanding how and what are the impact of going from this type of diversity and food practices to this type of diversity and food practices. So the thesis I've been working on in the last 10 years, since my postdoc in Brazil in 2012, is that food processing plays a major role in our food system, and it has a huge impact on the quality of diets, health, and related states of well-being. So this is the first comment where the thesis came from Carlos Montero back in 2012. So food processing is old and beneficial. However, we have identified ultra-processing as being detrimental to human and planetary health. So in order to study food processing, we've came up with a new way to classify food. So the NOVA food classification system has been used in more than 300 peer-reviewed studies today. So let me describe very briefly the 4 groups. So let's say we enter into a supermarket. So there is a way to classify those food into 4 groups. The first group are fresh or minimally processed foods. So these are fresh or foods that are processed in minimal ways, mostly physical ways, in order to preserve the food. So we have fruits, vegetables, legumes, meat, milk, plain yogurt, nuts. But all of these food have one ingredient. So we're not talking about salted nuts or chocolate milk, for example. And I think that the basis of the Med diet is from this group. The second group are processed ingredients extracted and refined from food, such as oil, sugars, honey, and salt. These are made to prepare and cook food, so that we have to give them a special status. These are very old ingredients produced since 3,000 and 4,000 years ago. The third group are processed foods, so it's the combination of 1 plus 2. So for example, cheese, traditional cheese and bread made with basic ingredients, salted meat, for example, are found in group 3. Group 3 food were also invented for the purpose of preserving food and diversifying the diet. So these are the 3 main groups. Then there's the 4th group, which is something else. It's not of this world. It's something very different. So ultra-processed products are not foods that are processed. They're inventions. So think about soft drinks of Oreos or different types of cookies and snacks you can find on the market. They have typically a very long list of ingredients, and what defines them is the ingredients, the type of ingredients that is used. So the definition is these are formulation of refined substances of non-culinary use and cosmetic additives such as flavors, colors that are obtained from the fractioning of food into substances. So, for example, in Canada, we have some industry that takes wheat and fraction wheat into a lot of substances, and then other industries are taking those substances and creating a product. The ingredients and processing methods are selected to reduce cost and make products durable, practical, and hyper-attractive. And that's a very important element of these products. There are a lot of books on those products, and when you read about it, you understand that the purpose of making ultra-processed food is to make product of consumption. So perhaps I'll go explain that a little more. Ultra-processed food are designed to replace food and ingredients of traditional food system. So for example, yogurt is not yogurt anymore. There's different types of yogurt, different types of breads, different types of cheese, and so on. So just to say that yogurt is not necessarily processed or ultra-processed, there are various forms of yogurts, of breads, and Nova enables the classification of those according to the type of processing. Like I said, there's a lot of books that talks about the concept of ultra-processing. Michael Moss, Salt, Sugar, and Fat, is a fabulous inquirer into the food industry that talks about the purpose of ultra-processing is to support and protect consumption by making product very appealing, by using a lot of salt, sugar, and fat, by working on the marketing and the publicity to present those. They're very convenient, and there's a literature that shows that these have addictive properties. And more in our countries, they are affordable, available, and highly marketed and valorized. So in a nutshell, because of time, there is, after 10 years of working with this concept and try to apply Nova to different countries, we found that the more ultra-processed food is consumed by someone, the less fresh and minimally processed food are consumed. So people would trade their traditional legumes and fresh fruits and vegetables with the hamburgers, hot dogs, French fries, and Cokes. And this is in different countries. We also found, comparing different countries, that the more calorie you eat from ultra-processed food, the more free sugar, sodium, and saturated fat you're consuming, and the less vitamins, minerals, protein, and fiber you're consuming. So this, in nutrition, leads to the idea that the caloric share of ultra-processed food could be an overall predictor of diet quality. And in this FAO report, we go over the evidence that I don't have time to show here. There's also 6 meta-analysis in the literature supporting the fact that the more ultra-processed food are consumed, the higher the burden is on health. There's a higher risk of obesity, diabetes, hypertension, depression also, some types of cancers, and overall mortality. And it might be surprising, but since these products have several nutritional problems, it's not so surprising that they are linked to several health problems. Just 2 examples that I want to show you. In a multi-country study using Nova, we've compared the share of ultra-processed food in different countries with different indicators. So free sugar, for example, here, because we know that it's linked to obesity and diabetes. And so we see in all countries, the more ultra-processed food is consumed, the higher is the consumption of free sugar, despite the differences in the local tradition and cultures. And so it's easy to explain because people are replacing their fruits with soft drinks and juices, and these are more and more uniform around the world. Fiber is a protective nutrient, and we see here that it goes down in every country as the share of ultra-processed food is going up. Now, the expansion of market capitalism has enabled the globalization of ultra-processed food. We know that this had been published in a PAHO report. Economic growth, urbanization, and market deregulation are predictor of ultra-processed food sales around the world. However, these factors do not explain all the observed differences. So here we're plotting market deregulation with the sales of ultra-processed food. However, there's something else going on. Here's some data. It's dated back to 2013. So it's an estimation of sales of ultra-processed food around the world. So you can see it goes from India at 6 kilo per person per year to the US at 310 kilo per person per year. So the US is where the ultra-processed food story began. And all countries are moving through the transition towards the US model. However, not all high-income countries have gone the full ultra-processed way. Italy and France are buying much less ultra-processed food than Germany, Canada, and the US. Greece is in red. I think it went up since, but still it is not like other European countries. And we do see a trend and link with obesity. Just looking at the figure, India is a place where cooking is very still important, and traditional food are still quite around. So to explain that, I think we need to think and refer to culture. There is some writing about the fact that the Med diet or the French diet are presented as movement of resistance against this invasion of market products and the globalization of taste. This has been described by sociologist Jean-Pierre Poulain. The movement of resistance questioned not only the separation of food from nature and culture, but also the fact that we are treating food as commodities in this ultra-processing way, and the working condition in the industrial production of food. So it's not just a critique of the quality of food, but our relationship to food. The slow food movement invites a more humane, slow relationship to food. It implies taking time to prepare and eat. Often in my country, we don't take time to eat. We eat, while driving on the bus because it's not important anymore. So I do believe we need to protect, support traditional food cultures. And for this, I want to present the work we've been doing in Brazil, developing the National Dietary Guideline of Brazil, in which we have applied the NOVA classification in Brazil. Brazilians who have the best nutritional profile are the ones who still cook and are buying the least amount of ultra-processed food. So there's a paper in which we talk about this model and the guideline here. The objective were to address not just physical health, but also mental health and environmental health by promoting food and meal-based diets. So the focus is not on nutrients or food, but really on the meal, the preparation, the cooking, and the eating together. So let me present to you 10 steps for healthy eating according to the Brazilian guideline, and these are aligned with the NOVA classification. So the first one is making fresh and minimally processed food the basis of your diet. When you go to the supermarket, you take those and you put those in your basket. And I think this could be applied in any countries. The food will vary, but the idea of variety, of favorizing more plant-based food, when possible from agroecology, these are, I think, a recommendation we can export around the world. And variety means foods of all kinds from different groups, but also variety of legumes, of vegetables. The second recommendation is to use oil, olive oil or canola oil if you're in Canada, or palmatic oil if you're in Africa, or use these ingredients in moderation when seasoning and cooking food, because of course we can overuse salt, oil, and sugar in our preparation. So but they are quite important. They add flavor and taste, and like Antonia said, vegetable eating is so much easier when you cook them and you prepare them with oil. So use those, but in moderation. Limit the consumption of processed food, for example, cheese and bread, because they could contribute to salt in your diet, for example. So if you integrate them into your meal, then your meal can be a balanced meal. So, for example, in Canada, some people will take bread with processed cheese and processed meat. It is very different than eating your bread with feta cheese and tomato like we did yesterday, and it was wonderful. Avoid consumption of ultra-processed food. I do believe these are products of consumption that we can consume once in a while, but I don't see them as the basis of a diet, of a regular diet. And these products, they do compete with other food. So for example, if we introduce soft drinks once in a week in the school, what's the problem? The problem is that we introduce something that competes with the other food, and it's not a fair competition. So it would always, these ultra-processed food, to my knowledge, will always win. We have also other recommendation that talks about other stuff than just eating. It talks about practices and how we can support a food system that will promote more healthy food. So for example, eat regularly and carefully in appropriate environment whenever possible in company. Develop exercise and share your cooking skills. Plan your time to make food and eating important in your life. This is something we often forget. Out of the home, prefer places that serve freshly made meals. For example, Switzerland has now a new logo for a restaurant that really cooks, because we don't know anymore if they cook or if they serve ready-to-eat food. Be wary of food advertising and marketing, very important. In the guidelines, we have a chapter on preparation, and we talk about different food groups. So just one example, we talk about beans and legumes, and this is where we talk about traditional recipes, we talk about nutrients, and we illustrate the importance of diversity through the preparation. We also talk about meals, because people do combine food. So here what we did is we took from the national food consumption data, we identified people that were eating according to the guidelines, but in different regions of Brazil. So these are all illustration of what really people ate, but through that we can talk about the concept of cultural diversity, men and women from different ages and different regions, breakfast or dinner. And so the idea here is to talk about diversity, and we took the time to make sure that meat was not represented in all meals. So the idea of reducing meat is also in that slide. After Brazil, the model of the Brazilian guideline were used in other countries. So we already have a proof of concept. Uruguay used a similar model, but what they took are the general guidelines, and then they adapted the chapter on culinary preparation, local foods. Chile did the same thing. So they're promoting their, let's say, fresh and minimally processed food, with the mention of avoiding ultra-processed food at the bottom. Peru did the same thing. Choose and enjoy a variety of natural food that are locally available every day. Protect your health by avoiding the consumption of ultra-processed food. Prefer homemade meals and enjoy them in company. Lastly, outside Latin America, other countries have also models that I think are very similar. So I think we're coming to a consensus in a way. Israel has actually took almost entirely the idea of the Brazilian model and has used several of the recommendations. I do think the Nordic diet also followed the same rules, and let me say, I think that also the Med diet follows the same rule. Minimally processed food or fresh food prepared and cooked with oil and other seasoning like honey. And with all the example we've seen yesterday, it is clear to me that ultra-processed food is not part of this diet. So I think there is a consensus that we can come together. In conclusion, I think dietary guidelines should incorporate food practices, including food processing, food production, the way we eat. And I think we need strong policies to promote, support, but mostly protect not only traditional food cultures, but the people, their interaction and the ideas. Because more and more we have competitive measures and strategies that are used to undermine the local food cultures. Lastly, I just want to leave you with this question. If we are what we eat, what do we become as we eat more ready to consume ultra-processed food? Do we become ready to consume all the time? Like I think we are always open to eat. And do we lose something in our relationship to food? I think it creates a kind of it creates anxiety in people, and people like, for example, in Canada and in the US often claim that they don't know what to eat anymore. And they refer to the literature, and the literature is very complicated. Whereas if you follow your parents, your family, your neighbors, you're fine. Thank you.
What a beautiful presentation, and you listen what is going on in South America and about the planetarian diet and how we expand. Very good presentation, thank you very much. The next speaker, we have him on a video recorded presentation. He is from one of the best universities in China, Peking University. And can we start it? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great pleasure to join this important and interesting meeting. It's a pity that I'm not able to join the discussion in person. Regarding to the dietary pattern, we all know that it indicated dietary pattern means dietary composition that formed time period, variety, which including the variety, quantity, and proportion of consumed food and beverages. Dietary patterns are influenced by demographic, geographic, culture, and economic factors. We all know that the importance of dietary pattern for health. While there are plenty of publications and evidence on the association between dietary pattern and health. In general, the dietary pattern can be sorted as the animal-based and plant-based. Of course, each has its characteristics and pros and cons. Regarding to the dietary pattern of Chinese people, there have been great transition in it since 1950s. From this slide, we can find that the grain consumption has been declining for the past 40 years. At the same time period, the consumption of animal food has been showing an increasing trend, so as the cooking oil consumption. This slide shows the proportion of energy sources for Chinese people. It's indicated that the proportion of energy from carbohydrate has been gone down. While both the proportion of energy from protein and fat have been gone up. The transition in food consumption, that is the dietary pattern leads to the transition in the pattern in China. The non-communicable disease prevalence increased dramatically at the same time period and has become the main burden for health and life. The dietary pattern varies for different residents living in different regions in China. When we analyze the dietary pattern and its association with health of people in different geographic regions, we find that the Jiangnan dietary pattern stands for southeastern coast of China, including Zhejiang province, Shanghai, and Jiangsu province. Other coast regions like Fujian and Guangdong follow a similar dietary pattern. This Jiangnan pattern indicated that when we studied the Jiangnan dietary pattern, we found that decreases including risk for nutrients deficiency and dietary-related chronic disease. We also found that the Jiangnan dietary pattern is associated with long life expectancy in this area. The main features of Jiangnan dietary pattern include a greater variety of food, lightly seasoned, reduced sodium, higher intake of vegetables, fruits, aquatic products, dairy, soybeans, and legumes. And also they have people living in this area with this kind of dietary pattern have longer physical activity time and higher physical activity level. If we make a comparison between the Jiangnan and the Mediterranean dietary pattern, we can find that they have some shared characteristics. Both are balanced. That is, both are balanced diet, and the vegetable oil for cooking contains the whole grains, the high intake of fresh fish and shrimp, fruits and abundant fresh fruits and vegetables in season. And they have the minimally processed food. And this slide we also make a comparison between those two dietary patterns. We can find that the Mediterranean dietary pattern has been proven to reduce the risk of non-communicabilities. While the Jiangnan dietary pattern showed comparable efficacy in weight loss and glucose homeostasis. Mediterranean dietary pattern, people usually use olive oil for cooking. In Jiangnan dietary pattern, people usually use ripe seed oil for cooking. They both have the whole grain brands and they have a lot of seafood or aquatic products. So this is very similar. In conclusion, different regions or countries may find their balance to follow in order to improve their attention. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. That was a beautiful presentation for China. And again, I said top 10. Peking University is top 3. I have to revise. Anyway, I'm going to introduce Michalis Katharakis, and he's going to give us the economical perspective of the planetarian diet. Michalis.
Θα ακολουθήσω και εγώ την πεπατημένη πλέον να μιλήσουμε στα ελληνικά. Το ακροατήριο έχει περισσότερους Έλληνες και νομίζω ότι καλύτερα να μεταφράζουμε για τους λίγους παρά για τους πολλούς. Ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση αυτή. Συγχαρητήρια για όσα έχουν ακουστεί μέχρι τώρα και φυσικά για τη διοργάνωση. Είναι από τα πράγματα που πραγματικά λείπουν και όσα και να γίνουν αντίστοιχα events ή γεγονότα δεν είναι ποτέ αρκετά. Επιτρέψτε μου να συστηθώ αρχικά ως διαχειριστής του Μεσογειακού Κέντρου Ικανοτήτων Αγροδιατροφής και να εισάγω λίγο και την έννοια του κέντρου που είναι ένας νέος φορέας. Είναι ένα κλάστερ ουσιαστικά που λειτουργεί στην αγροδιατροφή 48 προς το παρόν επιχειρήσεων από όλη την Ελλάδα που υλοποιούν την τετραπλή υλικά ανάπτυξης και ο στόχος είναι να εισάγουν καινοτομία στο αγροδιατροφικό σύστημα, σε όλη δηλαδή τη διαδικασία της αγροδιατροφής από το χωράφι στο χωράφι, γιατί το χωράφι στο ράφι πια λόγω της αειφορίας κτλ. Είναι ήδη κάτι το οποίο δεν πρέπει να ξεχνάμε, ότι πρέπει να έχουμε στο μυαλό μας και την έννοια της κυκλικότητας. Ακούστηκαν καταπληκτικά πράγματα, πολύ όμορφα πράγματα από ανθρώπους διακεκριμένους που έχουν χρόνια σε αυτό το αντικείμενο ξοδέψει και είδαμε όλα αυτά τα όμορφα, σημαντικά, ενδιαφέροντα στοιχεία που έχουν να κάνουν με την έννοια της διατροφής και με την έννοια της υγείας. Εγώ θα ήθελα λίγο να αλλάξουμε την οπτική και να την δούμε λίγο και από τη μεριά της εφαρμογής, δηλαδή της επιχείρησης, του επιχειρηματία, του ανθρώπου δηλαδή που τελικά είναι ή της επιχείρησης, είναι υποχρεωμένος ή επιφορτισμένος με το task να εφαρμόσει και να φέρει αυτά τα πράγματα στην αγορά. Γιατί πολύ ωραία υπόθηκε πριν από τον κύριο Βασιλείο ότι φτάνεις, λέει, στο αεροδρόμιο και τι βλέπεις μπροστά σου, βλέπεις ένα μεγάλο μη. Τώρα τι σημαίνει το μη στα ελληνικά? Ένα μεγάλο μη λοιπόν βλέπεις εκεί και το ερώτημα είναι μπορούμε να τα αλλάξουμε αυτό το μη και να λέει κάτι άλλο, έτσι. Για να γίνει όμως αυτό δεν είναι μόνο θέμα να αποδείξουμε ότι είναι κάτι όμορφο και ωραίο που προφανώς ευτυχώς σήμερα έχουμε evidence, έχουμε στοιχεία να το τεκμηριώσουμε όλο αυτό, αλλά χρειάζεται και μια άλλη δουλειά από κάτω και αυτή η άλλη δουλειά είναι να βάλουμε άλλα χαρακτηριστικά μέσω της επιχειρηματικότητας. Επίσης είναι πολύ σημαντικό στοιχεία που τυχαίνει να είμαστε από την Κρήτη και να έχουμε αυτό το προνόμιο της κοιτίδας, δηλαδή μεταξύ άλλων πραγμάτων και της κρητικής διατροφής, δηλαδή της μελέτης που έγινε και απέδειξε ότι κάποια στοιχεία είναι πολύ σημαντικά, όχι μόνο βέβαια στην Κρήτη, προφανώς και στην υπόλοιπη Μεσόγειο, αλλά αυτή η διαφορετικότητα καλό είναι να καταφέρει να φτάσει και σε άλλα σημεία του πλανήτη και να περάσουμε σε αυτό που πολύ σωστά υπόθηκε εδώ, τώρα planetarian, όπως το πούμε αυτό, κάτι δηλαδή που να κάνει καλό σε όλο τον κόσμο και να είναι εφαρμόσιμο. Παρ' όλα αυτά όμως δεν θα πρέπει να ξεχνάμε τη διαφορετικότητα των τόπων εκκίνησης όλων αυτών των καλών χαρακτηριστικών, γιατί αυτή η διαφορετικότητα θα δούμε στο τέλος της ημέρας ότι είναι και το στοιχείο που διαχωρίζει, και στην επιχειρηματικότητα συζητάμε πάντα για το ανταγωνιστικό πλεονέκτημα, για το στοιχείο δηλαδή που δίνει αυτή τη διαφορά ώστε στο τέλος να προτιμηθεί το ένα προϊόν σε σχέση με το άλλο. Συνηθίζουμε λοιπόν να συζητάμε για τη μεσογειακή διατροφή, αλλά νομίζω είναι πλέον τεκμηριωμένο, θα πρέπει να μιλάμε για μεσογειακές διατροφές. Δηλαδή, όπως πολύ σωστά αναφέρθηκε και από τον κύριο Καστανά το πρωί, το κρασί κάνει καλό. Το κρασί είναι κομμάτι της κρητικής διατροφής. Έτσι. Τι κοινό έχει όμως ο μουσουλμάνος που δεν καταναλώνει κρασί, δεν καταναλώνει χοιρινό, με τον κρητικό που το έχει μέσα στη διατροφή του, μέσα στην καθημερινότητά του, στην παρέα του, ζει με αυτό. Και όχι μόνο το κρασί, είναι και η τσικουδιά, μην την ξεχνάμε. Βέβαια εκεί δεν ξέρω τι μελέτες έχουν γίνει, αλλά εμάς μας αρέσει, εν πάση περιπτώσει, αστείευομαι. Θέλω να πω λοιπόν ότι θα πρέπει να κρατήσουμε λίγο στο μυαλό μας και τη διαφορετικότητα που επιβάλλει, ας πούμε, η θρησκεία. Δηλαδή, όσο πλανετάριαν ή όμορφο και να είναι ένα μοντέλο μεσογειακής ή όποιας διατροφής αποφασίσουμε να είναι, θα πρέπει και πολιτισμικά να ταιριάζει και να είναι αποδεκτό από το μοντέλο ζωής του εκάστοτε πληθυσμού. Είτε αυτό είναι ο Ινδός, είτε είναι ο Κινέζος, μίλησα ήδη για το μισό πλανήτη, ή εν πάση περιπτώσει όλων αυτών των διαφορετικών, παράδειγμα, θρησκευτικών διαφορών που πιθανόν να βάζει στη διατροφή ένα περιορισμό. Άρα λοιπόν καλό θα είναι να βάλουμε μέσα στη συζήτηση, πέρα από την έννοια, όχι ότι δεν το έχουμε κάνει, αλλά λέω να το θυμόμαστε γιατί επιχειρηματικά έχει μεγάλη σημασία, να θυμόμαστε ότι και η διαφορετικότητα που δίνει ανταγωνιστικό πλεονέκτημα έχει σημασία για το χρήστη τελικά αυτού του εργαλείου που είναι η διατροφή. Άρα λοιπόν, εστιαζόμενος στην κριτική διατροφή, θέλω να δούμε λίγο την έννοια της άειλης πολιτιστικής κληρονομιάς, γιατί και εμείς σαν Μεσογειακό Κέντρο Ικανοτήτων Αγροδιατροφής, ψάχνοντας τα χαρακτηριστικά ή τα στοιχεία πάνω στα οποία μπορούμε να στήσουμε προστιθέμενη αξία, ανακαλύπτουμε ότι αυτή η άειλη πολιτιστική κληρονομιά της κριτικής διατροφής είναι ένα τεράστιο asset που δεν έχουμε το περιθώριο να διαπραγματευτούμε ή να απεμπολίσουμε, χωρίς αυτό να σημαίνει ότι δεν πρέπει να εξελιχθεί, δεν πρέπει να περάσει κάτω από άλλες τίτλους ή κάποια άλλα ονόματα, αλλά θα πρέπει ταυτόχρονα όμως να το διατηρήσουμε, να το διαφυλάξουμε και να το ενεργοποιήσουμε, γιατί πολύ σωστά υπόθηκε πριν, τι νόημα έχει να λέμε για την κριτική διατροφή όταν έχουμε παχυσαρκία πλέον στην Κρήτη ή όταν δεν είναι πρότυπο εφαρμόσιμο. Αλλά για να γίνει πρότυπο εφαρμόσιμο θα πρέπει να αλλάξει αυτό το μη όταν έρχεται ο άλλος με το αεροπλάνο και βλέπει μπροστά του. Γιατί άμα δεις πολλές φορές το μη, στο τέλος θα γίνεις και εσύ μη. Ένα άλλο στοιχείο λοιπόν που θα πρέπει να αναδειχτεί και να εστιάσουμε σε αυτό είναι ότι υπάρχει η έννοια της ταυτότητας μέσα από τη διατροφή. Δηλαδή, αν δούμε τι καταναλώνει κάποιος διατροφικά, καταλαβαίνουμε και την κουλτούρα, τον τρόπο που έχει μεγαλώσει, τον τρόπο που λειτουργεί, ακόμα και τον τρόπο που σκέφτεται θα μπορούσε να πει κανείς. Άρα λοιπόν δεν μπορούμε να αποσπάσουμε τον τοπικό χαρακτήρα. Να σας δώσω ένα άλλο παράδειγμα όπως το σκέφτομαι εγώ, χωρίς φυσικά να θέλω να μπω στην έννοια δεν είμαι διατροφολόγος, δεν θέλω να μπω σε αυτό το κομμάτι, έρχομαι από άλλο επιστημονικό πεδίο. Για παράδειγμα, ένα λεμόνι που έρχεται από την Τουρκία και καταναλώνεται, ή μια ντομάτα που έρχεται από την Τουρκία και καταναλώνεται στην Κρήτη, είναι sustainable αυτό? Το διοξείδιο που έχει παραχθεί για να μεταφερθεί, το κάνει sustainable? Είναι πλέον κρητική ή μεσογειακή sustainable διατροφή αυτή η διαδικασία αυτού του λεμονιού? Είναι λοιπόν ερωτήματα που θα πρέπει όταν λέμε για τα καλά χαρακτηριστικά της μεσογειακής διατροφής να τα εντάσσουμε μέσα στη συζήτησή μας σε έγκαιρο στάδιο. Ένα άλλο επίσης χαρακτηριστικό είναι ότι όταν εμείς λέμε κρητική διατροφή, εννοούμε ότι πρέπει να φάμε με παρέα. Δεν τρώμε μόνοι μας. Θέλουμε τραπέζι. Θέλουμε τραπεζομάντιλο. Ο κ. Νικολακάκης παλιότερα, ένας ανθρωπολόγος, το Ρέθμινο πολύ ίσως τον ξέρετε, λέει τα πιο ωραία πράγματα στη ζωή δεν είναι δικό του, από αλλού το δανείστηκε, γίνονται λέει πάνω από ένα σεντόνι, κάτω από ένα σεντόνι. Θέλουμε τραπέζι, θέλουμε παρέα. Και αυτό όμως είναι κομμάτι της κρητικής διατροφής. Άρα το να τρως μόνο σου ένα γεύμα μεσογειακής κρητικής μεσογειακής διατροφής, είναι τελικά κρητική η μεσογειακή διατροφή? Ερώτημα. Ένα άλλο στοιχείο που έρχεται μέσα από αυτό το sustainable ή αυτό το βιώσιμο είναι το στοιχείο της τοπικής κατανάλωσης. Αν δηλαδή μείνουμε στα προϊόντα τα οποία έχουν χαμηλό αποτύπωμα άνθρακα, και μάλιστα έχει γίνει μια πολύ ωραία προσπάθεια από την αναπτυξιακή του πλοηγού και σε μια δραστηριότητα της περιφέρειας που έχει γίνει, αυτά τα τοπικά προϊόντα με τα καινούργια στοιχεία που έχουν 0 μίλια, 0 χιλιόμετρα, όπως τα λένε, στη διακίνησή τους, εξαιρετική προσπάθεια. Αν δηλαδή τα προϊόντα πρέπει να καταναλώνονται τοπικά, γιατί αυτό σημαίνει sustainability στη διατροφή, τότε αυτό κινεί την τοπική οικονομία. Και άρα λοιπόν πρέπει πολύ έντονα να ενσωματωθεί και να μπει έγκαιρα στα στοιχεία του τι τελικά θα ονομάζουμε κρητική διατροφή, γιατί αυτό δίνει και ανθεκτικότητα στις τοπικές κοινωνίες. Επίσης, στοιχεία όπως αυτά που είναι τώρα στη διαφάνεια έχουν ήδη υποθεί κατά κόρον. Δεν νομίζω ότι χρειάζεται να πω κάτι παραπάνω όσον αφορά δηλαδή τη φρεσκάδα, το οικολογικό αποτύπωμα κτλ. Αλλά εκεί που θέλω να καταλήξω είναι ότι επιμένουμε στον όρο της κρητικής μεσογειακής διατροφής και φυσικά μας αρέσει και είναι τιμή για μας αυτό το μεσογειακή διατροφή να έχει ως πρόγονο, ως βάση, ως θεώρηση την κρητική διατροφή. Δεν θέλουμε όμως να ξεφύγουμε από την έννοια το ότι όπου και να πάει να εφαρμοστεί αυτό το καινούριο πρότυπο προσαρμοσμένο στις τοπικές κοινωνίες, θα πρέπει να μην ξεχνά να ενσωματώνει και τα υπόλοιπα χαρακτηριστικά που αναφέραμε, της παρέας, της κουλτούρας, της αναγεννητικής γεωργίας, της βιωσιμότητας, και θα πρέπει ως τέτοιο μοντέλο να πάει να ενταχθεί, γιατί διαφορετικά θα έχουμε αυτά τα κόκκινα σημεία που βγαίνουν με τα καινούργια σήματα και λέει το ελαιόλαδο, ας πούμε, είναι μια κακή ουσία για την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση και δεν πρέπει να τη χρησιμοποιούμε στα φαγητά μας γιατί μας παχαίνει, ας πούμε. Δηλαδή καταλήγουμε να ξεχνάμε πολλά άλλα χαρακτηριστικά και να καταπιανόμαστε από κάποιους δείκτες που τελικά οδηγούν σε λάθος συμπεράσματα, όπως πολύ σωστά υπόθηκε πριν. Άρα λοιπόν η κρητική διατροφή είναι δεμένη μέσα στον κοινωνικό χαρακτήρα, στον πολιτισμό, στην καθημερινότητα του κρητικού λαού. Και ναι, τα κρητικά προϊόντα είναι νόστιμα, γιατί ξέρουμε να περνάμε καλά και να τα τρώμε ωραία. Δηλαδή αν φας μόνος σου το αντικριστό, δεν έχει νόημα. Πρέπει να το φας με παρέα, να το φας όμορφα, τότε γίνεται πιο νόστιμο. Άρα δεν είναι μόνο ο ήλιος και η θάλασσα που το κάνει νόστιμο, είναι και οι άνθρωποι. Είμαστε νόστιμοι άνθρωποι. Άρα λοιπόν, καταλήγοντας, θέλω να επισημάνω εδώ ότι για να είναι εφαρμόσιμο ένα πρότυπο μεσογειακής πλανητικής διατροφής, θα πρέπει πολύ ισχυρά και έντονα να λάβει υπόψη του τα σημεία που διαχωρίζουν μεταξύ τους τις κοινότητες και δίνουν τοπικότητα και διαφορετικότητα στα χαρακτηριστικά, λαμβάνοντας προφανώς υπόψη όλα αυτά τα ωραία χαρακτηριστικά που αναφέρθηκαν πριν όσον αφορά την υγεία και τη διατροφή. Άρα λοιπόν η εξάπλωση τελικά σε μια παγκοσμιοποιημένη έννοια της κρητικής μεσογειακής διατροφής περνάει μέσα από το σεβασμό στις τοπικές ιδιαιτερότητες, οι οποίες πρέπει να αναδειχτούν και να ενσωματωθούν σωστά στις κοινωνίες που τελικά θα καταλήξουν να εφαρμοστούν. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
I want to thank all the panelists for the beautiful talks, and we're going to open it for discussion. Questions? Can you handle the microphone?
Well, thank you for you and all the presenters. It was really an important session. I have two, not questions, but open issues. One is on the distribution, because not only for the Mediterranean diet, but in general, we have problems in optimizing food distribution to reduce the impact on CO2 on the environment. And this is not so simple, because we have to rationalize it. We cannot give for granted that short distance is less polluting. You have probably to imagine a new model of market based on electronic, based on. And the second point, which worries me, is the score. The Nutri-Score is generally considered politically correct in European environments. So discussing it is not easy. I've seen the critics and the attempts by Prisco and others here, but I'm afraid that discussing the score in Europe is not going to be easy. It's a difficult process.
Okay, Ali.
I agree with your comment, especially on transportation and distribution model. In 2012, we estimated the carbon footprint of olive oil. So how much carbon dioxide is emitted from the field to the shelves of supermarkets in the US and Europe. And what we found is that it's not transportation the problem. The problem is pesticides and fertilizers. And this is the biggest percentage. 70% or more of the carbon footprint of products is pesticides and fertilizers. Of course, still vegetarian products are much better than meat. I'm not contradicting that. I just want to say that transportation is not the biggest problem. It's has a very minute effect on the carbon footprint. And then I wanted to ask this brilliant idea of the Med Index. How do you see this applied and spread out? How are you going to market it? Are you hoping to make it mandatory by passing it as a legislation? Or are you hoping that the companies, the Mediterranean companies, will get together and will start using it? And this way they will make it recognizable and popular, and it will be subsequently imposed. Is it through the legislation or through the market?
Bottom up or top down? This could be either. I agree that it is difficult to imagine to overcome all the things that are already ongoing with the Nutri-Score in Europe. However, we know that European Union is now a kind of difficult equilibrium between different governments in different states, that each government can be able to delay and to rediscuss the adoption of some decision at European level. We are, as Italian Society of Environmental Medicine, we are strongly discussing this idea with the new Italian government, which is going to be very focused on the protection of the, let's say, national and Mediterranean identities and products. So could be something that could influence at least the opening of a discussion for a top-down approach, or maybe coexistence of different systems that can be even delivered bottom-up once we share with the people who are the stakeholders in the market this idea, which is going to be more scientifically supported by the publications we are going to produce in the next 6 months. So we'll see, and this is the first public presentation of a scientific project that aims to be translated in practice.
Because I spoke on the carbon footprint of olive oil, bottled olive oil going around the world, 1 kilo of olive oil that has gone to the shelves in the US has 4.18 kilograms of carbon dioxide. 1 kilo of locally produced tomatoes is 35 kilos of carbon dioxide. 1 kilo of locally produced beef is 70 kilos of carbon dioxide. So olive oil is still a very clean product.
However, let me... Something related to European Commission or European Union affecting the Greek agriculture. The place that I grew up in Greece was the island of Evia, or northern Evia, especially, you know, the valley of Istia. It was tomatoes all the time. And guess what happened? European Commission just changed the rules in there. They gave them money to put cotton, and there is no tomato produced anymore. So this is something that we should all take into account. You know, we talk about countries and everything, but this kind of legislation, because what they do is they try to promote some farms which are, you know, Northern Europe, and they import, and essentially not only we're losing the carbon footprints for here, but essentially we're getting some things that they change the taste of the food that we have, and it's completely different. Just want to add. Who was... Let's go.
Thank you very much for very interesting discussions. I have a comment and a question. First of all, I don't think the Commission imposes anything. It has to do with how decisions are made at the European level and how countries represent their interests and are able to promote their interests within the European Union, something that the southern countries do very badly. So it's not the Commission that imposes, it's us that we don't do our job. The second question that I have is, I find very interesting the MED index. Now I put my hat as a Dane, and I was wondering why should I accept as a Dane that has a huge food industry, the MED index?
Sorry, I didn't understand. If you put the hat of?
Denmark.
Of Denmark, okay, of Denmark. Of Denmark. But maybe mainly because of consideration about health and sustainability. That is, if you want to make a consideration about health and sustainability, you could even accept a concept which is based on the nutritional principles of Mediterranean diet and sustainable production that are characteristic of this diet. You see that we also introduces an assessment of the social consideration, which is very important, instead of a score which is not able to assess all these dimensions. And in the perspective of the Mediterranean diet, you could, if you are Danish, you could even understand that it is not a way to impose something from Mediterranean countries which has to export their watermelon, but that you could adopt these principles with locally produced foods that does not result in the PFAS in your blood because you are eating meat every day from contaminated cows. So it is for consideration about health and sustainability.
Yeah,
but I understand.
Just a comment on that. Actually, already, for example, in Denmark, the government has decided to reduce meat production and has been accepted by the farmers. Meat production.
Meat production.
And they are moving into plant-based diets. Even Arla, a huge company now, is moving to plant-based food production. So There are strategies that are very carefully developed in promoting all these things. So how can we promote such a strategy in a way that we take into consideration
so you are moving forward the Planetarian concept, and this is not in contrast with the possibility of using the Medindex in case, because it is based on the Mediterranean principles. In this way, I do not see contrast. Of course, there could be a willingness to do so. I agree that the Commission is not imposing nothing. I know how the Commission works. I was in Brussels more than 1 year at the European institutions dealing as a scientific officer. And I know that Northern European countries are just more organized there to represent their interests or the interests of their local productions or local industries. That is, I know.
Rafa.
Yes, this is more of an interesting story because I always think it's very hard to get people to change the way they think. But I think it's kind of funny, no one's saying the 9-letter word that we all hate, which is McDonald's. But one very interesting story, and Jean-Claude, it was from someone from Canada. Malcolm Gladwell wrote in one of his books a chapter on McDonald's. Now, and this is a good story. A lot of people have said over time that they love McDonald's French fries. I personally hate McDonald's. I don't like it at all. But many people say the thing about McDonald's is their French fries, their French fries. Well, Malcolm McDonald studied this, and it turns out that the reason people love the French fries is because they use beef tallow to fry the potatoes twice. And I don't know the exact series of steps that happen, but a woman, and I'm telling you this because this is a great way we can mobilize people, took on McDonald's. And McDonald's no longer uses beef tallow to make their French fries. I'm sure it's not a good oil they use. I'm sure it's a cheap substitute. But they got that's a pretty huge change in the world that McDonald's, and I'm sure it was incented because they incentivized them because of money. A lot of people pulled out from advertising for them and things like that. But I think that's a pretty major change. And I think we can learn from that. I just don't know all the steps they use, but something to think about.
Very good point.
I remember listening to that podcast with you about 5 months ago. It happened in America. I think it was in the 80s or early 90s, so it was in our lifetimes, but long enough ago so we forget that. And it started with an activist who just kept going and going and going and made McDonald's make that change. I have a comment and then a question. I guess it's more to Jean-Claude. I think many of you know this, but I can't underestimate the influence of agricultural subsidies in the United States on commodity crops, which leads to inexpensive corn oil and soy, and that ends up in the ultra-processed foods, and it makes it less expensive, and it's just a crazy paradigm where tax dollars go to promote the things which make us less healthy, and it's going to be very hard to change. There's so many vested interests in that, and lobbyists and all. My question is, does that terrible paradigm of agricultural subsidies in the United States, does that exist in other countries, or is it growing?
I'm not really sure because that's not my field of expertise, but I would say that this model has been expanded in other countries through the globalization. And so we see a lot of countries leaving out their traditional production of food to produce monocultures that are then sold at a good price. And then what farmers do is that they end up with their money buying food on the market that are less healthy. I just want to think about an example in Peru where quinoa has been branded and marketed as a great cereal, and so there's a lot of demand in Europe for quinoa, what does the Peruvian farmers, what they do is that they end up not eating quinoa. They sell their quinoa on the market because they have good money in exchange, and then they end up eating more McDonald's and so I think it all comes down to policies and decision of the government, but I don't think, I don't see a lot of appetite for policies in Canada. So I think we need to work with the people so that they start valuing and paying attention to food again, and then demanding for change at the policy level, but that's what I think.
So one quick question. I hope will you make your presentations available? Because I was hardly fast enough to take pictures of your slides. So if it's possible to get your presentation, I would.
Yes, and
yes.
Absolutely. And we have 3 papers in the Lancet coming out in the next 6 months that presents a whole summary of the evidence and the policies that we can put forward. So, but absolutely.
So talking about Lancet, that's a good place. So SDGs, the 17 goals of the SDGs, and came actually after the Lancet report. Okay, and Lancet established the approach toward the planetary diet. That's something that we need to work globally, not just locally and local movements and whatnot. Now, if you take those elements of the Lancet report, the United Nations SDG 2030 report and guidelines, and then you projected on what you showed and what Professor Piscitelli showed in terms of these third-party certifiers or third-party labelers that they could actually potentially help us with identifying these the benefits of these various diets. How do you align them with each other? How do you make sure that the planetary diet approach, okay, the SDGs and these third-party certifiers or this way to identify what food is ultimately good for you, that they are all in alignment and agreement with each other? And I'm going to put one quick caveat there. Agriculture and food system is the most difficult thing to change because everybody protects their own resources. Every country is going to be fierce combatant in terms of protecting their own resources.
I'm not sure if the question was addressed to who.
The question, I mean, I like actually you take a shot at it, and also Bristol, if you could. How these third-party certifiers or these guidelines, they're going to be aligned with the SDGs, okay? And
okay.
I will make only a short comment and then you will continue.
And then we have to close it up because...
Okay, because I had the opportunity to participate 1 month ago in an ECDC meeting. ECDC is European Center for Disease Control. ECDC meeting is very concerned about the pandemic. And then this meeting, we have to deal with hypotheses, what will happen in 2030 if we have a new pandemic. And then they start by describing how the society, the international society, how the world is going to be in 2030, tomorrow. And then they develop a scenario. Who is the society, the global society, the global trends, are going to be drawn from the artificial intelligence? Yesterday, the Nobel Prize winner resigned from Google because he said, hey, where we are going, the situation is very difficult now. Are we going to have to go to a digital society where everything is going to be digitalized? Are we going to go back to nature? Because there are several groups which they say that's enough. I'm going to the mountains, I'm going to create my own community and to live the way I like. Are we going to have capitalistic society? So the tomorrow, it's going to be something which we do not know. There are trends, there are problems. And the biggest one is the climatic crisis. And then I think that in the future, no matter what we say as government or as citizens, the climatic crisis will force us to find solutions for surviving. That's my opinion.
Just if it's short only because they're telling me I have to cut it. Okay, we can continue the discussion during lunch. Να δώσουμε ένα χειροκρότημα σε όλους.
Thanks.
So a couple of housekeeping things. We're running late. We all know it. Lunch is in the open space next to the room here. At the end of lunch, there's going to be a 20-minute presentation about a food story. And then we come back here for 2 more sessions. So I'm going to paraphrase Nikos Psilakis. We don't have a goat to follow, but there's a lot of greens outside. And please don't become a me.